All right, we should be good to go. Let me just open up Total War. Check a few things. Oh, a few Chinese names in here I had to translate. They probably won't be correct, but at the very least, they'll be close enough, I presume. Here. Let me do this. I thought I fixed my left clicking issue, but apparently not. Butcherbird. This word translates to Butcherbird Terror. I don't know if that's supposed to be just Butcherbird, or I don't know if he played in this one or not. I think he did. All right. I'll show the bracket in 1 second. This person's name literally just translates to veal meatballs. My mouse is still double clicking, which is super cool. Thought I cleaned it recently, but apparently not. Apparently not. Just about done here. Tongue tree. I'm sure that's not a correct translation. Okay. I think we're good. Yeah, okay. We're good. All right. So this is a 32-player tournament. Don't I speak Chinese? No, unfortunately I don't, though I would actually love to. I'm in the middle of learning Japanese, but Chinese, not quite yet. Not quite yet. All right, so we have a 32-player tournament here with, let me just show you guys here. So first round of 32, it'll be whittled down to 16. Obviously, I've already translated some of these names in my own personal thing, but we have Seagulls here. You already recognize some of the players from Europe and NA. We have Seagulls. We have the Wood. I think they're a Chinese player. I could be wrong. Stanley 233. Don't recognize Morse, Baron. There's Sexy Boy from ODM, as well as Green One from ODM. We also have Berserk and Milky Way as well. Joy Boy from MTK, Pigman, YDMY, I'm not sure, Butcherbird. There we go. So what we're doing these 32 today. Might do the 16 as well. I do have the replays for all from 32 to 16 and 16 to 8. So I don't have the 16 to 8. I don't have the 8 to 1 yet, but we'll see. For now, I could potentially do 32 to 16, and we'll see after that. But all right. Let me put up this little blocker here, because obviously don't want to be spoiling who wins and how the matches go. See here, blocker. All right. So first, let me see if the replays have the translated names now. Yes, they do. Okay. So let's start off with the top of the list. We have okay, YDMY against 2. Apparently I missed one. Against somebody's name who translates to just recent months. Okay. So apparently recent months is the name here. One. Two. Three. All right, cool. So we're to start off with the YDMY versus the recent months. I'm sorry I don't know Chinese, but that's what it translates to. All right. It'll be High Elves against Norska. Hopefully, I am on the 7.02 patch. I don't think it should mess with anything. There's no reason why it should. I've casted replays already without the well, on the new patch from 7.0, so it should be fine theoretically. But let me mute this. All right. All right, already off to a good start. We have a freaking box. Okay, Wonderful. For YDMY, we have the High Elves rocking a good old Larry here on foot with Stave of Avalorn, Star of Avalorn, Arcane Unforging, and Earthblood, plus Foz Protection. Okay, it's got a lot of freaking spells here. Plus, does she have the boon? Yes, she does have the boon of Isha and her Shield Son of Isha. Wow, Larry's come full stack. What the hell? Shield of Sapphire and Life Bloom as well. What is going on here? But we also have Mr. Caradrian himself here on his Bluebird, Faint and Repost with Colossal Strike, Captain of the Phoenix Guard, giving him that nasty heal of 0.5 and the physical resistance of 30%. Plus, he also has his item, the Phoenix Blade, pretty good weapon there with a massive bonus which is large and weapon strength increases plus flammable. And that's about it. For the rest, it's going to be a nasty box, as you can see here. A bunch of Phoenix Guard. 3 Phoenix Guard. The Blades of Hoeth, Swordmaster ROR, which I haven't gone to take a look at, really. Insane stats at 65-57. They have Guardian. Nothing too really fancy. They have magical weapons, which is okay, cool. But yeah, just generic increased stats. I liked Loopy's iteration where they gave him he gave them 360 missile block, which is pretty hilarious, but it's pretty funny. Sisters of Al. They also have a bound spell of like I can't remember what it was. I think it's Foz Protection or something. It's some light spell, but either way, with some Sisters of Avalorn, and they're just gonna be popping away at the Norskin roster, as well as some Silverin Guard in the center. For the Norskin side, we have a Great Shaman and Sorcerer of Death with Buna, Aspect of the Dread Knight, Offering to the Gods, which I've never seen before, which seems to be a Mortis engine of some sorts. Actually, well, it deals damage to somebody and then gives them increases to a very strange ability. Energy small, yeah, so to an infantry unit, interesting, plus fighter die. Riders of the Mighty Serpent with they're already getting torn apart. They have that battle songs, which is pretty cool. Very good ROR. But it's gonna be Marauders, no Bearmen. There's some Bearmen tied in with them, so 4 Marauders with some Bearmen, plus some more Marauders in the flanks with some Javelins as well. We also have the Chimera ROR, the Bloodshriek Chimera. So it isn't banned in this rule set. I forgot to go over that, but we'll go over that after this match. They have a different rule set. They don't use Ferment League rules, and they don't use Fruit rules. They have their own. But yeah, very nasty ROR. We'll see how they do. And then the Marauder Ice Wolf Chariots. Already getting into it, the Riders of the Mighty Serpent are taking an absolute beating from the Sisters of Avalorn. No surprise there. But the players are just kind of letting them sit there and take that fire. I don't know exactly why. But it's very nasty and just giving those Sisters of Avalorn a lot of free value. A nasty breath attack on the Sisters of Avalorn plus the Blades of Hoeth. Did you just move to recap of a tournament? Yeah. So I can just pause it real quick. This is a tournament from the Chinese player Queek. He hosted a Chinese international tournament where there was quite a few. I don't know how many exactly were purely Chinese players up against whoever else wanted to play against him. It's a 32-player tournament entirely, but a good portion of them were already filled in with Chinese players. And we have the rest of them are international players, whether it be from Europe or NA. It didn't matter as long as people wanted to play. I'll go over the rule set after this, but basically it's Conquest. And they have their own rule set as to what units you can bring, which units are banned, if there are any banned at all. And yeah, it just needed to be completed within weeks. Seagulls is in this one himself. He does terribly because he's a really bad player. But we'll get to that. But yeah, the Rise of the Mighty Serpent still sticking by and able to take pot shots into the Keepers of the Flame. The Great Summon Sorcerer, I'm not sure how he's going to do here. He's going to have to break through a freaking box. And I'm not... Okay, these Ice Wolf chariots are also sitting in the back here. I think they're probably trying to keep them out of the way of the Sisters of Avalorn. The Bloodtree Chimera has also been hit by Arcane Unforging, doing quite a bit of damage to him, and they're taking a fight with Cara Dren, who's popped all of his buffs. So the Bloodtree Chimera might just die here. A bit of a fumble. The Great Shaman Sorcerer also is just kind of stuck in Phoenix Guard and Silverin. I really need to push in, but I think the mask kind of struggles a bit. Mammoths kind of suck at times with pushing in, unlike the Stonehorns from the Ogre Kingdoms. But Keepers of the Flame, they're just not, because the Norscan side is not surrounded properly at all. But as you can imagine, the Blades of Hoeth are there to fend off any infantry unit that goes after them anyways, so. But Cara Dren finishes off the Bloodtree Chimera, and that's a really bad, really bad thing to happen for the Norscan side. That's a really expensive unit and an extremely good one for them as well. Silver and Guard getting an overcasted Earthblood, same with the Sisters of Avalorn as well. The Mammoth is finally starting to push in once again. A Buna going down on the Silver and Guard, going to kind of an interesting choice to throw the Buna on. There's a Sisters of Avalorn literally right there, and the Blades of Hoeth, but it's fine, I suppose. The Great Shaman Sorcerer is starting to push in there finally, but he's also being pushed back by, but also he's being chased by Cara Dren, who's just getting free pot shots into his backside. And no surprise, that's very bad for the Mammoth. He's not a great duelist, especially when he is this low on HP from just taking shots from the Sisters of Avalorn. But the Ice Wolf Chariots do finally get in there. They're doing a little bit of damage, but they are now tied up in a bunch of massive infantry from the High Elf side, from the Blades of Hoeth to the Sisters of Avalorn, and they're just being completely torn apart, especially with the Phoenix Guard there. The Mammoth Sorcerer trying to pull out, but at this point, he might just about rout. He's going to turn around and take a fight with Cara Dren, considering he has a javelin support, which is good. And it is doing quite a bit of damage, but he does have his deal at the end of the day, and then plus any Earthbloods. He does pop Feint and Riposte. Larry gets kicked on her ass, is sent to the Marauder Bearman. For some reason, she's picking a fight. But the Bloodtree Chimera does come back. He does have regen, so you can't knock him out of the fight just yet from that initial engagement. The Shaman Sorcerer does get finished off. The Javelins are still up and can continue firing away into Cara Dren. Cost Strike, False Protection, all those boons popped, but he might just be finished off here. Now they're shooting at Larry, which is an interesting target to go after, an infantry-sized target. But it's fine. The Bloodtree Chimera does finish off Cara Dren, so he is done for. High Elves Bounce of Power, no surprise, massively in favor, as they have a lot more units left on the battlefield to really deal with whatever the Norscan side has left. And they don't have much left. They have a Bloodtree Chimera, which should be using their Breath Attack right now, not be chasing after Larry. And they have a bunch of Javelins, which don't have that much ammunition left, at 4 here. This one has 9 still, but they're routing and only have and are not doing too great on the leadership, even though they're coming back here. And the army losses might start kicking in here. We'll see. Yep, and there they go. Army losses kick in here, and the High Elf box wins here with a very nasty, dirty High Elf box. Think slightly over 20 Chinese players. Nice. Okay, cool. My god, 32 players in Warhammer campaign must take ages. Not a Warhammer campaign, land battle tournament or conquest tournament. But yeah, so let's go over the rule set here. I think I should have it here. Yes, the conquest tournament rules. Match tourney, community rules. There we go. All right, let me show this real quick. This is the conquest tournament rules for Queek's tournament. Rather simple, not as complex as some of the Vermin League and Domination tournaments with a bunch of bans and stuff. They tried to go, their reasoning is just to make it a little bit more simple on players, not having to look through the fruit rules and the Vermin League rule set, but also just in general, the fruit rules can be kind of intimidating for newer players, or for Chinese players in general. I think specifically the Chinese players, which he wanted to kind of ease into the tournament side. So, because the other international tournaments or international players already know about it. So I think that is it. So it's actually 64 to 32. Excuse me. Or is this the... Oh no, he switched from 32 to 38. Yeah. So 32 to 38. So there's best of fives. This is the phase one. They dice roll to see who goes. The pick and bans don't matter too much. It's both sides ban 2 factions each for each match. Globally, it's global bans. And then they pick and ban normally 3 to 1 and the map as well. But aside from that, you can't white line corner camp. Which no surprise there. It's pretty simple there. No exploitive bugs and glitches. I think the only really big changes here are just the lack of fruit rules, like limits on units. But we do have net rampage limited to 2. No identical spells. Flying units with breath attacks limited to 2, so only 2 dragons or 2 chimeras, which is still, you know, it's fine. It's not a big deal, but 2 chimeras is pretty dangerous compared to even just 1 ROR. But allowing only 1 passive breath, passive health draining abilities, only 1 mortis engine, melee units with the same weapon type within wild shields, so similar to fruit rules, but they got rid of that, sort of. The variant type is no longer an issue, but they do have it in this. Let's see what else. There's the map pool, pretty decent map choices there, and that's pretty much it. There's nothing really particularly different. Just much fewer requirements than before. But yeah, go into the game. We'll go into the second match of this setup, or this match between YMDY and Recent Months. Oh, actually, I got the layout wrong. This was supposed to be, or rather, the organization of the replay is wrong. This is supposed to be the first one. That was the second one. But we have YMDY here against Recent Months. For some reason, CA replays got reorganized. Rather, this is number 1. The other one was number 2, and for some reason, the Total War game put the 2 in first at the bottom instead of 1. Very weird organization, but it's fine. Not a big deal. Let's go. Thanks for answering. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for hanging out. But all right, we do have Nurgle here from YMDY. They are rocking a Chaos Sorcerer Lord, a very, very good Lord for Nurgle side, commonly used for a reason, specifically because they're extremely durable and a very good fighter on top of that. So they have poison. They're on a rot beast. They don't have anything besides rot or die. Nothing simple. Everything pretty simple there. We have rotting riders, one of the best RORs on the Nurgle roster. No surprise, can take any Code 1 Knights. I've seen them take two Code 1 Knights 2v1 and have no issues with it. So they're very, very scary. We also have 3 Chaos Warriors of Nurgle with great weapons. That's very interesting. And we also have Kha'Zix the Befouled, which you definitely do not see at all in NA or European tournaments. He's just not that great of a hero, but we'll see. This seems to be a hero squad here. We got Sword of Filth, pretty decent item, minus 24 melee defense and armor. And then, of course, he has his Befouled charge and regen on his Rot Beast. He's not a terrible hero, but he's not exactly great. We also have a Plague Ridden of Nurgle on his Rotfly, which is a very interesting choice. Stream of Corruption, Fleshy Abundance. So, as you can see, Chinese players have a very much different meta than we do, that's for sure. Angels of Decay as well. So just this very small contingent of Nurgle forces, and very heavily spent on the heroes and RORs. For the Dark Elf side, we do have Marathi, who is on foot, interestingly enough. We do have Wand of Caradon, of course, Pit of Shades, and her Enchanting Beauty, plus her Heart Renderer as well. We also have Sorceress of Dark, 2 of them, to be exact, with Doombolt and Power of Darkness. Oh my god, is this double Doombolt? Yes, it is. I'm pretty sure this is against the rules. You can't rock double spells. I'm pretty sure in the Conquest rules, but I mean in the Chinese player tournament rules, but we'll see. We'll see if it matters in this match. But either way, you also have a Bloodrock Medusa, which is not as good as it used to be, but it's still decent. It can fire away at the Angels of Decay and keep them back. We have a whole bunch of Black Ark Corsairs should not do great against the Chaos Warriors with great weapons, but we do have some Dark Shards in the back to support them. And then we have one Harpy in the air with a Feral Manticore, interesting, and a Cold One Knight. A single Cold One Knight, not something you really see at all. But a Doombolt going in on the Chaos Lord, and did that miss? That first one freaking missed, but the second one hit right on, doing some pretty good damage, down to 5,094. That was a pretty good chunk of damage there. That's going to be very oppressive, I imagine, on the Chaos Lord. Does his heal, is it just passive? Wait, he doesn't have a heal? His heal? Okay, well, that guy's dead. Unless, I mean, I guess you could Fleshy Abundance him, but yeah, just going to be holding off. The Dark Elves are taking a very passive position and not going for the conquest point at all. But the Nurgle player is going to push them because they do have the Medusa, so they do have the range advantage. But strange that the Dark Elf player isn't kind of pushing towards them. I guess they want to just keep them back and just slowly whittle them away with the Doom Bolts. I'm not entirely sure what the end goal is here. But oh right, shoot, I don't see it. Podcast. Oh my god. Bruh. Pro player here. My bad. Yes. Now you guys can see it. My bad. Yes, the Doombolt missed the Chaos Lord and then hit him again. Now he's down to 5,000. But yeah, he doesn't have his regen item, which is a strange choice. My bad about that. But yeah, the Manticore, I don't know why the Manticore was brought, but it is going to be chasing the Angels of Decay, which honestly, if the Angels of Decay just kind of turn around, they could kill the Manticore very easily, I'm pretty sure, because they're very decent in melee. Yeah, they're 45 with poison as well as magical attacks and then pretty good AP. And the Manticore is just honestly a terrible fighter. A very, very terrible fighter. But nonetheless, what has the Bloodrock Medusa been shooting at? I don't think it's been shooting at anything really. Anything in particular, which is very strange. You think you'd shoot at the Rothflies, or rather mainly target them, but they're just kind of shooting free willy, and they do take a nice shot in at the Chaos Warriors and do some decent damage there. The Dark Shards are shooting in at the Chaos Warriors as well, getting some good solid fire as they don't have the shields to protect themselves. As well as the Chaos Warrior takes another shot there, very nice. The Furies just pushing into the back line. If the Harpies take a fight with them, I'm pretty sure the Harpies lose. Either way, the Furies do jump down there on the Dark Shards, which is rather premature because the Cold One Knights are just sitting there as well as the Harpies. But it matters not because the Cold One Knights have taken a tremendous amounts of freaking damage from the Angels of Decay. Jesus Christ, they got brutalized down to 16 models? That's insane. Well, there goes those Code 1 Knights. The Chaos Warriors are in a conga line. Very beautiful. Thank you, CA. The Blackguard of Nagaron are going to try to surround the Rot Beast Lord, which is going after one of the sorcerers, which is, to be fair, a decent idea, but at the same time, he's going to get surrounded and absolutely torn apart by Blackguard if he's not careful. And you can see his health is already whittling down. The Chaos Furies have been disintegrated and have lost to the Harpies and the Code 1 Knights. Unfortunately for the Nurgle side, the Rotting Riders are kind of sitting idly by waiting for a smart decision, or rather a good point when to go in. And for some reason they go in towards the Black Corsairs, and they could definitely go around and go in on the Dark Shards if they so chose. But interestingly enough, the Plague Ridden does go in there, takes a Doom Bolt to the freaking face there and almost dies. 558, he is regenning at the very least because he does have a Fleshy Abundance, but my god, he's almost disintegrating. The Angels of Decay are kind of just shooting in at what? I do not know. They could be shooting at the Bloodrock Medusa if they so chose. But either way, the Rotting Riders are fairly healthy, which is really good news so far. The Chaos Sorcerer Lord, the Nurgle Lord, does take out one of the sorcerers, but there's another one idly by, still able to continuously shooting away at Doom Bolts at him, and he's taking quite a bit of damage, down to 1900 health so far. He is going to be surrounded by the Cold War Knights, but they are fairly beat up, but they still are an anti-large fighter, and he doesn't like being surrounded, so he might just rout here, unfortunately for the Chaos Lord. The Angels of Decay getting back into the sky after taking a fight there with the Dark Shards, I presume, helping out the Plague Ridden, but now they can get back up in the air. They still have quite a bit of ammunition, at 5 ammunition left, and they're going to start shooting in, and shooting specifically at the sorceress. It's very strange targeting choices for this player. Another duo bolt goes in there. It doesn't matter because he got finished off by the Cold War Knights before it happened. A stream of corruption going down, doing some pretty good damage to the decent damage to the dark charge. A little chipping there. The conquest point is taken by the Nurgle side, racking up points here, but I don't think it's going to really matter too much. It goes up in points way too slowly. Plague Ridden does get on top of the dark charge just to get them to stop shooting, but honestly Morathi could probably turn around and start beating his ass because she does have pretty good anti-large stats, and he's very low on HP at 1,110. The Harpies do join in on the fight here. The Rotting Riders are surrounded by Blackguard. Now, they aren't at the height of their HP, but they're still anti-large fighters. They can do some pretty decent damage, but I don't know. We'll see how this goes. Kazik is here. He is debuffing some of them, at least with his Sword of Filth, or he could be. I'm not sure if it's active at the moment, or rather up at the moment to be used. Bloodrock Medusa does get out of there. Doesn't start routing, but probably going to be able to come back here soon. The Plague Ridden is up in the air once again, taking some shots from the Dark Shards at the moment. And probably going to stay out of their line of sight for a bit. But the Rotting Riders are taking some shots instead from the Dark Riders. We do some Chaos Warriors coming that could potentially come over and help out and assist with these Dark Shards. We have some Pit of Shades coming down here, which is not going to really do much damage to a unit of Cav, but it does get cancelled. Presumably she gets knocked over by the Rotting Riders. The Sword of Kazik does get popped, reducing her melee defense and damage, but it's gone already and doesn't really matter too much anymore. But as you can see, the Rotting Riders, despite taking all the shots from the Dark Riders and having to deal with Blackguard of Nagaron, still are up at 27 freaking models at 4,500 HP and still regenning. Like, these guys are absolute freaking monsters. The Doom Bolt is going to come down here potentially. Nope, it doesn't get cancelled by Kazik as he knocks her down. So the double Doom Bolt didn't actually matter at all, I think. Yeah. And well, I mean, the Chaos Sorcerer did get sniped out at the very least, but Kazik did come in here and actually carry the rest of the freaking game here. Takes out the other Chaos Sorcerer, I mean, the other Doom Sorceress there. We do have some Dark Shards who are still up and about, but they're about to be routed off, thanks to Kazik as well. Blackguard do come back to help out, but they're very low HP. A Pit of Shade's going to finish off the Chaos Warriors on Nurgle. Balance of power looking to be in favor of Nurgle, and I'm inclined to agree as well. It's only Kazik left, and the I mean, it's only Blackguard of Nagaron and Morathi left, plus some Black Corsairs, with the Rotting Riders still pretty much at peak. They have 25 models still left and are still regenning, so Blackguard Corsairs and Morathi are not going to do anything about that, and there's too few Blackguard as well. So I think this is pretty much a wash for the Dark Elves. Morathi's going to be finished off here. Blackguard, yep, and there they go. So that goes 2-0 for YMMV. Very well played by YMMV. And we'll move on to the third game. Hopefully this time, Rotten Knights are so freaking OP, man. What the frick? This is bullshit. Let me get a sip of coffee. Also, holy crap, hold on 1 second. This let me move this over here. Let me turn this back on. I swear to God, every time I freaking want to deal with the Rotting Riders, they always come back, even though I assume they're going to be dead. Like, oh, I got the Rotting Riders, you know, they should be done for the rest of the game, and then they come back with 4 freaking models at and are still regenning and at high leadership. But hold on, let me do this. Hopefully I don't forget to load the blocker this time, or remove the blocker this time. But yeah, we got the third match. YDMY is their name against Recent Months. This is the third game out of the best of 5. Let's see where this goes. All right, we do have the Shala. It is Tomb King versus Slanesh. I presume here Tomb Kings is in a much better spot, especially if the freaking Slanesh player isn't bringing Mask for some reason. What is going on with the Chinese meta? I think it was best of 3, you sure? Because YMDY won both matches, and then they're still playing the third round. I could check again real quick. Let me see. Because otherwise, I don't know why they would. I think I recall you're right, but I don't know. In that case, I don't know why they would be playing a third match. Let me check here. Unless I'm incorrect. I'm pretty sure the YMDY was playing the High Elves and they won. So, pretty sure what first one was best of 3. So yeah, I don't know why they were playing. Unless this is from. Hold on, let me figure this out here. We'll figure it out after this match. We'll figure it out this match. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm a professional streamer. I got this. I'm better than hummus. They don't pay me for a reason. We have Cetra. This isn't freaking Cetra. Arkin the Black on foot here with Liber Mortis, Staff of Nagash, Tomb Blade, and Buna and Spirit Leech. I'm pretty sure Cetra would have my head for mistaking him for Arkin, but you know, we're not going to talk about that. Nehekaran Warriors plus Tomb Guard with Halberds up front with some Skeleton Spearmen and some Kepler Guard as well as some Nehekaran Warriors. We also have a Tomb Prince, which is interesting. It is going to be on foot or horse. On horse, can be protecting, like bodyguarding Arkin with the Blade of Setep. I remember this sort of in Warhammer 2, double Tomb Guard or double Tomb Prince on horse with. Was it Guardian or Blade of Setep? I don't remember what it was, but double Tomb Guard Tomb Prince was a staple in Warhammer 2. Now it's completely changed and you'd never see that. So interesting to see a Tomb Prince. We also have Sphinx of Uskep with some Skeleton Horse Archers and yeah, 3 of those bad boys. Let me go back to the... I played recently, so I had to turn this off. But yes, that's way too low, dude. What the frick? There we go. All right, for Slaanesh, we do have Dashala, which is not a great lord in general, especially against Tomb Kings. Like, what are you using that anti-infantry AP for? Like, she's an infantry mulcher. That is pretty much it. Sure, she can, like, beat the floor off of a hero, a lord, if they can get to them, but most of the time, generally, they're going to have a mount. So, I guess this is the first time they got lucky enough to be fighting against a Tomb Kings player who brought a lord on foot. But the likely chance that Dashala will catch them is nil. Very, very small. But yeah, she has her dances. They're whatever. They're nothing too particularly special. Does she have any... She has her Elixir of Damnation, which is interesting against Undead. That's the only time I could see it being used. I don't know if it really... It doesn't remove the question for those in chat. I haven't used this against Undead, but does it work against Undead, or does it have to remove their Undead traits like the Hammer of, like, what's his name? Harry the Hammer. Charlotte's perfectly fine, just not Mask. She's fine, but she's not like a great lord. She's extremely expensive is the problem. She is way too expensive for what she does. You do not need infantry killing from your lord, in my opinion. And on the Slaanesh side, you have plenty of infantry killing options, and she's just doesn't fit the spot for such a high price. We have Rotom Marauders of Slaanesh as the front line, at least in my opinion. I'm not a Slaanesh pro. I like playing them, but I'm not great at them. We also have some Hell Scourges, and there's some Devotees of Slaanesh as well, the crossbows, which again, another not great unit, but I've always seen them generally whenever like me or Hummus talk about them, they always get their money back, so we'll see. They're very expensive though for what they are. Fiends of Slaanesh. Is it just the one? Wow, just one fiend. Okay, we'll see how this goes. Not a lot of units to deal with the constructs of the Tomb Kings. We have Pavane of Slaanesh and Hysterical Frenzy. First time I've seen Pavane really since the change. Don't really see it used that often. Now it's just the one that nets units in place, which I forgot what it's called. But Pavane does get cast, giving them the Skeleton Horse Archers. Gonna get some free value for them off of that. And another one of the Skeleton Horse Archers is caught by Hell Striders. Okay, so I did miss the Hell Striders. There's one Hell Strider who did catch out that two with the Horse Archers, which is very nice catch there for the Slaanesh side so far. Already getting some pretty good value off of that. That one is destroyed, and the other one will be disintegrating soon, potentially. But that means the Hell Strider is off, busy with that, so they won't be able to help. But Slaanesh does move up to the point. Going to be taking that. I see YMB keeps letting the opponent just kind of take the point and kind of just sitting at a standstill most of the time, which is very interesting. They do have another Horse Archer, so be able to shoot away still. Just hopefully try not to let them get caught, but at least Pavane is kind of expensive for what they're using it for. or to catch out the horse archers, which don't do a lot of damage. Yeah, so 14 wins just to catch out a horse archer, which is like what, 700, 750. So obviously they are screening out the fiends, which don't have regen or any healing. So you know, it's perfectly understandable to want to get rid of them as soon as possible, but still. I'm finding it hard to believe what they're going to be able to do with this against the Sphinx of Utsek. I know the crossbows are there, but they're not predominantly AP anymore. They're mostly base missile, and though they are still pretty decent in terms of that, they only have 12 ammunition each, thanks to their nerf, and they can be easily disrupted by the Sphinx or literally any summons from Arkan. Yeah, they're just kind of sitting at a standstill. I don't know what the hell is going on here. The YMV is just kind of letting them rack up points. It's just such an what an interesting game. What the hell? He gets Pavaned. The horse archer gets Pavaned, but just gets rampaged into their own line. Interesting choice. Horse archers continue shooting in at the devoted marauders, and their shields are just kind of sitting there blocking most of it. They do kind of get a little bit closer against the fiends, but they're not taking shots from the devotees. So the Tomb King's player obviously does not have the skirmish or range advantage, so I don't know why they're just kind of sitting idly by. But now they're going to start pushing up. The Sphinx of Utsek is taking a little bit of pot shots here and there from the devotees. Arkan is taking some shots now as well, which is not great, but he is a small target luckily, so he's not going to take too much damage. Just needs to get out of the fire. Tomb Guard with halberds are going to take that fight with the devoted marauders. Very slow grind there. Once the Nehakarn warriors start collapsing in, they should start making really good work out of anything the Slash side has, typically, unless they let Deshala just absolutely wreck them. So we'll see. We also do have the Kepler Guard, which should absolutely mince through anything Slanesh has here in terms of infantry. We'll see if they utilize them correctly. And the Nehakarn horsemen should be really going around, if possible, to try to shut down the devoted the devotees, but I don't know. They're just kind of sitting there idly by. Micro doesn't seem to be this player's strong suit. The Sphinx of Uskep is taking the fight here with the fiends, though they are in range to just be shot at by the devotees, but the devotees aren't shooting at them strangely enough. I don't know what is happening with the priority targeting here. Chaos Sorcerer Lord is getting slowly spirit leeched. T'Challa is just kind of mincing through the infantry here, and now actually getting some butt shots into the Sphinx of Uskep, giving that Sphinx of Uskep back shots. The Sphinx does need to get out of there, though the fiends do come around to try to get a full surround on the Sphinx, and this is how you throw away your Sphinx. Please do not let your Sphinx die here to this. This could be the exact way how you lose your Sphinx. We do have a potential Abuna? Yeah, Abuna going down here on the devotees, not over. Is it really gonna... They really are just going to destroy the Sphinx here. What is going on here? Please do not tell me this. They didn't... No! Huh? Why? Another Spirit Leech going down on the Chaos Sorcerer Lord? What is happening, man? What is this freaking match? The Chaos Sorcerer Lord is getting Spirit Leech slowly and getting beat down by the Tomb Prince, which, I mean... Very nice catch there, but doesn't make up for the fact that you lost your freaking Sphinx. The Ushapti does get summoned in and will be deleting the devotees, though they do have decent stats at 3345 at the very least. The Ushapti are built anti-infantry. These skeleton horse archers are just sitting in the back doing absolutely nothing. We do have some skeleton warriors summoned in, which are doing... which are interesting choice. You could have put him back here on the outer devotees. I'm so confused on some of these choices, man. Something is going on I don't know about, but the Kepler Guard are going to absolutely mince through the devotees even with their nice stats. Another Spirit Lich going down, going to be finishing off the Chaos Sorcerer Lord and Chaos Sorcerer, and there he goes. He is now dead. Rampage going down, Pivane, or the Fascination going down on the Nehakarn Horseman, which again is an interesting choice. Tomb Guard slowly just whittling away at the Devotees Marauders. Devotees Slash are being slowly whittled away by the Kepler Guard, who do get that Elixir of Damnation, so they have 0 melee attack from Deshala. And yeah, so they lose their fear and all that, which is very cool. Okay, they lost it for a moment, but it is gone now. But I see it, so it does work. Very nice. So that means the Kepler Guard could get routed off by fear and terror, which is very cool. Deshala is taking a fight there with the Tomb Prince and gonna absolutely obliterate the Tomb Prince, I believe, considering she's not, is she large? She is large, but even then the Tomb Prince isn't that great of a fighter. 27-43 at the moment thanks to being tired, but even then only a base 38 attack value, which is kind of why you don't see him. He's generally just very, his stats just did not catch up with Warhammer 3, just like a lot of hero units and single entities. But yeah, he's gonna get destroyed by Deshala. Horse archers do start chasing after these routing units. I guess that's why they kept them back, just to chase down routing units. But very interesting use out of them. To be fair, their melee stats aren't the best, so Tomb Guard are chasing away. These guys definitely need to be brought back around to help deal with Deshala, because I don't know what's gonna deal with her really. I guess we do have some other Tomb Guard here. Yeah, and we have some other, I didn't notice the other Tomb Guard, so I think Deshala might do some pretty good work here left, but she's not going to be enough really to deal with the rest of this. We have some more Devoted Marauders here. Necrocarn Warriors and Kepler Guard are still mixing through some Devoted Marauders. Should do fine against these Hell Scourgers, and they're regenerating at the same time as well. I think this match is pretty much a wash, but we'll see. Maybe Arkin gets sniped out and he gets freaking punted out of, as I say it, he gets punted out of the group of halberds. So he's just about to get finished off in a second. We'll see here. Potentially, and then he goes one more hit on Arkin, or he might even start crumbling before T'Challa even gets another hit. She's just gonna walk silently by him. It's a little date that these two are having, but maybe she'll get an attack in there anytime soon. There we go. Arkin gets his butt whooped. His stupid little hat falls off his dumb bony head. He's now dead. That's what you get for not being Cetra. Kepler Guard are starting to disintegrate, but they are regenerating at the same time, which is funny enough. And Slaanesh wins here. Interesting. He went flying, yeah. I am so confused. I am so freaking confused by that match. I tell you what. Okay, let me check what is going on with this tournament. Yeah, so it's a 32 player tournament. And they should have won that matchup if they didn't fumble their freaking Sphinx. Yeah, so it is best of 3. I'm very confused as to, hold on, let me check here for a moment, because the issue is that Queek did send me, I think I know what the issue is. Let me check. I think this is a fumble on my part. Well, let me check. I'm a professional streamer, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a professional streamer. 1 second. Why did they fumble the Sphinx so bad, man? What was that? I can't believe it. They fumbled everything. Yeah, exactly. What the hell? There was no right for Slaanesh to win that. It almost makes me think, because of the way they were playing, that somehow patch 7.02 bunks the replay, because I cannot imagine somebody just letting their Sphinx die that badly. But normally the signs of a bunked replay is whenever a match ends prematurely, and that match didn't end prematurely. None of the matches did end prematurely. So I don't think that's it. I'm just very confused by the plays. So let me check here. Uno momento, my friends. Got some technical difficulties. So I did sort the, we'll go over this in a second. Don't worry. I know exactly what I'm doing. So let's see, let me check with Queek here real quick, because he sent me, yeah, so he only sent me the replays from the first round, which is 32-16. So these aren't second round or anything. I don't know why they played best of 3, because the other ones in this replay set from the other players are all best of 3. So, very confusing. I guess for fun? I don't know. That's so strange. Anyways, we'll move on. It's fine. So YMDY takes the win against recent months. You know what? Maybe Queek sent me them ill-numbered, because Queek did send them numbered, so maybe that third match was supposed to be second match. Maybe it was just, maybe that's what happened. I'm gonna guess that's probably the case. Either way, we're fine now. YMDY does take that with the 2-1 victory. So let me get rid of those. I'm gonna assume that's definitely it, because that has to be it. So let's see. Next one we have is the World against. Actually, let's do green. Let's do our boy, the green one here. Let's put that loading screen up. Let's see how horrible the green one fumbles. Yeah, just very interestingly. To be fair, some of these could be new players, and I could just be very mean. And I'm sorry if that's the case, because Queek was saying that the reason they didn't want to use fruit rolls was because it confuses some of the Chinese players. So it could be potential that some of them are new. I don't know. And if that's so, I'm sorry. I feel bad if that's the case. But that was just very strange. That's all I gotta say. But we do have Maho against the green one. Maho is going to be on Warriors of Chaos. And they are going to be rocking the Rock of Inavailability. Words are hard to say. Final Transmutation on the big old bird here with Greater Arcane Conduit. We also have Marauder Bearmen with great weapons, and some other Marauder Bearmen with some more Marauder Bearmen in the back. A whole bunch of Marauder Bearmen, Riding Riders, and Rot Knights. Some with great weapons, some without. But, do the Pigback Knights have good armor or decent armor? Pigback Riders? No, they don't. So I wonder what the application for the great weapons is. Maybe just to have more hitting power against anything. We also have some Rot Knights on 2 of them, one on the flank and one on the left-hand flank, and some Hellstriders as well. Now, as you can see, a very big problem here. The Thunder Tusk is allowed in this tournament, so we'll see how good the Ogre Kingdoms does with that Thunder Tusk. We do have the Paymaster for the Lord here for the Ogre Kingdoms with Headhunt and Cash Cascade. I like the Paymaster a lot, but he's very cheap and has some very good buff abilities, but there are better lords, understandably, but I like him. I like to use him. Butcher with just Troll Guts, no surprise there. Very standard for a build with a Stonehorn or Thunder Tusk. We have Noblars for the front line, no surprise there. Some Pigback Riders in the back, and then we have the Iron Guts. So 2 Iron Guts in the back line to deal with any large targets. Very interesting choice there. I wonder how they trade into Rot Knights. I imagine if they get the charge, if they both get the charge, Rot Riders still win, or Rot Knights still win. But they don't have the Rot. It is the Rotting Riders. The Rotting Riders I imagine will win. I'm not sure about the regular Rot Knights because the Rot Knights are not as good as the Rotting Riders. But we also have some Saber Tusk packs as well, and the Eshin Maneater. So freaking meme here with the Ninja Ogre. He's got all his stuff: Maneater, Smoke Bomb, and marked for Eshin. I don't think he has anything you can really unequip on him. I don't know. Thunder Tusk does take a big old little ice ball shot on the great weapons, does some decent damage there. Another one coming in there might do some decent damage. Yeah, very nice, right in the center mass of that freaking infantry. Beautiful. The Rotting Riders are taking some shots there from the Powder Guts, which I didn't go over. The Powder Guts should get some pretty good damage on them, but they should back off really quick here, because otherwise the Rotting Riders are going to do some immense damage to them if they're not careful. And they do back off and screen them out with the Noblars, and the Riding Riders should have no problem with the Noblars. but at the same time, you don't really, that's not really the target you want them in. Eshin Maneater is going to jump in there with the fight on the Marauder Bearman. Talk about overzealous here with the ogres. the Iron Guts should not be, oh right, these are the Iron Guts, they're not the anti-large ones. I got them mixed up, but yeah, they should mince up those Bearmen. Which ones are they though? Is it the Maneaters with great weapons? I think, yeah, that's what I gotta mix them with. The Iron Guts are much better than the Maneaters with great weapons. But the Rotting Riders are in a very bad situation here. They do get into the backline over chase, and now are dealing with the Iron Guts, the Noblars, which are not a big an issue, but we do have the Thunder Tusk as well, which is, as you can see, hitting a big toll on them as they're down to 19 models from this fight. Not good at all, but they are going to be able to regen and come back if the Ogre Kingdoms doesn't chase them away. A big final transmutation coming in there from the Warriors of Chaos side on Thunder Tusk, the Iron Guts, and now Pigback Riders as well. Plus, even hitting the Paymaster a bit there. Very nice. Very good overcasted final transmutation there. Saber Tusk pack do get Rampage and are going to continue chasing after the Hellstriders. We do have some Noblars helping out, the Pigback Riders helping out here. The Powder Guts are shooting in there, getting some very decent shots into the Rot Knights. Very nice. Helping out there. The Thunder Tusk is being chased by Big Bird, but he should be able to get away potentially and get a heal in, but he might just rout here. He's down to 8 leadership. Not doing too great, though the Hellstriders do get routed off. We do have a heal coming in here. Thunder Tusk is going to be able to keep in the fight at 10 leadership. The leadership is coming back a little bit and still coming, though still bouncing down. Eshin Maneater is here in the fight, throwing the smoke bomb down, giving himself some melee defense, and is going to be getting some hits in on the Rot Knights, hitting them with Markin for eating as well. Pretty nasty debuff. They do get terror routed thanks to the freaking Thunder Tusk, who is somehow back up at 68 leadership. Oh my god, that Thunder Tusk is actually going to freaking win this match. The Rot Knights do get routed off. The infantry fight, no surprise, going relatively well for the Warriors of Chaos, aside from the fact that the Iron Guts are still up and about, I think. Where are they at? I saw them somewhere. They're here somewhere, it doesn't matter. The Powder Guts, however, are still shooting. They have quite a bit of ammunition left at 16 ammunition, and they're pretty much not being contested at all. The Host Riders are gone. They did come back, so if they wanted to, they could come around and try to go around and shut them down, but instead they are going to go in and shut down the Iron Guts, finish them off, or shatter them potentially. Big Bird is back in the air again. He popped his rocket maneuver ability, or no, he got headhunted by the Ogre Paymaster, who is now he's getting some assistance from the Iron Guts. Should be surrounding Big Bird and doing some pretty decent damage. He is not infantry size, but they still have pretty good I thought they have pretty good melee attack, but they are exhausted, so down to 11, down to 26 at the moment, unfortunately. So Big Bird is pretty much free reign at the moment. He does also hit like a freaking truck. Eshin Maneater is going to take the fight with him potentially. Big Bird probably wants to watch out there. Eshin Maneater is a much better fighter than you would normally think as a meme hero. The Powder Guts are going to turn around and start getting some cross shots into the side of the Rotting Riders as they get an engagement with the Saber Tusk pack, and should generally beat both of them with no problem at all, especially with the help of the Marauder Bearman. But those Powder Gut shots are going to add up as they're slowly whittling away at that HP from the Rotting Riders. They will regen, of course, but they can't regen any actual models, of course. The Paymaster is in the fight here with the Iron Guts. Bird might just get completely surrounded here and finished off, though. We do have the Rot Knights coming to support him. Butcher might get killed. We'll see. He is a very much tougher fighter than you think. The rocket inevitability. Final transmutation overcasted. Going to be hitting the Iron Guts, and the two Ogre heroes and Lords, plus the Eshin Maneater as well as he joins the fight. The Butcher is taking an immense amount of damage, but so are the Rot Knights, or sorry, the Rot Knights, yeah. And so it's looking to be somewhat of an even trade, but not really. The Rot Knights do get routed off. Butcher might be able to get away, or he's going to turn around and actually continue with this fight. Who knows? We'll see. Eshin Maneater, what is that value looking like at, buddy? 740, not too bad. Not too bad for a meme unit. Nobody captures the point because nobody needs to. The Butcher going to take his big old mace and start whacking the Rot Knights in the back, and he does finish off a few models, and Eshin Maneater even pops his little smoke bomb, slowing them down. But the Ogre Kingdoms does take that win there, because what the heck are they going to do about the freaking Stonehorn here? this extremely broken still Stonehorn. I keep forgetting what they're called, but still. Wow. Let's go over the... I just noticed I have not been going over values. Let's go over the value here in replay. He goes, why aren't you playing Butcherbird's faction war right now? I'm like our new peasant, kind of sleepy. And it's way too hard to stand up from bed. $28.99 here on the Big Bird at pretty good. No surprise there. He is one of the main Lord's choices for the Warriors of Chaos. He's just incredibly good ever since they buffed him. Because before that, he was never used at all because he was just a very bad Lord of Change. 1625 here on one of the Rotting Knights, 528, and 1,000 on the Rotting Riders is pretty tough. They overpushed way too much, and the Thunder Tusk just absolutely annihilated them. 2708 value. Pretty insane. Yeah, just a very massive loss there for Maho. Very unfortunate for them. 741 here for the Paymaster. Nothing too special. Mostly just a buffing support lord. 779 and 1373 for the Iron Guts. Very nice. 834, 1280 on the Powder Guts, which pretty much had no challenge against them. There was nothing pressuring them at all. The Rotting Riders sort of did for a moment, but got overzealous and got surrounded, unfortunately. And yeah, this win goes to the Pig. It's going to be 1-0 up against Maho in this best of 3. You'll see how it goes. All right, very nicely played from both players. Just a little bit overzealous with your Rot Knights. And we'll move on to the second game. Was a green one. Now we have Maho on the Ogre Kingdoms. 2 Ogres and 1 best of 3 up against Norskin from the Norskin side from the green one. Let's see if the Pig can take it out with the 2-0 against Maho, or maybe Maho will bring this to a best of 3. What the hell? A tiebreaker with the best of 3. What am I talking about, man? I'm freaking high. What is this? Okay, interesting. What the hell? We have for the Ogre Kingdoms here from Maho, Scrag the Slaughterer, with extra ingredients and Troll Guts, as well as that's pretty much it for. Yeah, but he is Vanguarded up with his freaking Golfags Man-Eaters. First of all, I completely forgot that Scrag had Vanguard. Or maybe I didn't realize he had Vanguard. That's what? Man-Eaters as well, which are going to be up there, going to be rushing the Norskin side. They do have, they do have that Adaptive Tactics and Vanguard, which is pretty nice. It's going to be very tough to deal with from the Norskin, unless they have some Javelins or Skin Wolves, which Skin Wolves don't have great AP, but the Man-Eaters they only have 80 armor, so it's not too impressive. We also have a Thunder Tusk, so let's see if Maho can win it out with the Thunder Tusk this time compared to TGO. We have some Noblars off the front line with some more Noblars in the back with some Saber Tusk paths, 2 of them in total. We also have some Blood Vultures up in the air with a single unit of Gorgers on the flank. Right, there's not another one? Yep, okay. We also have Vanguarded units over here from the Norskin side, the Riders of Mighty Serpent and the Beasts of Tashnar. A very good unit to bring against the Ogre Kingdoms, in my opinion. Very cheap for what they bring. The Norskin side, we do have Double Familiar Noble, which is very interesting. No surprise that TGO brings the interesting builds here with the Double Familiar Noble. Do they have any of their equipment? No, they don't. They're just going to be some anti-large fighters, going to be helping deal with any big single entities from the Ogre Kingdom side. We have Marauder Bearmen in the front line, some great weapons, some just generic shielded ones. We have some Ice Wolves and Skin Wolves as well, double Skin Wolves. And some more Norskin Ice Patrols, 2 in total, 3 Skin Wolves in total, mostly just Marauder Bearmen, no Marauders, no generic Marauders. But yeah, very interesting build. The man-eaters do go into the fight a bit prematurely. They're not going to be surrounded or potentially surrounded by Norscan ice trolls and the double familiar nobles. They definitely need to get out of that fight as soon as possible because they do not want that fight. As good as infantry clears as they are, they just do not want that. That is way too many anti-large and hard hitters to deal with, to contend with. But at least Scrag is there, and we do have another man-eaters coming to help out. Saber-Tusk pack going around to support. The Thundertusk maybe pushing in a little bit too far, now being surrounded by Skin Wolves, but to be fair, Skin Wolves aren't much of a threat to the Thundertusk just by themselves, though we do have another Skin Wolves coming over. One on the other side in the flank is being surrounded by, or being attacked by Blood Vultures, though they are going to get the charge on the Saber-Tusk pack, and the Saber-Tusk pack do not get their charge, which is quite unfortunate. The Gorgers are going to come in to assist and help out there, but I don't think they're really needed against the Marauder Bearmen, but clearly they are, because the Goldfag Man-Eaters are completely shattered, or is that the Vultures? I think the Blood Vultures have been shattered. Yes. Or routed off, excuse me. Thundertusk is coming in here to support. The Famir Nobles are taking an absolute beating the Scrag, which is, he definitely needs to get out of there because those Famir Nobles will kill him. Some Marauder Bearmen are capturing the point there for the Northskin side. Riders of the Mighty Serpent are getting some really good cross shots into the Man-Eaters, and just for free, pretty much nothing is threatening them, and that's very bad because they can do quite a bit of damage very quickly with that those anti-large missiles. So, got to be careful there. Might want to do something about them. Maybe bring... That's probably what I would have held the Vultures in reserve for, was for the Riders of the Mighty Serpent. But it is what it is. Nothing you can do about it now. But they are coming back at the very least, so you can do that. Nobblers are coming to assist here. Goldfag Man-Eaters are getting hit by the final transmutation overcasted. Very nasty. Very, very freaking nasty. Hitting the Thundertusk, hitting the Man-Eaters, whole bunch of Man-Eaters. That's such a high value overcast from the final transmutation at 1595 from the Chaos Shaman. Oh my god. From the Great Shaman, excuse me. Thundertusk is potentially going to route here with 3 leadership. Will he come back just like he did in the Warriors of Chaos match? We'll see. If he does, that could be pretty... that could be a game saver for the Ogre Kingdoms, but they do get routed off and shattered. Army loss kick in, and it does go to a 2-0 for the green one. The pig wins it out, unfortunately, for Maho. Well played to both players. Yeah, that was from one freaking OC. I didn't see a single, unless you guys saw another final transmutation that I didn't. I mean, there could potentially be one that I missed, but as far as I know, that is the only final transmutation that I saw, and it hit some pretty impactful units. I mean, you got 2 Man-Eaters there, Scrag, and the freaking, and Gorgers and Thundertusk. Makes sense that you got that much freaking value. That is insane. Holy crap. But yeah, that was a very bad punishment from the final transmutation. Mahu is prime material for those overcasted final transmutations, it seems. They like to blob up. The Thundertusk only got 136 value, which is very bad. If the Thundertusk is legally allowed in a tournament, that thing should be getting over 2k value each game. Get some water here. That was truly insane. That was very, very freaking bad. Let me close these quickly. We can go over TGO's value 1 second here. All right, so the pig does take it out. The green pig does take it out 2-0 in its best of 3. For the Great Shaman Sorcerer, 1705, which is pretty insane. 929 for the Famir Noble and 848. I still feel like the Famir Noble, I mean, I could see it working in this matchup. Obviously it did, but they just feel not that great outside of this matchup. Maybe the Lizardmen, but they're also infantry anti-large fighters. Like, generally, those kind of struggle to catch on to anything. But they did do well this time. 929, 848, pretty solid value from them. I like to see that. I love Green One's very atypical builds. 1232 from Norskin Ice Trolls. Green One kind of reminds me at times of Hayseed, or Hayseed kind of reminds me a bit of Green One at times, because they both at times have very atypical builds, but generally they're very viable builds. They're just very interesting. Something I don't typically see. Despite them getting some pretty good shots in, the Riders of the Mighty Serpent actually didn't get that much value, probably because they don't have that great of AP. But still, I mean, if they continue to shoot for the rest of the game, I imagine they would have picked up even more value. But yeah, well played to both players. Very solid match between these two players. We'll move on to the next game. I have a hot take that Thundertusk is not that good after those nerfs. You think so? Though I played with him in Chinese tournament, I don't know how many games. Interesting. You think you could beat the TGO's Thundertusk? I don't know, Seagulls. You're kind of washed, man. You spend more time sleeping than playing. I don't know. Yeah, no, I love TGO builds. His builds are some of my favorites in all of ODM. Let's see. We can go for another. Do we want to cast Butcherbird? I think we kind of want to cast Butcherbird. I think we want to cast some Butcherbird. Let's do it. All right. We do have... I already forgot their name. Let's see. I have it in my replays folder. Gaulian Mouse is what it translated to against Butcherbird. It is going to be Skaven against Khorne. All right. For the Skaven side, we are going to have Mr. Deathmaster Snitch here. And he is going to be rocking Deathmaster's Sigil with his Concealment Bombs and his Whirl of Weeping Blades. I could see a good use for him here against Khorne. Sometimes they have some heavily armored infantry, like some Chaos Warriors, or sometimes even some Slaughter Guard or something. I don't imagine this matchup, but you never know. Butcherbird builds are kind of, I never know what to expect from him. Pestilent Breath and Vermintide will be on this Plague Priest, and that is about it. Interesting, maybe summoning the Plague Monks. It's not a spell I typically see very often. Storm Vermin with shields, 3 of them, plus 2 Clan Rats, 4 units of Storm Vermin, which never sees the sword and board typically. I always see just the halberds. But yeah, we have some Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves surrounding the ranged units. We also have some Rat Ogres in the back line to protect against any Flesh Hounds or Chaos Hounds. And then we have 1, 2, 3 Poison Winning Globes and the Natty Boobo Sharpshooters, which, if you have the Natty Boobo Sharpshooters, I would not be moving up at all. I would be letting them move up to you, because they need to be shooting as soon as possible, because Khorne will collapse very quickly on your battle line. But nonetheless, we'll see how this goes. For Butcherbird, the man himself, we do have Skull Taker. No surprise here. Skull Taker is fantastic in pretty much most matchups. Just an extremely solid lord on his stupid motorbike, which makes him so freaking deadly and extremely mobile with 68 speed. He's just an absolute world beater. He has total in his bloodletting as well, which is buffing up his marauders. We can probably just speed this up now. He also has his regen from being on that motorbike. He's just a really tough nut to crack. The Marauders of Khorne will be the front line, some with dual weapons, some without. We also have double Minos and a whole bunch of Furies to collapse in on the weapons teams from the Skaven side. No surprise there. We have some Fleshhounds, which I thought that Butcherbird didn't like very much, but I could be wrong. I could be mistaking them for the wrong person, but I thought they shit-talked Fleshhounds all the time, or anytime they were brought up, but I could be wrong. Either way, with some Fleshhounds, which should do okay into Rat Ogres if the Rat Ogres don't get the charge. Presumably they will most majority of the time. Globes do go in on the Furies, doing some pretty decent damage there, but already, right off the bat, if they lose their sharpshooters, I think that's pretty much over, because you don't have nothing else. Snitch is gonna get ran over by Skull Taker, and what Snitch used to be one of the best freaking infantry combatants, or like 1v1 duelists in the game before Skull Taker came in, rather in Warhammer 2 at the very least. Warhammer 3, he is absolutely going to be run over by Skull Taker any day of the week. Rat Ogres get pulled away to fight Fleshhounds, which is exactly what Butcherbird wants. They're not protecting the Natty Weaver sharpshooters. They're not helping at all with any of their plague bearers or their globadiers. And already right off the bat, I'm pretty sure this is over, unfortunately, for the Skaven side. All their weapons team are shut down. They only have one left here, which is not still shut down. They're not shooting, which obviously we want, and they're tied up in melee combat. Some Plague Monks do get summoned in, but they're not doing anything because the Furies got sent back up into the air. So already not great. Snitch, it does throw his Deathmaster sigil on Skull Taker, but there's Minotaurs of Khorne, there's Skull Taker. Snitch is freaking dead. Snitch is going to get obliterated just like he did in the books. The Chaos Furies do get a nice round here on the Rat Ogres with the assistance of the Fleshhounds. We have Horn of Khorne going down on them, giving up 57 melee attack, so theoretically they should do some pretty okay damage against the Rat Ogres and Chaos Furies. The Rat Ogres who only have like 20 something melee defense, 26, yeah. But yeah, we're starting to get some globe fire. Imagine if that globe fire was on the Minos early on, or even on Mr. Skull Taker himself here earlier on. But honestly, they're better against multi-entity targets like Minotaurs. Either way, if they could have been shooting much earlier on, this match would be a lot different, but they got collapsed on way too fast. I'm not sure if this is even the right position for the Skaven over here. Probably would have been better over here, but even then you needed a more spaced out, because your Rat Ogres need, first of all, you need to be able to respond much quicker than that. When they're all clumped up, it's going to be very hard to get your weapons teams to escape from the Chaos Furies because of how cramped it is in there. But nonetheless, this is pretty much a win here for the Khorne side here. As I already said, I was hoping to see Deathmaster Snitch get absolutely decapitated by Skull Taker, but unfortunately not. We do not get the benefit of that. Hey, thanks for the follow, Enda. And thanks for hanging out, Super Point. I'm not going to butcher your name, Super. I have to go. It was fun hanging out. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good one. But yeah, Deathmaster Snitch absolutely got incinerated. No surprise there. 504 value. Skull Taker. Now, we want to talk about... we're going to talk about... some differences between Warhammer 2 and Warhammer 3. Well, Deathmaster Snitch came out. Very good infantry 1v1 duelist. Used on occasion, not the most commonly used. It was still Ikit, I believe. But when you needed a duelist, you bring Snitch. He was one of the best duelists in all of Warhammer 2. Now you have Warhammer 3, where you have DLCs that constantly introduce power creep. And to be fair, Skull Taker should be an insane fighter, but Deathmaster Snitch pretty much had no chance there of beating Skull Taker. He was going to constantly get run over by that stupid motorbike and have no chance of even hitting him, unfortunately for him. kind of just made him look like a wimp. Skull Taker, 1271 here in terms of value. Very good on his silly little motorbike. Vroom, vroom, all over the Skaven side. Minos, 1069, 692 for them. Did very good. Fleshhounds did great. And 1101, 832, and 166 on the Furies. Wow, one of these Furies got 1100 value. That's pretty good for Fury. But yeah, that is it for that one. That is a first win goes to Bird in this best of 3. Let's go to the next round. Butcher Bird round 2 against Gaulian Mouse. Don't keep in mind that for the Thundertusk cost, you can take OP Man-Eaters. You think Man-Eaters and Nobbler Pigback Riders are better? Or like just Nobblers in general? I don't know, Man-Eaters are pretty good, but I mean the Thundertusk, like it just is insane how times, just like with the Rotting, it's not even the same as the Rotting Riders, like because the Rotting Riders, it kind of is, because their leadership at times were like, you'll see them, we saw them in those games, like I've seen it so many times with the Thundertusk and the Rotting Riders, where you'll see their leadership pretty much borderline routing, like at literally 0 leadership or 1 leadership, and all of a sudden they get like a hill or like something happens where their melee combat just turns around for them and their leadership bounces up to 20, up to 30, up to 40, and then they get a hill and they're back up to the freaking top, and now they're gonna win the game because you couldn't finish it off soon enough. As opposed to the Man-Eaters, I mean, they're very good. They're literally like one of the best units on the Ogre Kingdom's roster, but I don't know. I'll trust your word on it, Seekus. I'll trust your word on it. We do have a Rune Lord here for the Dwarven side. Up against Butcher Bird. They got Rune of Negation and Rune of Slowness. Butcher Bird did just say recently, I saw him say that dwarves are trash tier, so I presume he should have no difficulty against the dwarves as the Dark Elves. But Miners with Blasting Charges will be the front line. We also have the Ekran Miners as well, the ROR. And we have some regular standard Dwarf Warriors. A very interesting build here from the Chinese players' side. Clearly different metas than what we experienced, as I said before. We have some Dragon Black Slayers and the regular Slayers, and some Dwarf Warriors on top of the cannons, aside from Slayers, which is strange. And then we have 2 Thunderers and 3 Quarrelers. So yeah, definitely very interesting. Not a typical and atypical setup for, rather not atypical setup for the Dwarven side. To be fair though, in general, oh, I didn't even notice we also have the Iron Drakes as well, which should do great here if they don't get absolutely obliterated by Dark Shards or Shades. But I don't think we see any on this side. No, we do not. For the Dark Elves, we do have a Supreme Sorceress with Artisan Pulls, Black Horror, which I never see that item ever. The first time I used it, it wasn't that great, but we'll see how it does. I imagine it'll do good here. Blade Wind, fantastic spell against the dwarves, and Doombolt plus Opal Amulet, and then that Spiteful Conjuration as well. She's going to be on foot. We also have double Death Hags, very good duelists and just infantry blenders. We have Witch Elves, whole bunch of Witch Elves, and Sisters of Slaughterer. Sisters of Slaughter, we'll see how they do against the dwarves. I'm not sure what to expect, as I have never seen a build like this against the dwarves. We also have double Harpies in the air, quadruple Harpies, excuse me, with the Crows of Cain, which should be pretty good on any of the ranged targets of the dwarven side, as they have generally lower armor, like the Quarrelers only having, actually they have 80, so it's not bad, but the Thunderers also have 80. It's not terrible. It's not like super high, but it's manageable, feasible. But yeah, we're going to be a full-on rush build from the Dark Elves, and I'm not surprised here from the Butcher Bird side. A very nice blasting charge round into those Witch Elves, absolutely obliterating their HP, but they still have quite a bit of actual models themselves. Sister Slaughter getting nuked. They take a flaming shot from those Iron Drakes, but they don't get nuked by any stretch of the imagination. They do take quite a bit of damage though. Some more Witch Elves and Sisters of Slaughter coming around there, and they're going to get another potential volley there. do some more decent damage. They are very spaced out, so they're not going to take as much damage as they normally could. Crows of Cain do jump in there on the Thunderers, going to hold them up and keep them from shooting for quite a while, though some Slayers do go after them. Crows of Cain, however, are infantry size, so they're not going to take that, they're not going to get that anti-large bonus. Thunderers do get a nice volley there into those Harpies. Playing this well, the Dwarven player, making sure to keep the Thunderers up and shooting as soon as possible. The cannons have primarily targeted on the Supreme Sorceress, to be fair, which is a pretty good target. Even though they're infantry size, it does have good tracking on them. Plus the Thunderers are shooting at her as well, and you want to get that magic off the field as soon as possible. I completely understand that. Thunderers is going to be screened out by the the Harpy is going to be screened out by the Dragonback Slayers. We do have a Azathan's Black Horror, whatever it's called, going down there doing some pretty decent damage against the Dwarf Warriors' Great Weapons. Not incredible damage. It also does some friendly fire as well against the Witch Elves, which is quite unfortunate. Iron Drakes do finally get shut down by the Witch Elves, and they don't have the greatest weapon stats. So at 28 melee defense and 20, so they are going to get shut down rather quickly compared to the Witch Elves, who don't have, despite not having great AP, they are just infantry blenders nonetheless. They are pushing in and are going to get on top of the Dragonback Slayers, which is a fantastic duel for them. Those Dragonback Slayers are going to get slaughtered, and the Witch Elves are going to get so much value from that fight. But obviously the Witch Elves should take some damage in return. The Thunderers are being shut down. We still have one up and about, able to continue shooting. The cannons are continuing to shoot away, though this entire time they have been shooting at the Supreme Sorceress. They haven't been able to kill her, so it is a bit slow on the progress there, and she's already got off a lot of spells plus her item. So at this point, it might be better to continue shooting at something else while you still have the ammunition or capability to shoot, because though it is keeping her pushed back, and it might do a leadership penalty if they can finish it off. I don't know. I can see why the cannon typically is not brought in most matchups. Either way, Sisters of Slaughter are going to be absolutely obliterating to these Slayers. They are perfect for that match. The Slayers have no chance really against them. Witch Elves and are coming back here as well. Pretty much the infantry is all gone for the Dwarven side, and this is probably gonna be it for the Dwarves. They have nothing really else left. The Thunderers are gone, and they have infantry, which will definitely lose it out to any full health Sister of Slaughter or even this 67 model one. And the Dwarven player will throw in the towel, and it will go to Butcherbird. Well played to the bird, of course. Very good player. Very well played from both players. Man, that rush build was insane. Those Dwarven infantry units pretty much had no chance at all. It was actually like that. It was like that meme of the coughing baby against the nuclear bomb. Yikes. I don't know what the Dwarven side should theoretically do here. I'm sure Gotrek has a few builds, but I imagine the Dark Elves have the upper hand in this matchup, as they have so much like general AP on their roster that they shouldn't have any issue at all. The cannon still surprisingly got 1126 value, which is pretty freaking good there. So it wasn't really the issue. It was just like, I don't think the Quarrelers are the right choice in general. The Iron Drakes weren't really protected enough, though they got some pretty decent value. And 916. The Dark Elves, however, Witch Elves, I mean, rather the Death Hags did fine. Nothing special about them. They did they did their job. 1151 on one of these Witch Elves. Freaking crazy. Look at the kills on these as well. 115, 147, and 81 kills, 111 kills against Dwarves. Man, oh man, I love the Sisters of Slaughter. Still as wonderful as they were in Warhammer 2. Freaking fantastic. 1153, 1094. Freaking infantry blenders. And 398 here on the Crows of Cain. Very nicely played by Butcherbird. Solid freaking build from them. Throw up the loading screen once again. That is Bird taking his best of 3. I could do this. 1 second. Let me pop this up real quick. I could show the little table here with who all is still in the game. All right. So green one takes it here in their matchup. All right, let's see here. Put this on the desktop. All right, so green one takes their match. So far we have this so far. That is green one taking their match. Butcherbird takes theirs. Let's see here. And who else have we done? This is the third one, I think, right? So Joyboy Pigman, YDMY took theirs. So these are the victors so far. Let me remove this little highlight. There we go. I think I can do a little little thingy here. Guess we can. Green one takes theirs. YDMY takes theirs, and Butcherbird. So this is what the match table is looking like so far. We have a few others to go through. Let's do Sexy Boys. How about that? Let's go through the rest of the ODM roster here. See how they fare against the Chinese players. They are up against Horrible Will. Is their name? Let me... I almost did that. There we go. All right. Let's see. Sexy Boy here on the Beastman again, up against another Ogre Kingdoms, which is a very interesting Ogre Kingdom build. We do have the Beastman from Sexy Boy up against the Ogre Kingdoms from Horrible Will. Horrible Will bringing the... what is his name again? We'll get to it, but I don't typically see him very often. He is the Executioner, is what he is called, but I don't remember his actual name. A vanguarded build, or rather a hidden build, rather, from the Sexy Boy side. No surprise there. He's very interesting in the way he plays. We have... Why is it showing the Brayton? There we go. Great Brayman of Shaman on his chariot with Devolve and Traderkin. That'll be it. He's going to be on that Razor Gore chariot with some Corn Gores up for the infantry. We got a couple of those bad boys, 3 of them in total, plus some Ungore Spearmen for the... And then we have some Centigores with throwing axes. Is it just going to be 2 of them? Or 4 of them total, maxed out on Centigores with throwing axes. That's the right choice always. Love some throwing axes. They're just fantastic. We have some pigs. We got the pigs, boys, ladies and gentlemen. We got them. We got 2 of those bad boys and some more Centis, 2 of those 3 in total. And that'll be it. Maxed out on Centis. And then we have the Scourge of Art and the Praeton ROR, which typically I don't really see the Praeton because it's kind of crap. Not to be mean to the poor little Praeton here, but not only is it hideous, like look at the mug on this thing. It is actually foul. This thing is... I would not want to look at its mom. It is okay stat-wise. It doesn't have that great of armor, but it has some at 60. Somewhat high leadership at base 80. Solid melee attack, but really low melee defense at 36. And decent AP, or rather really good AP with decent bonus versus large, what I meant to say. So it's a very small, quick, anti-large duelist, but my problem is that it's just so small and constantly gets like buried in infantry or cav. Like it just doesn't do that great unless you can get on the opportune target at the right time. And its all-consuming hatred ability is okay. It gives us some damage reflection and melee defense. It's not terrible, but it's fine. And Endless Malice, which gives itself some bonuses if the unit is routing or broken. If a unit is routing or broken. But it does have Devastating Flanker, which is fine, and ITP from Frenzy. So it's anything special. A Slaughter Master of Heavens with Wind Blast and Chain Lightning. I imagine Sexy Boy probably took it as a meme, but maybe he's just trying it out against the Ogre Kingdoms. A lot of large targets. We also have Bragg the Gutsman here. My boy, Great Gout Gorger does Gout Gorger, what the hell? Gut Gorger. He can give him terror, which is nice against the Beastmen because they don't have that great of leadership. He has monstrous impact as well, but he's overall very expensive for an anti-large duelist. We also have some Noblars and Pigback Riders, Ogre Bulls, and some Piggyback Knights as well. Bogglers of the Mad Marshes, Arawar, Gobbler, Noblar, and then we have some Gobbler Flingers. Why am I saying Gobbler? Maneater Ogre Pistols as well, 2 of those bad boys. It seems the Ogre Pistols should do okay here if there were corn tours, or rather minotaurs, but there's not. So there should be some Centaurs. I guess they can screen out the Centaurs with throwing axes at the very least. But we'll see how this goes. Very interesting build here from the Ogre Kingdom side. Not typical that you see man-eaters with pistols, though I wish you did because I like them a lot, but they're not great most majority of the time. It's just generally better just to bring man-eaters in general over them, or just Noblars Slingers because they're extremely cost effective, or just Noblars in general. Sabertusk pack, unfortunately I missed that, but they got obliterated by the throwing axes, I presume. Yeah, and the Centaurs, I guess they got overzealous or they got rampaged. Sorry about missing that. That was quite unfortunate for them. But there goes all the mobility really for the Ogre Kingdom side. They have no other Sabertusk packs, so now Beastmen are just gonna have the advantage here and pick and choose when to fight, and that's kind of scary for the Ogre Kingdoms, but they do have quite a bit of body mass with the Ogre Bulls in the back line. They are going to capture the point, so points are slowly ticking up for the Ogre Kingdom side. Slingers are shooting away at the Corngors, when in reality they should probably be shooting at the Centaurs, but it's a fine target either way. We're starting to see some charges in from the Beastman side. Centaurs to get a little initial charge there on the Pigback Riders, but they get countercharged by Ogre Bulls. And now the Ogre Bulls are going to be taking some pot shots from these throwing axes and take quite a bit of damage from the throwing axes if they're able to continue shooting. A Wind Blast going down on the Centaur's throwing axes, which Windstruck is very nice at the very least. So one would think the Wind Blast is a very weird choice there, but that nice little effect that they added to it recently is pretty decent against Cav. Does slow them down and reduce their charge speed. Razor Hordes do take a pretty good fight there with the Noblars, but they don't have that great of melee stats, so even against the Noblars at 23-18, so massive relying on their charge bonus. A really big chain lightning there is on the Corngors, doing some pretty decent damage, but they do have their ability popped, which makes them not unbreakable. So even if they're taking this massive burst damage, they're still holding in on the fight, which is pretty good for them. The Praeton does jump in there on the fight against the Bragg the Gutsman and whatnot, and obviously he's taking quite a bit of damage there, as Bragg the Gutsman, even though he's an expensive anti-large duelist, he's a much better duelist in my opinion than the Scourge of Arden. So just getting some really nice solid damage against that Praeton. Very nice. The Corngors getting a nice round there on the Man-Eaters with Ogre Pistols, so they're not going to be shooting, but they do shoot in combat at the very least, but you don't really want them in combat, you want them to be shooting. If any of the Ogre Man-Eater Pistols you want in combat, I suppose it's the ROR, because they have much better stats and they have adaptive tactics as well, but they're not as good as they used to be at the very least. Iron Fists need to get in combat. The pistols are shooting away at the moment, not sure at what, but they're taking some throwing axes in the back. The Slingers need to turn around and start shooting at them. Same with the Man-Eaters with throwing pistols, or with the pistols. Something needs to turn around here and start shooting at these throwing axes, because these Man-Eaters with pistols are taking a lot of freaking damage from the throwing axes. A Knife's Wind Blast going down on them, giving them that Windstruck effect. And the Ogre Bulls Iron Fists are going to catch out one of them and rout them off, which is very nice. Piggyback Knights are going to screen them out. So far, the balance of power is not looking too great for the Beastman side. Ogre Kingdoms are looking fantastic here, and Ogre Kingdoms is going to take the win there as the Beastmen throw in the towel, presumably, which is understandable. To be fair, there was quite a bit left from the Ogre Kingdoms and not a lot left from the Beastman side. Their throwing axes didn't have that much ammunition left. The Praeton was fairly beat up, and just they had a lot of HP left on some of their more crucial units from the Ogre Kingdom side. Best viewer stream boo. Whoa. Can't believe it. Let me ban that. There we go. All right. So well played to both players. Unfortunately, our ODM's Sexy Boy takes the loss on this one against Horrible Will. We got 131 value on the Great Bray Shaman. I unfortunately missed the part where the Great Bray Shaman potentially routed. Presumably, they got caught out, and that's why the Praeton was sent in to help out. But yeah, they got routed off, unfortunately. Didn't get that much value. And everything else. 812 here on the Scourge of Arden. Nothing too shabby there. Nothing special. 47, 162, 259 on the pigs. Unfortunately, the pigs not doing too great. 858 here on the Butcher, with 781 here on Mr. Bragg the Gutsman. On Mr. Gutsman, my father calls me Gutsman. My father's Gutsman. Call me Bragg. 316. Nothing special here on the values. I imagine the Man-Eater pistols got some decent. Yeah, 987 and 1359. This one doesn't really pay for itself, but they still had more value to get in the game, as they were still relatively healthy. But yeah, nothing too special here. Gutsman got 700 value, which is okay. But all right, we'll move on to game 2. Unfortunately, we are down 1-0 for Sexy Boy. So we'll move on to the second game. Delete that one. All right. Second game, Sexy Boy up against Horrible Will. Take a drink of water here. All right. Slow things down. For Corn here, we do have Skull Taker going to be leading the armies with on his bike, no surprise there. It's got Totem of Endless Bloodletting from that bike there, but as terms for actual items, he does have his Cloak of Skulls, which gives him that immune to flanking, armor, and missile resistance if he has more than 40 kills, which is so easy to get compared to some of the other items for heroes and lords. Like, you see those heroes and lord items which have like generate up to 200 kills and you get this amount of stat buff, which is insane. Like, dude, I do not, that's such a terrible ratio for benefit. Like, there's the item for the Chaos Dwarves, for what's his name? He's such a bad lord, but he has his net. He has a item which gives him, it's like the Chaos Rune Shield or something Rune Shield, and the more he takes damage, the more ward save he gets. And it's like, okay, he's still taking damage in the meanwhile until he gets the ward save is the freaking issue. And then his axe as well, it's like for X amount of kills, if you get 125, if you get 200 kills, something like that, where we're in that range, you get these benefits of plus to melee stat attacks, which is crazy. Why would you ratio it like that? Make it lesser. You're not going to get that many kills. I know it's campaign, so I know it's specifically for campaign, but like, it shouldn't be an issue for campaign players if they get their stat buff sooner rather than later. It's crazy. It's mind-blowing to me that you would do that. But yeah, that one's very good compared to everybody else's. But yeah, we got Skull Taker here once again. No surprise. And we have the Hellforge Bellowers. Despite its nerf, it still sees play today. It's just that good, despite its nerfs. You can regen its ammo, and very hard to shut down unless you built specifically or brought something specifically for it. But even then, like, it's still hard to kill at times. Yeah, because how mobile it is. Minos of Corn will be in the back line. No surprise there. We got 2 of those bad boys because Corn Tours are the best Minos. We got 2 throwing axes on the left-hand flank. Is that the only amount of throwing axes? Yes, it seems. We also have some Furies in the air. No furries in the air, please. Furies in the air, 2 of them, and some blood beasts of Corn. Haven't really seen those too often, really. But when they are brought in, they do some pretty good damage. Look at that weapon strength, that massive freaking AP, just like basically better rat ogres for the Corn side. And then we have some flesh hounds for on the flank. For the Dark Elves, we do have Malice here. He is going to be rocking all his stuff, and even the Deadly Onslaught, and then he has a Warp Sword of Cain. So let's see how well he does. He should theoretically provide a good fight against Skulltaker. Oh my god, that's a disgusting shot into those Dread Spears and Dark Shards. That is so unfortunate. But yeah, we have some Dread Spears, Dark Shards. We also even have some Hargonef Executioners. What is this? Hello? Please separate them. We have some more Hargonef Execution here. What is this layout in general? More Crows of Cain in the air, and then some Ravagers of Rakarth, these Scourge Runner Chariot ROR. I don't really see these often. I only see the generic variant, so interesting to see the Aura variant. I don't know what they have over the basic version. Is it the Barb Net? I'm not sure. But we have some more Dark Shards here and Blades of Blood Queen, ROR Executioners, which you never see. And then we have the Sorceress with Pit of Shades and Enfeebling Flow. No Melkoths? Weird. Plus Dark Star Cloak. And then we have the Raven Heralds, Dark Rider ROR, which again, you don't see very often at all. Especially against an army which has Furies. So, scary, questionable. The Dark Shards are getting absolutely brutalized by the Hellforge Bellowers, but at least they're getting shot at by the Scourge Runners. Still, like, these guys are taking so much damage. Ah, another shot! Oh my god, that's so brutal! Ow. Onslaught is popped for Malice, and he's going to continue chasing away Skulltaker. He does get hit by the Demon's Curse, but he is going to be to drive away because he is on that motorbike. Can Malice even chase him? 65? Yeah, they're relatively same speed. Ow, that is so freaking brutal. Another shot in there on the Hargonef Executioners. Man, please keep the infantry back. This is so awful. Blades of Blood Queen are going to absolutely obliterate the Marauders of Corn, but the Marauders of Corn player, smartly enough, is going to pull back their Marauders so they don't get minced by the Blades of the Blood Queen. They're going to deny them that fight, which is aggravating for the Dark Elf side. Dark Shards take some pot shots into the Blood Beasts of Corn, but before they can get into the fight, and yeah, look at that. They are knocking those infantry around like nothing. Like they're freaking bouncy balls. I hate to say, but I don't think the Dark Elves are really built for what the Corn side brought, unfortunately. We do have Reaper of Souls popped here. Going to be Mortis engine a lot of stuff down. And then on top of that, we have a Pit of Shades on these Marauders, which is so unfortunate. Like, that's such a bad use of a Pit of Shades. The Marauders are not going to be really worth any bit of that Pit of Shades value. Oh, that's so sad. But there's no other choice, and that's why you want to bring Melkoths. Skulltaker is going to be rampaging through here, potentially make their way over and start running through Hargonef Executioners as he gets chased by Malice. If he had some support from the Corngors, which he will be soon, Malice would get absolutely obliterated. Hellforge Bellowers is taking some nice shots, but it is somewhat blocked here by this ridge, which is funny. Some of the shots are being blocked, but they are getting some side shots in the Blades of the Blood Queen, who are getting absolutely minced by the Minos of Corn. They did get hit by the Enfeebling Foe, so they're down to 11 attack and 3 defense, but oh my god, look at that shot. Oh, man, my expensive elite infantry, dude. This is so unfortunate. First time I see Hargonef Executioners in a long time, and it's against Corn, who is not bringing any infantry for them to incinerate or eviscerate. And another shot into their back line. Yikes. A Pit of Shades going down here on the Marauder Horsemen. Would do okay damage, but not really built against Cav. At least we'll slow them down if you wanted to catch them out. Sorceress of Shadows is getting caught out here by the Skulltaker, unfortunately for her, and of course he has that bonus versus infantry, so she will die here soon, and I think we can probably call it here for Corn. Skulltaker, unless he gets wiped out by Malice, even then I don't know if it could be, that could be the game-winning play. Reaper of Souls popped once again, giving you that little Mortis engine going down here on everybody else nearby. But he is but he does have a good fight with the Skull Taker. Skull Taker is trying to run away from him. Corn Gorers are unfortunately not in the right position to save him, but we do also have the throwing axes, which can throw their axes into Malice's face. But Skull Taker gets the Relentless Rage, so he can't die. At the very least, he's going to get away. He will start disintegrating potentially as soon as that ends, because he is rather beat up. But we'll see. The Hellforge Bellower is going to get into the melee, so he can start regenerating some ammo once again. But Skull Taker does just narrow out his leadership. He is coming back, so he's not going to disintegrate. Very good. Rider Horsemen with throwing axes are taking some shots into the backs of the Argonautic Extinguishers, and yeah, that is it for the game. Malice is not going to be able to clutch it out as much as the Edgelord would like to. Zarkan is not going to be saving the day. Well played by Korn. Unfortunate build by the Dark Elves, and unfortunate positioning as well. Because my god, those early shots from the Hellforge Bellowers were absolutely brutal. And the Argonautic Executioners pretty much had no real choice to go up against in a fight. Sure, they're still okay at fighting large targets, but they're not built for it. Definitely not built to fight against Skull Taker and a bunch of Corn Taurs, or to be shot in the face by the Hellforge Bellowers. So that's pretty brutal, gotta say. Alright, I love Horrible Will's use of Argonautic Executioners, but that was clearly not it, unfortunately for them. Sexy Boy with the Skull Taker got some pretty decent value at 1,031. Doesn't really make up for how much he costs, but he is still got a good amount of value there. Mostly kept up Malice's attention away from the rest of the battlefield at the very least. Hellforge Bellowers is obviously the star here. I talked it up for a reason. 2311 is insane. Man, oh man. I think, yeah, this is why you do not bring Dark Shards against Korn. Oh, I don't even know the application there for them. But yikes. The throwing axes didn't do too great. Obviously, a lot of their prime choices were taken away by the Hellforge Bellowers. And the Blood Beast did great, 733. Just knocking around the Dark Shards like they were freaking bouncing balls, just playing around with them like they were chew toys. 644 here in the Fleshhounds. This one got a silver chevron from how much value it got. 3222. Jesus Christ. I presume that was from beating on Malice and maybe catching out the Scourge Runner, or from just killing Argonautic Executioners. Jesus, 2941 here on Malice. He still got some very good value, just beating away at the Lord of the Corn side. Very solid fighter, no surprise there. And from his Aurora, from his Mortis engine. Argonautic Executioners, no surprise, not great value. The Ravagers of the Hearth still did pretty good, but definitely would have made sense to drop the Raven Heralds, drop this down to a basic Scourge Runner, bring 2 Scourge Runners instead, but I don't know what else Dark Elves bring here. I presume the Cold Ones. Definitely not Argonauts, and definitely not Dark Shards. And definitely not Dread Spears, I imagine, especially the Hellbroni. But either way, solid match. This does go to the third game between Sexy Boy and Horrible Will. Let's see how this goes. All right. So the third game will be between Grand Cathay and Zeech. Sexy Boy on Grand Cathay up against Zeech from Horrible Will. No, I've seen this tech. The Great Moonbird against Tzeentch. I haven't actually seen it in replays, but I have seen it. I've heard about it from... I don't know who brought it up in the ODM line. It was somebody. Group? I don't know, but... Somebody brought up this idea, and it's a fantastic freaking idea against Tzeentch. These Great Moonbirds, the only one time they will ever be decent, otherwise they are terrible, is as the mount for the Astromancer and against Tzeentch. It's not great on the Astromancer outside of this, but because it gives you a second Moonbird, and it's a mount for the Astromancer, at least it's worth it here. But all right, for the Astromancer, we do have Harmonic Convergence, which is pretty decent for the Grand Cathay side, plus Chain Lightning, which is obviously fantastic. I don't know about Curse of the Midnight Wind, but maybe if you really want to win the air fight, I presume. The Moon Flare would be the ability from the stupid bird, the dumb silly blue bird, Rolling Skies, and that'll be it. But yeah, we have a second Moonbird up in the sky. We also have double Crowman, which is obviously a staple against the demonic factions, as they have magical attacks and physical resistance and solid stats. They're always going to be holding up the Grand Cathayan side in terms of competitiveness, at the very least. And then we have some Jade Lancers in the back. I wonder who that could be. I don't know. I don't know. I generally do not remember. It sounds like something... not Salinator. Maybe you or freaking... Oh my god, look at this friendly fire. From Sexy Boy. Oh my god. I could imagine Groot or you, maybe. Or maybe even Butcherbird. I'm not sure. It's a very niche tech that I've never heard of aside from that. But either way, we have some more Jade Lancers, never mind the friendly fire. And then we have Yanbo with the Dragon's Fang ability. And I don't know what he has for spells. Obviously, he has to be in his dragon. No, he doesn't have any spells. But yeah, it'll be for the Tzeentchian side. Oh yeah, we also have a Hell Cannon. Hellfire Rocket, excuse me. For the Tzeentchian side, we have the Karos Fate Weaver himself, not as good as he used to be without his regrowth, but thematically still cool, even with that Beyonder's Time Warp. Barona's Time Warp. Also, the Exalted Hero on horseback. No, he's on foot. What the hell? Let me slow things down here. As you can see, things are rather hectic. We have Zangors, Blue Horrors, Marauders, and Zangors. Just kind of a rush with some Blue Horrors as well, and then some Horsemen. Single Horseman? Is that it? Really? Just a single Horseman? Wow. And then we have the Shrieking Sky Race. Interesting to see Karos in this matchup, but, you know. The Bluebird does get their silly little fire thing off, ability off, and it does some pretty solid damage against those Marauders. Wow. Very nice. Very nice little catch there. Shrieking Sky Race gets some solid damage and surround on the Astromancer, but then the Emperor's Crowman see that possibility, see that chance and grab it. And oh my god, look at the freaking damage on the Shrieking Sky Race. They got absolutely annihilated by the Emperor's Crowman. Crowman OP. Crowman freaking OP. Yanbo transforms into his dragon form and is going to be taking that fight to the double-headed bird here. Going to be as he tries to fly away from this fight because he does not want it. Silly little Karos does not have his regrowth anymore, so he does not want this at all. The Bluebird ability goes down once again. Is probably going to do just as good damage against the Blue Horrors, and it does. Oh my god, that flame is doing incredible damage against them. Wow, these birds are doing really good against the Magic Bird faction. Conga lines making their way over to the infantry lines of the Empire side, or rather the Grand Cathayan side. The Eastern Empire side, I suppose, could work. Blue Horrors shooting, getting some decent value into the birds, but they are going to be flying away. Blue Fire going down, hitting Yanbo a little bit, but not as good as it once used to be, as you already know. The Marauder Horseman getting some decent fire into Yanbo as well. And giving them a chance. He does land to give potentially the Exalted Hero a chance, but he's going the wrong way. Exalted Hero, turn around. Smack that dragon in the butt, and he's up in the air. There goes Exalted Hero doing absolutely nothing. This is why infantry heroes without mounts that are anti-large struggle. One little crow dies there from that nasty little chain lightning, but it does do some decent damage against the Zangors. J-Lancers do take that fight on the Zangors and pretty much run them over with the assistance of all these other units, including the Crowmen. More Marauders are coming by, but J-Lancers are just going to run them down just as they did the Zangors. These Lances, these fire rain rockets are now shooting the sand because they no longer have line of sight. More infantry continues pushing away, but I can't imagine what Tzeentch really has here anymore. Karos does take the fight here with Yuan Bo, but the Exalted Hero is finally able to get in combat a little bit. Does he even hit? He did 23 value. He got 320 value off that one hit on Yuan Bo. Poor Exalted Hero. He's not gonna. This is honestly, this is Coffee and Baby against Nuke again. This is bullying from the Great Moonbirds. Yikes. Chain Lightning on the Marauders and the Zangors, doing some very good damage there. I don't know what the value there is in the Astromancer. Obviously, we can't count the melee and the Moonflare as well, but solid Chain Lightnings. He's gonna jump down there and potentially... Does he fear? Does the Moonbird have fear? Or is it terror? Does it really have terror? This silly bird has terror? Why does it have terror? Look at it, man. Who would be terrified of this thing? You cannot tell me this thing has terror. Doesn't the Manticore only have fear? Who would be scared of a bluebird over a freaking Manticore? You gotta be joking me. Dragons have terror. Why? Well, okay. Either way, bear that in mind. J-Lancers do finish off these Marauder Horsemen, or these Marauders, and I think that's pretty much... I don't know what else to say here. Balance of Power pretty much has this right. Unless the Astromancer or Yuan Bo make a massive mistake, it's pretty much game blouses for the Tzeentchian side. Don't think they really have much chance to come back from this. All their infantry is being absolutely mulched. And they have no range left capability. Their Blue Horde is getting run down. The Exalted Hero can't really do much. Bluebird is getting his butt whooped by Yuan Bo. God, he's dreading the day. God, he's dreading the fact that CA took away his regrowth. Poor bird. He's dead. He's freaking dead as he drops this dumb little staff and gets banished back to the warp to visit Daddy Tzeentch. Man, that was absolutely brutal. Those bluebirds make such short work of Tzeentch. Wow. Definitely needed some more air support because... Or do you just let... I think the Doom Knights, I imagine, could be good against the bluebirds. Correct me if I'm wrong, but... They don't have the weakness of being a demon like the Shrieking Skyrays. So... And I imagine they could, considering they have magic attacks, they'll do good against the Crowmen as well. Because I imagine you don't want to just give Grand Cathay the air control. But let's take a look at Yuan Bo's value here. 1649 for him. No surprise there. He pretty much had free range to beat up on Karos and got some pretty good... Yeah, that's pretty much it. Just beating up on Karos. I don't think he did much else aside from that, aside from assist fights a little bit. Now, the Astromancer did fantastic, no surprise there. The Lord of Heavens, surprisingly good here against Tzeentch. Like, you have Regardance Thunderbolt, which is decent, but Chain Lightning kind of trumps it at the moment, as well as Harmonic Convergence, which is a rather cheap spell you can apply to Yuan Bo if you want, or even to the Bluebirds, to yourself or the other Green Moonbird. And then, this Great Moonbird got 725 value. Nothing too shabby there. Everything else, 1186 on this Emperor's Crowman, and this is why they say Crowman OP. 864 here on the Fire Rain Rocket. Can't believe that match opened up with the Crowman taking some friendly fire from the freaking rocket. 661 from Kairos, and a horrible, sad value of 70 for the Exalted Hero. I hope it was a mistake to not bring him on a disc at the very least, or at least bring the book, because at least with the book you can get a possible fate of Buna on like a Jade Lancer or a Crowman. That'd be pretty insane. A pretty good luck of the draw, but at least then you get some value out of him. And with no limit on it, it's fine to use. But definitely need to bring him on a mount at the very least, because my boy Exalted Hero pretty much could do nothing that entire game, and Bird was just getting bullied. To be fair, Kairos deserves the bullying, so I'm sure people will agree with. But yeah, let's go to, that is it for Sexy Boy. He does take that game, losing one up against them, against Horrible Will, but taking the last two games. Very well played from Sexy Boy. All right, let's check the match table once again. So that is it for the Sexy Boy here. He takes the win against Horrible Will. A couple other matches here. Let's see what we can bring up. Maybe we'll go with Milkway versus Berserk's match, because Milkway is not a Chinese player. I think they're European or American. I'm not sure. But they're definitely not a Chinese player, I believe. All right. Actually, wait, let me check. I think I'm missing Berserks, and I think I am. Let me make sure I have it. Let me double check with Queek. Just one moment. Don't seem to have his, strangely. Yeah, let me check the message between Queek and I. Probably just missed it or deleted it on accident. I can't imagine how, but you never know. Horrible Will, nope, not in that one. Yeah, it seems like the Berserk one is missing. Yeah. I won't be doing Berserk. I'll have to message them later. Let me see about Pigman. Pigman is up against who? Don't think I have Pigman's eye there, strangely enough. Let me check in the folder again. Unless, maybe Queek translated. Let me check the Queek server. I know some of the replays got uploaded to there. Hmm. I'm unfortunately not seeing them. So we might just have to skip out on those for now. Let me just double check on the possibility that that Queek didn't name them Chinese for some reason. Because I think he's done that before, where he changes the name of the replay because sometimes they'll save it as autosave. And he'll obviously name them in Chinese. But let me double check. Small little hold up here. Yeah, let's see. Chinese. Just give me one moment, guys. So it's Baron, your Mao may vary, or your YDMY, Baron Green. I think I know this one already. That's not Big Man or Berserk. Maybe both of those players didn't play. Maybe those matches didn't go through. I'm not entirely sure. But I'll check with Queek after. Yeah, because that's Phil Meatballs. That is Dark Spirit. Yeah, I do not have Milky Way, Berserk, and Pigman's matches. Which is fine. It's not a big deal. We'll sort it out later, another time. Alright, let me go through the rest of these. Alright, yeah, so we'll just keep those for now. And play these. I think I don't have any more. Let me check. Any more of the European players? Let me check. There's Hasey versus Joyboy. We see a Chinese player. This one is which one? Did I already cast that one? I think I already casted that one. Okay, I know where to go now. All right, so I'm gonna mark this off the tree. Here we go. All right, so right now we do not have Milky Way Berserk. We do not have Pigmen in there. We are gonna go with a different one. Let's do Hasty versus Joy Boy. All right. Close this, close Discord and all that. There we go.
Unlike others, it is not power I seek.
Yeah, is that true? Is that true?
Oh, Asaf! This slaughter I offer in your name.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. All right. So we do have Hasty with Kalita on the Tomb Kings, which is a very interesting choice there. She's going to be on our snake. She's not great, but she's definitely much better on her snake. She's an okay duelist. She's fine. But definitely I wish she got a little bit more in Warhammer 3. A few more buffs on her Tomb King's overall win. But we have Skeleton Spearman. I guess to be fair, she's just kind of overshadowed by the Necrosphinxes. She's not a large target, or she's not like she doesn't have much mass. She can't move through infantry very much. So she doesn't have that great of, and she doesn't have that great of like HP either. 6,000 is relatively fine, but she's just okay. She just kind of gets overshadowed by the Sphinx characters because they can push through infantry like nobody's business, and they have tons of HP and armor, while she's just a generic duelist. Her Serpent Staff is okay. It's like her best thing, her Venom Staff, but that was only before. That was only before when magic missiles were insane. Now it's just okay. It's not special. But Lich Priest of Light will be the caster for the Tomb King side. Does have that Shem's Burning Gaze and some Tomb Guard as well, which is very interesting. I like to see some Tomb Guard. Don't see them very often. Got Skeleton Archers, 4 in total in the back line. We got some Necrohorn Horsemen on both flanks, presumably. No, it's just one with a Skeleton Horseman on the other flank, as well as 2 Carrions up in the air. And then we have the Chosen of the Gods, Shop Table Grapple ROR, one of the best ROR units, and the other, if not the best ROR unit in my opinion, on the Tomb King's roster is Eyes of the Desert, Sporkul Stalker, ROR. They're just that fantastic. And we also have a single Skeleton Chariot, which is cool. Hopefully they do well. Not sure how well they're doing against Vampire Coast with all the mass that they have with Lampreys, which the crabs, with the amount of guns that they have. We'll see though. But for the Vampire Coast side, we do have Cleostra Direfin. She does have Ghost of the Past, her little summon there, plus Tidecall and Denizens of the Deep for more crab summons. We also have a Vampire Fleet Captain with Invocation. For the rest, it's going to be a whole bunch of deckhand mobs, no surprise there. We also have the Shade Wraith Gunner, Deck Gunner ROR, going to be taking shots into Skeleton Spearman, which feels like a massive waste of ammo and risk there for nothing. definitely the biggest waste of ammo for sure. Carronades shooting in, which are shooting in at skeleton spearmen, which is also unfortunate and a big waste. But we have two of those bad boys. They are basically your Empire cannons, which everybody should know about, and Scorpion dogs. And then we have the best ROR on the Vampire Coast side, the Lamprey's Revenge. Very hard unit to deal with all that regen and shotguns that shoot you in the face until you die. Shade Wraith Gunners get some healing back as they took quite a bit of damage from something. I guess it was a Venom Staff before. Wow, nice Venom Staff, man. What the hell, Khalida? Well, you couldn't shoot higher? What was that? Freaking premature. Jesus, the short range. Wow. Let's get your staff fixed, ma'am, please. That was embarrassing. Good thing she has like 5 uses of that thing. Yeah, she has 3 more left. She has, yeah, it's definitely 5. Jesus Christ, that was awful. Sigmar, help me. Oh no, I guess it was a Shining Burning Gaze. I think she has 4, and the Burning Gaze did the initial burst of damage, which did a lot, because they obviously rely a lot on their physical resistance. Crabs get summoned in, again, premature, because now the chariots are just going to run away, and the crabs can't catch them. So, we also have some bombers, which are getting shot by archers, so you definitely need to move them up as soon as possible, or pull them back to force the archers to move up. And then the depth guard could also move up as well to just mulch that infantry as soon as possible, because the bombers are doing nothing. Please, you're just giving them free value. No, the bombers, man. What's happening here? Please move them back. Both of them are just getting no value. They're just wasting away. On the other hand, the gunners have been shut down by the Nehegarn horsemen. The Scurvy Dogs, however, do get on top of the carrion to shield their carronades, and the handgunners are kind of line of sight blocked by the carronades, unfortunately, and are in fact line of sight obstructing the freaking carronades too. This is such unfortunate positioning. Shade Earth Gunners are also shooting into the archers, but I imagine they will get shut down very quickly, and they do by the Nehegarn horsemen. And if they don't get any help like ASAP, they're done. The crabs desummon, unfortunately. The handgunners are up and shooting, but the crabs are blocking their sight, so they need to find something else to shoot at, and the cav are the perfect target for that. The deckhand mobs are getting destroyed, no surprise there, by the chariots. They get a nice side charge there. We're going to move on to the second. And now the archers are moving up here, and the Eyes of the Desert pretty much just have free range because they have nothing to shut them down. And once the Eyes of the Desert are able to just move around free will like that, then it's not good. It's not a good sign at all for your potential status to win or lose. Cagliostra definitely needs to move in there and start casting some Tide Calls, or throw in the summon if she hasn't already. You need to use your Ghost of the Past summon now, if not anytime soon. Okay, there we go. The Demon Knights Errants. I probably would have sent them after the something else like Eyes of the Desert or something, but at least you can shut down the archers, which you need to shut down quickly because they disintegrate. They don't have much time. You just run through those archers like nobody's business, but it's a little bit too late, honestly. I kind of wish the Damn Knight Errant came in sooner, so the bombers had time to run in and throw their bombs, but at least they're giving the crabs time to just get in there and start shooting and do stuff. But the Eyes of the Desert, however, are going to make their lives very freaking painful. At least the Chosen of the Gods aren't the best at shooting large targets. They're primarily for shooting infantry, but they will still build up damage over time as they are AP ranged. And yeah, this is very painful for the Vampire Coast, and I can't imagine they have much left. But there's another crab summon. The Eyes of the Desert are going to manage to get away, however, as they are relatively quick at 50 compared to 45 from the Prometheans. So unfortunately, like a zombie summon would have been better. That's generally kind of why the Prometheans aren't really brought as a summon. But the gunnery mob are going to back away, give ground field to the skeleton spearmen to try to start shooting again, but the chariots do find them and make their life even more of a living hell than it already is as an undead. Quite unfortunate. These handgunners are shut down. It is pretty much just free range for the Tomb Kings, and it is over. Quite unfortunate for the Vampire Coast, but that win does go to the Tomb Kings. 1 up. in this best of 3 series. Throw the blocker up. Actually, I do need to go over values before that, a bit premature. That is against Hasty and Joy Boy. Hasty taking that first win in the best of 3. 413 value for Kalita. Nothing too shabby or to write home about. Take a drink here real quick. Throat's a bit sore. All right. 880 here for the Lich Priest. Everybody else, nothing too special. It's cool to see the Tomb Guard, but they didn't do anything, really. The Archers, nothing special there as well. Cav-wise, did fine. Chariots had a good day. 169 kills. Not all the value, but it's against Deckhand Mob, so no surprise there. The Eyes of the Desert got 989. Decent build there. Interesting to see Kalita. Man, the Serpent Staff has all the reason to be good, but like that premature shot was so bad. Like it was just like a clump of poison that she just threw on the floor with her staff. Like, somebody forget to charge her freaking staff? Which Lich Priest needs to be put back in the jar for that? Yikes. Cleostra did okay. Not really. I'm just trying to be nice to her there, but she got 193 value. She kind of just hid in the woods for a lot of that game as well, to be fair, as well. And the crab summon, not good. 590 on the depth guard. Unfortunately, they got eviscerated. Bombers got no value virtually. 145 on 1 is not something you want to see. They are not expensive by any means, but obviously you want them to get some value at the very least. Furby Dogs, nothing special. Carronades got shut down. Didn't have that great of targets as Hasty played that smart and brought their Chosen of the Gods back. Same with the Ushapti. Same with the Sepulchral Stalkers. They left them behind to keep them out of the range of the Carronades, forcing them to either move their Carronades up or to give the Carronades no real good targets to make value on. But yeah, that is the first game. We'll move on to the second. See if Hasty will take this second game and seal off this best of 3. All right. Second game in this best of 3, we do have Hasty up against Joy Boy. Hasty on Skaven, Joy Boy on the Lizardman. I can already tell you, I'm not a fan of the Lizardman's build here. What is with the massive mound of Ripperdactyls against a weapons team faction? I am not sure, but we'll see how it goes. For this Skaven, we do have, no surprise there, Gracier of Plague. He's brought all the time for a good reason, because that bell is an absolute menace. Unholy Clamor, Warpstone Scroll, the dreaded 13th spell, Vermintide, a lot of spells, or rather, not a lot of spells actually, a lot of stuff brought on the caster here. I guess not really. I mean, Warpstone Scroll is good against any possible flying units that Lizardmen bring, which generally I don't bring any flying units in this matchup as Lizardmen, but it's cheap enough to just bring it, so why not? And then Dreaded 13th spell I also don't see very often, but it should probably be decent here in case they bring Saurus. But otherwise, Bell caster, no surprise there. Clan Rats, Spears, Skaven Slaves, a whole bunch of those. Cute little rats here to defend their Grace here. Otherwise they'll get punished. Some Rattling Guns, the most inept form of a ranged unit possible in this video game. But we'll see how they do. They can finally make some value. Poisonwood Globes, 2 of those bad boys, and then some Rat Ogres, of course, to protect their backline, and another Rattling Gun. We got 2 of them. They have 2 chances to get any decent value in this matchup. We'll see how they do. Generally, not that great of a matchup for the Skaven, but they do have some opportunities. Warp Lightning Cannon as well, and some more Clan Rat Spears. For the Lizardman side, they have some interesting choices here. First of all, we have the Hanawini on his Ripperdactyl mount, which is okay. Strange. But he does have his Wild Heart and Flock of Doom. Just gonna be a Flock of Doom caster, just me spamming that. Otherwise, we do have a hero as well with the Saurus Scarvet on foot. Not sure what he's gonna be chasing for or attacking. Hopefully, I guess catching out the Bell caster, or maybe just helping out against Rat Ogres, but we'll see. He does have Plague of Dominion, so he can leadership bomb potentially against units, against the Skaven, because they have relatively low leadership. But I'm not sure what they'll couple that with, because you get that -8, sure, but there's nothing else that debuffs leadership. There's very few units here that cause fear, and that's the Feral Cold Ones and the Ripperdactyls. Nothing else causes terror or anything, so I'm not sure. But nonetheless, they have some javelins here. That'll be the front line, plus some more skinks with great weapons, the red crested skinks. We also have Cold Ones, 2 Feral Cold Ones on the flanks, plus 2 Ripperdactyls on both flanks as well, and then the Colossus Hunters in the back line. And then we have triple Skink Skirmishers, which are all the way in the back for some reason. They should definitely be in the front. I find it a bit strange, but we'll see how it goes for Joy Boy. Already right off the bat, the Warp Lightning Cannon is shooting in at the Colossus Hunters, and you don't want to keep them still, because this is what will happen. They'll start taking a good amount of damage very quickly. You need to keep them out of the range of the Warp Lightning Cannons until you collapse on them, because my god, that damage is nasty. It will build up very quickly. A little bounce spell going down there, searing through the skinks with javelins, and now the red crested skinks are tied up by a summon spell, which is quite unfortunate. You need to push past the freaking summoned unit onto the globes, please. The Feral Cold Ones are also coming in, but they're now taking fire from the Rattling Guns, which is going to slow them down and rampage them. For once in their life, Rattling Guns actually do decent damage, and it's on a Feral Cold One. And then they rampage them. So even if they didn't do that great of damage, they would have rampaged them anyways. So good choice, good target for the Rattling Guns. We get a little break in here. The Feral Cold Ones do get a possible chance here to shut down the Poison Wind Globes. They are routing, but they will come back. So sending the Feral Cold Ones to chase them down is always a good choice. The Rat Ogres jump in on the Ripperdactyls, and that is such good value there for the Skaven. Not only do the Rattling Guns survive, but the Rat Ogres can manage to shut down the Ripperdactyls, which are not cheap at 1100, I believe, per one. And now the Colossus Hunters are in a terrible shape at 7 models left, slowed down, suppressed, and hit by the Warpstone Scroll. And oh my god, they're being eviscerated. Oh, Joy Boy, please, please, no, my Colossus Hunters. Oh, one of the best ROR units on the Lizardman roster, and they've just been eviscerated like nothing. The amount of value I imagine that the Lizardman just got, I mean the Skaven just got there. Yeah, understandably, Joy Boy just threw in the towel, because that was awful. Losing that many Ripperdactyls so quickly, and then Tohanawini over here, apparently I'm seeing, also was just routing as well. As you can see, him taking massive shots from those freaking Rattling Guns. For once, they got decent value, and that's because Ripperdactyls were brought. And look at them just getting pelted by those little pistols, by those little Rattling Guns. That's so funny. But yeah, there goes the value. There goes the match for Joy Boy. It'll be going 2-0 to Hasty in this tournament. 604 for the Bell Plague Caster. Nothing too spectacular there. I can't imagine none of these guys got much value. Poison Wind Globes, Rattling Guns. Wow, one of them got 1500 freaking value. Okay, I gotta show this to the Hummus. That's the only time you're gonna see them get even close to that amount of value. But honestly, wow. But Warp Lightning Cannon got 817 value, 174 here. 74, 313. Yeah, some decent values across the board for the Skaven side. Everything else, nothing. Poor Tahini, only 565 value. And I had a stinking suspicion that the Scarvet would pretty much do nothing, and he did, at literally 0 value. I don't know how that's possible. I don't know if he just didn't get into combat at all, even once. They didn't even get to kill one rat before the Lizardman formation fell apart. That's quite unfortunate. Feral Code ones, routed off, did nothing, and the Ripperdactyls, yeah. That's the last thing you want to see on the Lizardman side, is your Colossal Hunters with 0 kills and 0 value. Yikes. But, well played to both players. GG's. Move on to the next ones. All right. So now we have Baron versus let's see here what's going on. Trying to get their name. The first bow of the English channel is their name. It'll be Baron versus them. Let's get to that replay. We have more Beastmen and more Slaanesh once again. Beastmen gonna be rocking a generic Lord. Interesting, I never see that up against. It translates them to Seleucus III Serenus, but I believe this is the right one. Unless they change their name, maybe that's what. But nonetheless, 2 Chinese players, I believe. See how this goes. For the Beastman, we do have a Beast Lord, which you don't see very often. He is going to have apocalyptic vision with Horn of the First Beast, and he's going to be on that Razor Lord chariot. Just going to be running around, hopefully clearing up some Slaanesh chaff. But we also have, for the caster, a Bray Shaman of Wild with just Traderkin, just a classic Traderkin on a chariot. We've got a bunch of Ungor Spearmen. We have some Slangor. Is it just... How many Slangors is it? Just 2? It is seemingly just 2. We also have some throwing axes. Centigors can't go anywhere without your Centis with throwing axes. And how many of those do we have? Is it just the 1? Wow, these are such weird choices in quantity. We also have some Ungor Raiders. 2 of them vanguarded up with some Centis on the back line, along with some pigs as well, which are too far back, I am gonna say right off the bat. Like, why do you have your infantry so far up and the pigs so far back? I know there's Vanguard and the pigs don't have Vanguard, I believe. Yes, but still, they're not gonna catch up in time to do anything. Minos, great weapons. Is it just 1 again? This is such weird choices in quantity. And then we have a Chimera, just a generic Chimera, no ROR variant. It should still do pretty decent. For the Slaanesh side, we do have the Shala. Once again, Shala getting some pretty decent fame here on this tournament with her Elixir of Damnation, and that's about it. For the rest, for the caster, we have an Allurus of Shadows with just Melkoths, really good on Centis, and then Locus of Swiftness, which is interesting. She is on her little snick, her little doot snick, so if she wants to go with any cav or something, that could buff them up, give them some speed. Martyr Horseman of Slaanesh. We got some of those, plus we have 2 of those, and 2 Hellstriders. And then we have some Hell Scourges, and some more Devoted Marauders, plus some Forsaken, and a single unit of Fiends, and 1 unit of Slangors. Both players brought a single unit of Slangors. That is so weird. Traderkin going down, hitting the Hellstriders, doing some pretty good damage. Is this overcasted? I presume not. Yeah, just a single undercasted version of Traderkin. Very nice. Did pretty good damage on them, and on top of that, the Minos get on top of them and absolutely eviscerate them. Wow. Slunch player kind of just threw away their Hellstriders, which is really unfortunate. Devoted Marauders. Actually, can't even remember if you can overcast the Traderkin. I feel like you could. I don't know if it's just like Buna. But either way, the horsemen get caught out by the Razorgore Horde and Sentis. I don't know how that happened. Probably an unfortunate timing on the micro. Just kind of forgot about them a little bit. Devoted Marauders are just kind of getting run down at the moment by Sentis, by the Beast Lord and his massive buffs, up to 86 melee attack. A really nice breath attack there from the Chimera there on the Devoted Marauders. Not high value targets, but, and this is quite unfortunate, like 2 Forsaken stacked up on a single unit of Sentis. Yes, they're important, but yikes. Otherwise, the Sentis do get routed off, and now they can finally start to make their way around. One of them can collapse in on the Ungor Raiders, and maybe collapse in there just to aid out on that fight. Those Fiends are going to be needing some help soon, as the Devoted Marauders are going to be routing off, and they're going to be fighting against Razor Horde. They're going to be outnumbered like 4-1, 5-1 at this point. Ungor Raiders shooting away. And already off the bat, I'm not liking the look of this for Slaanesh. But we do have the Dance of Destruction popped here on Deshala, giving her some weapon stat buffs, bringing her down to 36 melee defense. But she is going to be fighting the Chimera. Let's see how she fares. Razorgore Horde are terrified. Hellstriders do get routed off. Now it's just going to be the Sentis and the Chimera fighting against Deshala. Not really a fight I'd take with the Chimera. Chimera's a pretty good fighter, but Deshala can pack a freaking punch, and the Chimera just has better opportunities elsewhere, in my opinion. But, I mean, I think the Chimera does have magical attacks. It does. So it does bite through her physical resistance. You could bring those horsemen back and start throwing some missiles in to the Chimera at the very least, or run down the Ungor Raiders. But unfortunately, I do think this is pretty much going to call it there for the Slaanesh side. The Forsaken will blend through some of these Ungors, but they weren't on them soon enough. And they're going to be just shredding through them. What was that? Did he just like burn them with his like staff? I've never seen that animation before. He just like burned the hell out of that Forsaken with the staff. He's a flamethrower staff. I did not notice that before. That's very cool. But yeah, Deshala slowly being grinded away by the pigs and by the great weapons. I don't know how she's gonna get out of this. I think she's just dead, or she'll rout off before she dies. But her leadership just bounces up suddenly. But yeah, it's just slowly grinding away at Deshala. She's just gonna be fighting against the Chimera, and that pretty much is gonna spell it for Slaanesh. She routs off, or she runs away, and yeah, Army Lawson kicks in, and it is a win for the Beastman side. For Baron, some okay values on the Beast Lord and the Brave Shaman. 861 here on the Slangors, they did good. The Sentis did pretty decent there. An okay build, a very strange build, but it worked, I suppose. I don't know what you need the Razorgore Herds for, but the piggies were having a field day, it seems. They were oinking their entire way through the battlefield. They didn't rout 10 seconds into the match, so that's a good sign. 1536 on the great weapons, very nice. And the Chimera, 567, nothing too special there. Deshala, 700 of value, as I imagine, which they're just battling the Chimera for most of the game. Everything else, yeah, nothing too spectacular here. Throwing away one of your Hellstriders early on in the game and not being able to protect your horsemen was quite unfortunate, I'm going to be honest here. And the Forsaken, I believe, definitely got used in a bad way, and I don't think Deshala is really the right choice in this matchup. But That is fine. That is the first game out of this best of 3. The first game goes to Baron. We'll be moving on to the next. Here's the second game in this best of 3. We have Baron on the Lizardman up against Bretonia from Seleucus the third. Both, I believe, are Chinese players. I could be wrong, but I'm like 90% sure that they're both Chinese players. So, makes sense for the builds that are really off meta and we've never seen before. But alright, let's go on to the Lizardman. I love to cast my Lizard boys. We got Tahaniweenie once again. He's got a second showing today. He's going to be on his Horned One, which I've never really seen before. Generally, I see him either on his Stegodon mount or on foot sometimes. But cool to see him on his Horned One. He does have Stand Your Ground. He has Flock of Doom and Pan's Impenetrable Belt. Does he have Lack of Sotek? That's good. It's going to buff him up a little bit, keep him in the fight for a little longer. But he also has the Blade of the Serpent's Tongue, which is kind of crap. Just overall a waste of funds, in my opinion, a lot of the times. But he also does have Wild Heart. So he's been spamming out the Block of Doom, generating some nice wins, and then Pan's Impenetrable Belt on, I don't know, maybe some Code One Riders? Yeah, that could be a good idea. But aside from that, for the infantry, whole bunch of skinks, no surprise there. Some with Javelin, some without. And we also have some skink skirmishers. Is it just a single variant of them? Yes, it is. Which is a bit strange. I don't like these quantities of one that I'm seeing on occasion. It's so weird. 2 Code One Riders to 1 Spear Rider. So 4 Code One Riders and 1 Spear Rider against Bretonia. Okay. And then we also have a Feral DreadedSaurian, which is also not something I commonly see against Bretonia. I hope that they don't rout off. They don't get them stuck in combat and get them routed off, because they are susceptible to routing rather quickly with only a base value of 65 leadership compared to the ROR variant. But all right, we have King Lewin here. He is going to be fielding the army for Bretonia this day. Let's see if he can do anything. He doesn't really have... Does he not have... Why no regen unit for King Lewin? Huh? No regen item? Huh? Am I missing something? Whoa. What the heck? Okay. I guess he's gonna... There's no healing period for the Hippogriff Knights or for Lewin. I fear for Bretonia, but we'll see. We have Hippogriff Knights up in the air. A single unit of those. We got some Men-at-Arms and Men-at-Arms with pole arms, plus some Peasant Bowmen in the back line. 3 of those. And some more pole arms in the back. Plus some Knights Errant. Weird choice. And Knights of the Realm. Also another Knights of the Realm on this side. Plus a Knights of the Realm in the center. We'll see how things go. Also, Damsel on foot with just Pan's Impenetrable Belt and Amber Spear, as well as the Manticore summon. Okay. A skirmish is taking an insane amount of fire from the bows. And not really getting much value in return. They're kind of just shooting away their ammunition at polearms. But here we go. Starting to get into combat here. These skinks make their way to the Men-at-Arms. Men-at-Arms, I think, should generally... be an even fight. But Code One Riders take the fight against the Knights of the Realm, but the Knights of the Realm turn away and say no. In fact, I would have taken that fight probably, because now they're taking hits in the back. They're taking those back shots. The Tahaniweenie is going to jump in there on that fight with the Men-at-Arms, throw a Block of Doom overcasted, and the Feral DreadedSaurian is going to jump in there as well. The polearms and the Knights of the Realm are going to try to surround the Feral DreadedSaurian, and they are making it a little hard for him to move past and get on top of the arrows. But it matters not, because the arrows run away anyways, presumably from the ballista, the little shooters on the... actually, does Feral DreadedSaurian not have it? I guess it doesn't. It doesn't have the Howdah, so I don't know what they routed from, but either way, they are routed. And Feral DreadedSaurian does have the Pan's impenetrable belt, giving them that physical resistance of 20% and speed, which is very nice. A freaking frail DreadedSaurian with 68 speed. That's a little scary. But obviously it's tied into animations. So either way, Knights of the Realm, Knights Errant, Duke, and Synod, they don't have the bonus versus large of the Knights of the Realm. So they're kind of just going to get mulched by the Feral DreadedSaurian and most likely rout very quickly. Just like these Knights of the Realm are, as they are surrounded by Cold One Riders and fighting Skink cohorts. So, Bretonia, I'm not too sure about your chances, buddy. You have no Earth Blood to heal up these Knights of the Realm or Hippogriffs, which are two of your units, two of the models are just floating in the air, humping the air. Come on, CA, please, my flying units. No, do something. Don't just float in the air. But yeah, they're not going to get any healing from this fight, and now they're going to get surrounded by more Cold War Riders, and that's not great for the Hippogriffs. They're a good unit, but not good enough for that. The Hanawini is going to join in on that fight there. Cold One Spear Riders are also going to aid in, and those Hippogriffs are pretty much dead. I don't think they're going to get out of that. Damsel Beasts might potentially rout here. Lewin is taking quite a bit of a fight himself here, thinking he can carry Bretonia on his back, and sometimes he has, but this day I don't think he is. He's going to be fighting some skinks. That's what he's going to be wasting his ability on, instead of fighting the Feral DreadedSaurian, which, to be fair, I'm not sure he'd win against just generic Feral DreadedSaurian. Either way, he's taking some skink skirmisher fire, and he doesn't have his regen. So, a bit scary. He also doesn't have his Lion Shield, which gives him the missile resistance either. Some Knights Errants are holding back the tide of skinks, which are trying to get into the Bretonian back line, which is, you know, peak knighthood, or peak, I said knighthood, man. No, King Knight aesthetics for the Bretonians. But King Lewin finishes off some skinks, and he's going to keep murdering more skinks, but the king of the skinks here, Tahanawin, is going to come over here and join the fight, give Lewin a taste of his own medicine. Bro Hippogriff Knights are gone, and despite how much I would love to see this fight going on, I don't think King Lewin really has much of a chance here. But we can watch it out a little bit as he gets rear charged and stabbed in the back by spear riders, as well as little Tahaniwini here, who's gonna get a few stabs with his dagger, a little sacrificial dagger. He's not even stabbing, he's just using his Cold One Rider, his Horned Rider, to bunt heads with the Hippogriff. And yeah, King Lewin's gonna start routing here as he continues to be stabbed in the butt by these Cold One Spear Riders. And I think that is going to be it for King Lewin and for the Bretonia, as the Lizardmen, the better faction, win it out. Very cool seeing a Feral DreadedSaurian in that matchup. Interesting builds once again. Strange from Bretonia to not bring a single Grell Knight, or even to just bring Knights Errants. That's so weird to ever see Knights Errant in any matchup. But solid game nonetheless. So Baron is going to win this one 2-0 in his best of 3. And 1471 for Teeny-Weeny. Very nice. Some solid Flock of Dooms. And he's an okay fighter. Nothing spectacular. But that Pad's impenetrable belt. Obviously not going to show up on gold value. But it is pretty good on the Feral DreadedSaurian. That's cool little tech to use it on him. But yeah, the javelins, nothing special there. Surprisingly, the Cold One Riders panned out. They have solid AP. Yeah, I mean, I like Cold One Riders against Bretonia. I just like Spear Riders a little bit more. I like to bring a mix. I typically bring like 2 Spear Riders and 2 Cold One Riders, or 3 Cold One Riders. But nonetheless, pretty good. 1772 on those Cold One Spear Riders. They did fantastic. Very solid value gotten from them on the numerous amounts of cav from the Bretonian side. 891 on the Feral DreadedSaurian. Honestly, a lot of his value wasn't even in damage. It was mostly in just kind of terror routing, just like most DreadedSaurians are. This one doesn't even have the Howdah gun like the other one, the ROR one does. So it's still got some good terror routes despite that. Doesn't have the... I don't know if the Feral DreadedSaurian has the Feral Aura, the Dread Aura around it, which gives enemies penalties to Lordship. I assume so, just because it's still Feral DreadedSaurian, but I don't know. 664 here on Leon did not save Bretonia this day. He desperately tried, but not good enough. The Hippogriffs, despite being in such a bad situation with absolutely no healing, still got 1569, but they desperately needed to support the Cavites, but also needed to be more supported by Knights of Rome, which only 3 of them, and no Grow Knights as well to help. Lewin should have probably been helping them as well. And it doesn't help. What doesn't help is this game's janky freaking flying units, where 2 of your models out of your 6 model monstrous cav are stuck in the air, floating, doing nothing, just but watching the battle. God, I'm so sad that Warhammer 3 isn't getting the new engine, or didn't get built on the new engine. Instead freaking 40k is. No fair. But nonetheless, I digress. That is the best of 3 series finished up for Baron. He takes the win. Excuse me, they take the win. Let me take a few sips here. Hey, now, we don't know if the series is any good. I mean, you're right. But no way it can be as bad as the Warhammer engine or the creative assembly engine that they're currently using. No way. Sure, CA fumbled the ball like generally 60% of the time, but the engine is like tied together with tape, duct tape, in the old Mexican family way. That's what we do. We fix everything with super glue and duct tape. That is. Oh, and no, that's pretty much it. I do believe in CE's ability. Yes, so do I. Very much so. I believe in their ability to make everything worse. I already know it's going to take probably a year or 2 for 40k to be decent, playable. Even then, I feel that's a bit hopeful, because how long did it take for freaking Total Warhammer 3 to be playable on launch? Dog shit. Warhammer 1 on launch? Awful. They also started off Warhammer 3's competitive scene with no land battles. Just purely Dom. So, you know, they definitely know how to fumble the ball. That's for freaking sure. All right, let me do this real quick. All right. Should be good to go. Like, I just can't imagine. Like, you have such a massive amount of effort put into the PvP scene in Warhammer 2 with all those, like, ever-chosen tournaments and stuff. And then you just, like, drop all of that and say, hey, guys, sorry you like to land battle, but we're doing Dom. As much as I like Dom, it's not what the tournament scene played. So it is a bit strange. Definitely a bit strange. Cable ties fix everything. Yeah, cable ties fix literally everything. También usamos what is it called for in English? It's called nope, that's not it. Unless you don't remember what it's called. We just call it crema. Vapor rub. There we go. Or vapor rub Vicks is what we call it. There we go. Literally fixes everything in the Mexican household. Si tienes, if you have a broken rib, Vicks. You broke your finger, Vicks. You have a slight cough, Vicks. But all right, let's do this. Let's move on to the next games. Curio, did you play in this one? I don't know if you did. Let me check the. I presume you didn't, because I didn't see your name. No, you didn't. Wow, Curio, why do you hate fun? Let's see. Joy Boy lost his. So he gives that win to. Just tell us you hate fun, man. The phone to how do I do this again? I just don't remember. There we go. That player wins. Baron wins out their match. ¿Cómo se hace esto? Sí, así. There we go. I just got rid of that. There we go. Okay. Oh, it's because in black and white. There we go. All right. So yes, Baron wins theirs. And then now let's go on to the next ones. I desperately wanted to see Pigman, but that's the first time anybody's ever said that sentence. I desperately wanted to see Pigman. I wanted to see Pigman's replay. Nobody wants to see Pigman. Desperately. Only sign up to non-Seagos tournaments like a butcher bird now. Why do you hate Seagos? I mean, all of us, none of us like Seagos, but you know. No Seagos, no party. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's like not including Sexy Boy in your tournament. I don't want to play it if Sexy Boy isn't in it. Green one is always fun in every tournament he's in. If there's only one fan left in the world for Sexy Boy, that's me. That's my boy right there. So, why is this so small? There we go. That's what I'm saying. You don't see Sexy Boy, you don't sign up. Though I did miss out on the chances I sign up for this tournament, at the very least. But also, to be fair, playing with Chinese players, they're fun, but it's very hard to play with them. At least, okay, I say that, but it's easier to set up playing with a Chinese player than it is to play with raced. Somehow, playing against somebody from literally the opposite side of the world, where they're up at their daytime is when it's freaking 2 a.m. for you, is somehow easier. Crazy. Race is just getting freaking strays for no reason. Sorry, Raced, but I mean, come on, man. He even admits it. He's like, I play on my own time. Like, okay, buddy. What about our times? Anyways, we got the World versus XLS Shushbao. I definitely didn't butcher that at all, but best of 3, Nurgle against Vampire Coast. Not exactly the matchup I want to see played or play myself, but maybe it'll be fun. I see double crab already, and I like it. I like it. We got a Kessel Sword of Nurgle on his Rot Beast with Blight Boil. Nice. Fleshy Abundance, Arcane Conduit, and his Crown of Everlasting Conquest. Good. And then we have Plague Bearers of Nurgle. I love this high AP spell, 100% AP. No, 33% AP. Okay, I thought it was 100%. To be fair, I thought it was a very high AP, but it's still 33%. That is a massive amount of AP used against Vampire Coast. Unless you're throwing it on Depth Guard, I can't imagine that WOM not being wasted. It also takes like 10 seconds to activate. Plague Bearers of Nurgle will be the front line, which is a very interesting comp. I like it. This is fun. This is freaking fun. What the hell? This is all Plague Bearers. You got 3 Exalted Plague Bearers and then full Plague Bearers up front. What is this? We got Festering Stooges, ROR. Hell yeah. That's so cool. And then we also have some Chaos Furies up top. I'm kind of sad I did miss this tournament. This is freaking fun. Look at these builds. We also have 2 Throwing Axes for them crabs. Got to get rid of them crabs with throwing axes. Ladies and gentlemen, that is how you go. Instead of going to the doctor, get rid of your crabs with Marauder Horseman throwing axes. They will clear you of any illness. Captain Roth's Moondial, Invocation of Nehek, and Wraith Storm plus Drowned Dead for Mr. Count Noctilus on foot here. For the rest, we have some deckhand mobs with pole arms. We got double Rotting Leviathan. I love to see it. Let's see how they do. We also got the Lamprey's Revenge. Of course, you can't go anywhere without those bad boys. We got the Bloody Reaver Depth Guard. Now, these guys are prime reaping for throwing axes and for missiles from the Festering Stooges. But we'll see. Maybe they have to prioritize those on the Rotting Leviathans instead. Death Guards, the pole arms, and more pole arms in the back. So we got 2 Depth Guard, one of them being the ROR variant, which is very good. Let's see how this matchup goes. I don't see how the crabs are dead in this matchup. Not only do the Exalted Plague Bearers only have 3 ammunition, you only have 2 throwing axes with, I don't even think 12 ammunition is enough to kill 1 crab. I'm a bit worried, I gotta say. Wraith Storm is going to do fantastic damage against the Festering Stooges, but at least they have regen. So, but they have to be in melee, so a bit worried there. But yeah, here we go. There goes the crab just running away through the Plague Bearers. I don't know why it's taking so long for a gigantic, colossal crab to push through some rotten, festering demons, but, you know. Just look at it like gonna drag along. Oh my god, the Rotting Leviathan is taking so much damage. What happened here? Oh yeah, the Exalted Plague Bearers, that's what. The Exalted Plague Bearers' little freaking plague grenades are better than the throwing axes. Those things are insane, and that's why they only have 3 of them. But yeah, you get the Festering Stooges here. They were gonna throw their little missiles, and I hope the missile fire is toggled off because now they're interrupted by deckhand mobs, and you don't want your missiles being interrupted. At least the player is doing playing extremely smart here and conserving their throwing axes for the targets they need. It does pretty good damage there with that initial volley there. But let's get some healing in on them. They do have immune to flanking, but they don't have any missile resistance, which is actually kind of a problem. I thought the crabs had some missile resistance. Why the heck don't they have missile resistance? They literally have a massive, like, a boat carriage, like part of a boat hull on their, as their shell. And they also have, of course, I mean, 150 armor is nothing to laugh at, but I think I'd rather have missile resistance than armor. I like bring it back down to like 120 or 110 and give me like 30% missile resistance. Thanks. I'd much rather have that. But yeah, they're taking quite a bit of damage. So maybe they won't struggle like I thought they would. The Blight Boil does some pretty good damage against the Bloody Reaper Depth Guard and the Deckhand mobs plus these other forms as well. Nice. Kind of wish I caught that up close. Furies do jump in there on the gunnery mobs. Though a part of this problem as well is that yes, the gunnery mobs should be there to screen out the horsemen, or there should be a summon dropped immediately right on top of them. But Mr. Noctilus over here is busy trying to chop away at the Rot Beast caster, but he's running away, so nothing for him. Festering Stooges are going to turn face and start shooting away at that Leviathan. You want to get him away from those Festering Stooges because he's going to take so much damage. No! Oh, this is scary. Oh, this is gonna hurt. But the Lampreys Revenge are here to save the day. They're gonna start pumping those shotgun shots into the faces of those freaking Festering Stooges. We'll see. Wraithstorm dropped down on the Marauder Horseman. I didn't see. Did he have Melkoths? I think he has Melkoths, right? In his kit. I could be wrong, but if he did, you definitely would want to take it for the horseman in this case. But we do finally have a summon dropped in on the horseman. Very good. Hopefully they can keep them in the fight for a little bit longer so they can't throw throwing axes. The Leviathan is taking quite a bit of damage. He's reaching his heal cap soon. The other one dead. It died, unfortunately, so there goes a massive investment there from the Vampire Coast side. This one is close to dead, 2300 HP, close to routing. The Rotting Beast Rider, the Rotting Beast caster has plenty of HP and Winds of Magic, I presume. Furies are just holding up in the air. I think the Nurgle Plague Bearers are actually going to just like grind the hell out of the infantry that's left for the Vampire Coast, because obviously the dead card of polearms, they don't clear infantry. Not great against Plague Bearers. So they're pretty much dead. They can use their enrage ability and will heal up from their vampire hunger ability, but they're pretty much dead. They're not going to be able to chew through all these exalted plague bearers. Exalted plague bearers are pretty good in melee and have insane amounts of HP at 13,000. Even the Lampreys Revenge, as good as they are, I don't think they got this either. But yeah, that Leviathan is dead, unfortunately. Now, as much as I liked the Leviathans, they pretty much have very little killing power. They're just massive HP sponges, and this one dies, unfortunately. Imagine if the Leviathan, when they died, it's sort of similar to like the other single entities, like the Great Unclean one drops Nurglings. This one just drops a unit of small little crabs that you can send in after something. Sort of like the spider crabs, which you can get in the campaign. That'd be great. Only range on the VP is big crabs. Very powerful. Yeah. I wasn't thinking about that initially when I saw the build. Because nothing was able to really screen out the throwing axes. They had nothing to threaten them with. So it kind of makes sense that the Leviathans just... I know I was asking, like, what is going to kill them? But I forgot that, one, the Leviathans don't have any missile resistance at all. Two... the Vampire Coast have literally no range or any skirmish units to chase down the throwing axes with. There was no dogs, no Fellbats. Sure, the Fellbats would have died to Furies. That's only if you let them take that fight, because they're faster than the Furies, I think, or you have a better chance to get away from the Furies than. And even if they do get mulched by the Furies, do you still have the dogs? If you do bring dogs. At the very least, bringing dogs would have helped. But I also did not expect the Plague Bearers to just like dominate that game. But then again, he didn't bring any infantry killing. They didn't bring any infantry killing. The Leviathans, as cool as they are, like I said, they have no killing power. They're very much similar to pretty much like at least the Toe Dragon has bonus for infantry. But like the Merworm, terrible at killing infantry. But at least it has bonus versus large. The Leviathan just has AP little pincers. That's it. No regen, no missile resistance, no bonus for symmetry, no magical attacks to do better damage against the Leviathan. I mean, to better damage against demon units. And that's kind of why I wasn't happy to see this matchup, because like Vampire Coast and Nurgle, it's just not a good matchup at all. I imagine Kukiko would have a field day with this matchup. But otherwise, look at the values here. Nothing really special, but no surprise, the Exalted Plague Bearer is just freaking fantastic. 1524 value on those plague grenades, 1667 and 1040. Crazy. 1262, 983, 513.99, 533. No, we're bringing more pew-pews than VP is crazy. That's what I'm saying. Like, not a single shotgun, not a single handgun. That's crazy to me. I mean, they have the crabs with shotguns, but they have such limited range, man. And they're gonna, if they chase after the Thurinaxes, they're gonna get mulched. So, yeah, a very interesting Chinese meta build, or meme build. I don't know what kind of build this is, but it's not a common one. 689 here, 573, 349. This is like I want to say Vampire Coast's attempt to do like a DreadedSaurian box, like for the Lizardman, or can't think of any other like VC box, but VC boxes aren't really good. Sovereign box for the High Elves. But Sovereign don't cost as much as Depth Guard with polearms do, and they don't disintegrate as fast as polearms do, so... Hey now, I would have 5 bloats instead of the actual Depth Guard. To be fair, I mean, bloats would literally just die immediately to the plague grenades. I was going to say, to be fair, they have a chance. They have a chance to get some value, but no. The plague grenades would wipe them out. But at least you take one of their volleys, I guess. Yikes. All right, on to the second match. Yeah, I suppose that's true. So you send out your Leviathans with the bloats behind them in tow. Yeah. Coming up with the freaking Vampire Coast bloat meta builds. I'm not surprised it's Curio. Freaking Odium's meme lord. All right. So for the second game with the world, I think this is the world. They do bring the bird once again. Oh, somebody brings the bird once again today for Warriors of Chaos. No surprise, he's very, very freaking good. Who would think you'd be saying that about this Sartorial in Warhammer 3? I'm surprised they ever even touched him, but I'm glad they did, because I'm glad and not glad, because he's just doing so much heavy lifting for the Warriors of Chaos roster right now. It's either him or Archaon. Sometimes Valkia. Mostly Bird and Archaon. Searing Doom and Final Transmutation. Doing pretty good there. He's also kind of outshining the Exalted Keepers. Or are they called Exalted? Yeah, I think they're called Exalted Keepers. They aren't used very much anymore. It's mostly the other casters, because Exalted Keepers don't bring as much. But nonetheless, we have double Chimera. One being the Bloodshriek Chimera. Okay, what? Bro, this is not fair. You can't bring the Bloodshriek Chimera and the normal Chimera. That's not fair. This is bullshit. Oh, man. That's so effed up. Marauders and Marauder Bearmen will be leading the front line. We also have some other great weapons in the back line. whole bunch of great weapons. And then we have the Rotting Riders. So you have the Rotting Riders, and then you have the ROR Chimera and another Chimera. I mean, the main Chimera is fine if not paired with the ROR Chimera. So you have the ROR Chimera and the Rotting Riders. I worry for the Norskins. I feel very bad for them. I would not want to take their place. We have 2 Marauder Horsemen for the Norskin side. And then for the caster, we have Sail. Does he have his toothless thing, his little teeth thing? Yes, so it's not banned in this one, and it's not on the beta patch. Beta patch. So if the Chinese player is bug abusing or accidentally bug abuses, this could do a lot of work. We'll see though. He also has Night Maul, his Fight or Die. He also has Infinite Flow and Mind Razor. And everything else because he's on his Mammoth, and he has his Viper Staff, which is okay. It's alright if he's casting for 12 seconds. It's basically like Tahini Minis, but a little bit better. He's on his Mammoth, so we'll see how that does. It's decent to bring against Warriors of Chaos, I can see. Marauder Bearmouth with great weapons, and then some Marauder Spearmen up front, 4 of those in total. And then the Worshippers of the Crow, the Marauder Great Weapons ROR. They're okay. They have poison attacks, solid AP, and decent melee stats. They also have immune to contact effects and Swarm of Flies. Not too shabby. Riders of the Mighty Serpent, very good, as we already know. And then we have the ROR Chimera paired with the Cold Voider. Wonder if this is a better pair-up instead of 2 Chimeras. We'll see. I doubt it, but we'll see. You're getting a little too close there, buddy. And that was a terrible breath attack. Do not do that on flying units. They're going to 2v1 the RY Chimera, but here comes the other Chimera, as well as Sartorial. This is a 3v1 now, which I do not think is good anymore, and I presume the Sartorial will pop the Rock of Inevitability. He doesn't have it, actually. Standard die will be popped. So, hey, look at that. The Bloodstreak Chimera is getting his butt whooped a bit, but in return, the Code Voider is taking some massive amount of damage. Okram's Mind Razor is giving them weapon staff debuffs up to 743, but they're taking so much freaking damage, man. The Code Voider is getting nuked. Jesus Christ. But however, the Norskin side, the Bloodstreak Chimera is doing great with the Okram's Mind Razor. Is it AoE if you overcast it? I didn't know that. But Night Maul is brought down here on the Bearman, which is pretty okay. Does some nice damage. The Warriors of Chaos Infantry is going around. The Rotting Riders are finding a position here. Riders of Mighty Serpent definitely should have been aiding in that fight if possible to throw shots in there, but it's unfortunately too late. The Code Voter is gone, and Sail is going to have to carry this with the Bloodstreak Chimera as they're the only one left. The Warriors of Chaos are surrounding the Norskin side, unfortunately. We have some Marauder Horsemen, can start firing away, popping shots at the Chimera and whatnot, but it does have missile resistance, doesn't it? Yeah, 15% missile resistance, which is not shabby, plus 80 armor. So, yeah, not great for the Marauder Horsemen. These Riders of the Mighty Serpent need to find a better target. They do not need to be shooting at Marauders. They need to be shooting at the Rotting Riders or literally anything else. Also, Sail the Faithless, if he gets turned around on, it's going to be very bad for him, especially if the Rotting Riders full surround. Like, if they just full surround him, they can, but I don't think they're going to full surround him, unfortunately. Bird is jumping in there, kicking him in the freaking face as he can't jump down. Bird is just kind of flexing on him. There you go. He's getting there. Come on, Bird. Bird, freaking attack. Land and attack. Do something. Frostworm comes back, does get somewhat of a breath attack, doesn't do much. The Code Voider does jump down and is going to get immediately finished off by the Chimera, I presume. Bruh. Imagine being the Code Voider and the Code Voider, and you get challenged by the new DLC flying unit for the other, where's the Chaos side, and you lose the fight. That's so unfortunate, man. Another Night Maul going down here does some pretty decent damage, but then we got a final transmutation overcasted, hitting some pretty freaking good units, including Sail, Marauder Bearman, the RY Chimera, doing some fantastic value there for Bird, I imagine. Up to 2373 here. insane. Sale, can you freaking clutch this game out? I don't know if you can. The ROR riders are full HP, have only lost a single model. The horsemen are far off, not doing anything of value with their ammunition, and are shooting into marauders, man. What is going on? These are your targets you need to be shooting at. This one, these over here. What is going... Please stop wasting your ammunition on marauders. Chase them down. Over here, anti-large infantry or anti-large javelins. Not doing a single thing for the Norskin side. Sail, please. Can you clutch this? Do you have immune flanking? Or no, you don't. That's the Chimera. You don't benefit from that. But at least your Martyr Bearmen and stuff are buffed up. So is your Bloodtree Chimera. Has your Bloodtree Chimera used any of their breaths? Use your freaking breaths, man! No! The Warriors of Chaos win. Ah! Dude, the freaking air blobbing from Warriors of Chaos. This is... Queek, please! Limit the Chimeras, man. Buff Norska. Buff Sail. Sail should have a Frost Dragon mount. Or his Mammoth should have a Howdah. Give the Mammoth for Sail a Howdah. Give, like, some Javelin throwers on the side, which do, like, bonus versus large. And give his Mammoth, like, 70 speed. Buff Chimera or last. Yeah. Bro, dude, man. What is with players this day misusing their javelins? That's so unfortunate. It's like the meme of like Daniel, Cooler Daniel. That's Frostworm. That is the Code Voider right now, unfortunately. There's Code Voider, and then there's Cooler Code Voider over here with a Bloodtree Chimera. He has better breath attack. It is stronger in melee. It doesn't have the slowdown aura at the very least. But it does have immune to flanking, which is insane on a freaking flying single entity. And I'm pretty sure the Bloodtree Chimera is faster. This is an insane combo right here. But this is better. Small ass model too. Tiny ass freaking model which dodges javelins like nobody's business, as opposed to the massive slow dragon which beats its gigantic freaking wings, takes forever to get anywhere, and has no good charge animation attacks and when it's flying. Yeah. Great animations too. Seriously. I don't know how CA does it. How they decide what single entity that they're gonna choose for a DLC that has fantastic animations, and the other one which has god-awful animations which look cool but do absolutely nothing. aka Toe Dragon, and it's very cool looking and disgusting animations, but very terrible bad animations. The fact that it takes like 30 years for it to breathe up its breath is horrible, let alone the fact that it's a ground unit. So you're ground breathing, you're breathing from a low position, and on top of that you have to wait 30 seconds for the freaking breath to come out. And then when it gets in melee, though it has bonus versus infantry, it's just gonna sit there and slap things with its tongue and kill like 5 infantry over the span of 20 seconds. At least the Riding Riders are busted too. At least the Warriors of Chaos... No, that's not good. The Warriors of Chaos have that, and Norskin don't. They also have Bird. Which is, 3137 on Bird here. Big old Bird. He's brought back from the dead ever since his recursion, ever since his resurrection. And he's taking the crown. He was great in Warhammer 2, and he's great now. As you can see, 3137, that final transmutation, we've seen like four or five final transmutations today, and two that are like insanely good. And that one right there, and the previous one where he got like 1200 value off of one, insane. Great Weapons pretty much did nothing. Would have probably just bought the regular Marauders, but on the off chance, I guess, that they brought Chaos Warriors for some reason. 1164 here on the Rotting Riders, they took barely any damage, if any at all. 657 and a 1554 on the base Chimera got more value. Buff the ROI Chimera. Clearly, it needs some help. Thale the Faithless. I didn't see a single one of their teeth used. But to be fair, I also didn't see a single use of their freaking breath attacks from the Chimera. So maybe they just forgot about it. I don't know. But that would have been really good. The teeth, I don't typically see it used against flying units, but I'm pretty sure it's good against flying units. 1362, or just single entities in general. See, sale on his Mammoth is extremely expensive. This didn't even pay for half of it, I'm pretty sure. 510 here, 550, but blah. The horsemen were fumbled extremely badly, but even then, it's the crappy horsemen. It's not even the good javelins. They do okay because they have volume of fire, but they need to be close to shoot it. Otherwise, they're going to be throwing it from very far away and missing like 60% of their freaking shots and doing very minimal amount of damage. And the thing is, my problem here is that Warriors of Chaos had nothing really to pressure them aside from the Rotting Riders. So your skirmishers should have a field day shooting at the Rotting Riders or at Bird or at literally any of these other units. They have mess resistance, sure, and they are small targets, but at least they're going towards the important units and not the infantry. I'm dying on the inside. 1405 here for the Blood Tree Chimera. Pretty good there. 580 for the Cold Witter. Buff Cold Witter. Give it a Mortis engine. Give it 90 speed. Give it 6 breath attacks. Thank you. That's all. So the world takes that one. They win that match 2-0. Regen. I agree. Regen, please. Also give Safe to Failus regen too. You know, Dragon Ogre Shaggoths used to be fantastic, and they've been left behind and power crept so hard it would honestly be a throw to bring a single Dragon Ogre Shaggoth. But regular Dragon Ogres, the ROR ones at least, are okay. But it is very sad for me to not see Dragon Ogre Shaggoths in this modern age. All right, we got Wisdom Tree. Okay, these are the translations. Wisdom Tree Root versus Little Pudding. I tried 2 different translators, and this is what I got. So this is what we're going with. Jiao Pudding. They should also, CA, I'm begging you. CA, I'm begging you. Give me the Norskin heroes from the extended roster. The lords from the extended roster. I'm begging you. Please, you have my life. Give it to him. Why do you hate us? Give us the Monster Hunt. The Monster Hunt boss monsters. Give us those. No, Butcherbird would not like that. Butcherbird does not want more single entities, and he's the most Norskin player that I know. But you know what? Butcherbird doesn't know what is good. It's okay. Butcherbird has terrible taste. It's fine. More single entities, please. Brass Body. because apparently this game cannot ever not be single entity focused. That is the entirety of Warhammer. So just like in the old world is crippled by its single entity meta. So you know, you can't blame it too often. Hey, look at that. We got the brass bull. I love the brass bull. That's what they called me in high school. You got his brass body and Slaughterer's Call. Very cool. We also have a Chimera up top, and that's what I imagine we're going to be seeing all the time nowadays. And we got a double Chimera, man. We got a double Chimera. Yeah, I'm suffering. I think I don't want to cast anymore. Sentis, double Sentis. I completely understand why some ODM players have not come back from their retirement, because we have Traderkin. Is he on foot? Is he on his little chariot? He is on his chariot. Cool. This is it. We have Wood Elves. We have Miss Little Sorceress here, whatever they're called. Spellweaver. She's got a Pit of Shades and Melkoths, plus Smoke and Mirrors and Arcane Conduit. She's on her little eagle, her cute little terrible eagle. Eagle AP win. CA, how have you not done the simplest thing possible? They have a massive beak and claws, and they do not have AP. Literally since Warhammer 1. But we're not going to talk about how Wood Elves were one of the worst Warhammer 1 DLCs. We're not going to talk about that. Wild Riders, we got 2 of those bad boys. We also have Glade Riders with spears and triple... oh no, it's actually 2. It's actually Sisters of the Thorn. Wow. 2 Glade Riders and a Sister of the Thorn. 2 Sisters of the Thorn and 3 Glade Riders. Cool. And then we have some more Glade and Wild. Massive cav. That's all I got to say. Massive calves from the Wood Elves. And that's what you got to go up. You got to challenge the mobility against the Beastmen. That makes sense. That's exactly what I see from people like Butcherbird all the time. It's exactly the strength of the Beastmen and the strength of the Wood Elves. Skirmishing. And you have better skirmishing than the Beastmen. You have much longer range, and they all have very low armor. So the shots from the Sisters of the Thorn and Blade Riders will do great against them. However, what they won't do great against is the freaking Chimera, because look how tiny this model is for a large target. Just reminds me of just like the Pleasure Seekers. And it has missile resistance. Very cool. But it's fine. It's fine. I am not complaining about the Chimera anymore. I love it. It's such a balanced unit, in my opinion. The Bloodstreak Chimera is making its way over. Sentis have been forgotten about. They could be chasing the Glade Riders at the moment, but nonetheless, the rest of these units will be coming along here soon. We got some skirmishing coming over from the Wood Elf side. A nice little Traderkin going down on the Sisters of Thorn. They don't have any magic or spell resistance or anything like that, so they're going to be taking that to the face, but it's not much because it's just a single cast. It's not overcasted. Again, I'm pretty sure you can overcast it. I just can't remember though. Melkoth's going down there on the Sentis, doing some pretty decent damage, slowing them down and giving the Glade Riders more time to shoot if they felt so. But they do have bronze shields, so you typically don't want to shoot into them. You can send the Glade Riders and spears into them. What are you doing? While your Glade Riders try to get away, you could send your other Glade Riders to block them, or Wild Riders, but it's fine. It's fine. It's a lot of micro. You know. This is why I don't play Wood Elves, because it's a lot of micro. It's fine. Breath Attack, was that? Nope. That was a Eagle casting a spell. Another Melkoth, presumably. Glade Riders being pushed back slowly but surely. Sentis finally to get routed off. The Wild Riders do take another Traderkin, slow down, and take a charge from the Sentis. However, the Sentis are alone, only with the help of the Brass Bow, who does have the Curse of Anra here on them right now, bringing them down to 23 missile defense, or melee defense, and less accuracy, less speed as well. He's already slow anyway, so down to 46 isn't great. But the ROR Chimera, both Chimeras, are going to be jumping down, trying to catch onto the Glade Riders with spears, and the Wild Riders as well. Torox is making his way over. He's kind of freaking pissed. He's going to start chopping away at Wood Elves with his massive bronze copper axes. He's going to be shredding them to pieces, presumably. I just missed you, Torox. Where'd you go? Stop rolling, man. I'm trying to freaking get close up on you. Over here, however, the Wild Riders with Shield of Thorns, very nice on them. Take a nice trade with the Sentis. Sentis get obliterated, with Wild Riders taking very, very little damage in return. So already the mobility for the Wood Elves are at the advantage, taking some pretty good combat. taking some pretty good fights. The Aura Chimera is trying to get up in the air, I presume. It's just kind of stuck there and not doing anything. Which is kind of funny. It might as well just stick there in the fight, but oh well. He's gonna try to fly back in the air again. A breath attack going down there on a moving target is not great. The Chimera breath is good, but on a moving target, not so well. Brass Bull is kind of taking shots to the face, which is quite unfortunate. He does have 100 armor plus, so at least there's that. Gonna get a rear charge on the Wood Elves to rout their infantry, their Eternal Guard. But really, that's not what the problem is here right now. The problem is here that you're losing all of your mobility engagements, and your ROR Chimeras should be there to help out on those engagements. You throw a Trader Kin on one of those Cav, like the Sisters of Thorn, you attack them with the Chimeras, and one of your Sentis, bam, gone. Or just one of the Chimeras and one of the Sentis, or just both the Chimeras, gone. But unfortunately, that's not happening. Mel cost going down on the Sentis. They are routed and gone. They're not coming back for sure. Some more Zangors, and Zangor's still up and about. Pretty much the correct choice, I think, against Wood Elves, because they have those magical shields and silver shields as well. But the issue here is the infantry is not going to win you the game. You need some mobility, and it's all gone. All you have left are the Chimeras. They're OP, but they're not OP enough, I don't think, to win the game, hopefully. A lot of the missiles are gone for the Wood Elves at the very least. You see some Glade Riders here, ran out. Some over here also pretty much ran out. They only have 2 ammunition left. The Sisters of Thorn, however, still have some bit of ammunition with 6 volleys and 8 volleys on this Glade Rider. So, yeah. We'll see how this goes. They're going to be back... they're backpedaling a bit, trying to surround the Beastmen, or rather the Beastmen are trying to group together a little bit. I say that, but then they leave one of their freaking Zangors to get run over by Glade Riders, and Torox the Brass Bull can't do anything about it. By Sisters of the Thorn, excuse me. These Sisters of the Thorn are also just getting free damage on these Zangors. Torox cannot catch anything. This poor Brass Bull, look at him. He's so pitiful. He's going to get a little bit of an attack here, potentially. And he does. He does some damage. Good for him. He kills a few models. Everybody clap for the Brass Bull as the other Zangors get freaking ran over by the other Sisters of Thorn. Man, Sisters of Thorn are so freaking good in this matchup. It's insane. And yeah, they're just going to get picked apart, unfortunately. Another breath attack going down here on the Eternal Guard, which is okay. Not really a problem, though. I would have saved it for the Wild Riders. If you can get one here from the ROR... You still haven't used... You still have 3 left. Please. What is with people not using their breath attacks from their ROR Chimeras? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay because the Chimeras are potentially going to lose here. The Brass Bull is in a fight here. And it's something. It's, you know, he's doing something. Good for him. Rolling around. This is all you do, Torox? This is all you freaking do? You have those massive axes and all you're going to do is roll around? Understandably, you have spikes on the back of you, but you could do something with those massive golden axes. The RY Chimera is surrounded. It does have immune to flanking, so it doesn't really matter. And he will last for quite a while. And so at least there's that. He also has his healing, but he has to be out of melee. But pretty much he's taking very little damage right now. Look at this. Surrounded. Not taking any damage, but it's okay. He'll be able to escape now. Get up out of there. Somehow just able to escape that engagement. It's fine. Torox continuously trying to beat the heck out of Wood Elves, and he's up to 695 value. Good job there, Torox. A Milkoff's going down on the Brace Shaman, so he's gone. No more Trader Kins. Yeah, the Chimera is getting buffed from Slaughterer's Call, I believe. Yes, so giving a +8 melee attack, which is very good. Might just be able to save the day here. I'm not sure. The issue is that they can kind of just pick and choose the fight. They don't have to let you murder all their units at once. So, I mean, to be fair, you have no anti-large left. Or really any at all for the Wood Elves. There's no more ammo on anything. Sisters of Thorn can put up a good fight in melee. But you have no anti-large. These single entities have a lot of HP. 2 of them have immune to flanking. 1 of them has a word save ability, which gives them 40% word save and 24 melee defense. So theoretically, they could just win this out. I don't know, though. We'll see. Man, imagine being a wood elf surrounding this gigantic freaking chimera, and it just knows every time you're going to attack it because it has that stupid tail at the end of it. So you can never catch it by surprise. But yeah, we're just going to slowly grind this away. Let's see how... Hold on, Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I had to come to a realization for a moment. But yeah, they're all being buffed up by Slaughterer's Call, so just a big old single entity blob, which is great. We all love that about Total War Warhammer. Another mill cost going down. Do not tell me. If there's any way that they can win this, it's killing Torox. But I don't know if the Chimeras will rout. Even from that. And I don't think it's possible. I actually think the Beastmen are going to freaking win this. They have... okay. Torox taking a bit of damage. Let's see if his leadership will falter for even a brief second. He's taking very little damage here. The Chimeras are just doing everything. This is disgusting. Oh my god, man. A breath attack finally from the ROR, and it finishes off those Glade Riders. Look at the balance of power switching. Oh no, man. This is disgusting. There's literally nothing that can kill these Chimeras because nothing has anti-large or any form of decent AP. All the missiles are gone. That Chimera are gonna win. Yep, the hero blob wins. The monster blob wins, and I'm not surprised at all. They are gonna take the point from the Wood Elves. To be fair, the Wood Elves could just outcap them from weight with the infantry and all that, but they won't survive long enough to outcap the Beastmen. And even then, I don't think they'll survive long enough to gain the tickets. They're also just giving the Chimera time to regen its health. It's going back up to full HP, essentially. Yikes. Does this have another breath attack? Doesn't. Does the R1 have one? It does. You could just get up here and finish off these Glade Riders with this. That goes to the Beastmen. Oh my god. I wanted to save faith that there was potential that the Beastmen would shatter from army losses. I wanted to hope that there would be any possible way for the Wood Elves to win if at any point his leadership faltered even a small bit. But that wasn't the case. The Chimeras just brutalized the Wood Elves, is what happened. And because the breath attacks weren't used properly, because the breath attacks weren't used earlier on for the Chimeras, for the ROR Chimeras at the very least, they had some left in reserve for the Wild Riders, for the blobbing that was proceeding to happen. I think CA are such good game designers. 2940 here on Mr. Brasspool. Honestly, I'm kind of happy that Brasspool got some good value. I was going to assume that he would just get kited, but turns out, no. Turns out the Chimeras are enough with the Brasspool to finish it off. 2261 and 1531 for... Wow, that's the second time the regular Chimera has got more value than the ROR Chimera. 487 here. Nothing fantastic. Yeah, I guess that is the number one problem here in this build, isn't it? On the Wood Elf side, they have nothing to deal with the Chimeras or any heavily armored single entity. The ROR Glade Riders, I imagine, would be good here. Same with some regular shielded ones. But the Sisters of the Thorn are fantastic. Either way, that is quite unfortunate for the Wood Elf side. Doombolt as well. Yeah, Doombolt. Yeah. I imagine that is better than Shadows in this occasion. But yes, first game goes to Wisdom Tree Root against Little Pudding. Little Pudding got squashed, fortunately for the Little Pudding. We have our second game up between these two. I'm honestly surprised at this point they didn't give the Chimera freaking spell resistance too. Like, Jesus Christ, man. They gave it everything aside from spell resistance. Okay. We got Zegreen skins against Slanesh. And the Slanesh build, I can already tell what the hell is this, Seagos? Is this you? Did you do this, Seagos? Yeah. I could see Hasty doing that. Maybe. It's Segos, apparently. It's Lucky Banner and Axe of Grom plus the Great Uns is here. Grom is going to have good day, I think, here. He has Erigo and Gaze of Mork for the Orc Shaman on foot. Plus we have Not Goblin Shaman with Vindictive Glare. Pretty good spell. All right. We got some Spider Rider Archers and Goblin Wolf Rider Archers, as well as some more here. I like how we have a functional, normal looking build here without an ROR spider, without the Lord on a spider. And we have this degeneracy, which is no surprise from a Slanesh side. We have double Orc Biggins, one being the Broken Tusk Mob because they're fantastic here and just in general most matches. We also have some more Biggins on the left-hand flank. A bunch of Orc Boys and Gobos, or no, these aren't Orc Boys, these aren't Gobos, rather, these are more Orc Boys. A whole bunch of Orc Boys, no Gobos here. And that is it. For the Slanesh side, we do have the Mask Degeneracy. Another extremely well-designed unit for the Slaneshian side. And we won't talk about it too much, but they are very good. They have the Staff of Mask, giving them that massive heal and damage effect. Imagine this compared to like the Exalted Great Unclean One ability, like Deluge or something, which gives him like 0.8% heal for like 10 seconds. If even that. I think it's like 8 seconds and does the same thing. And remember when people were bitching about the heal from Elspeth as well, the heal from her item? It's kind of the same as this, but lasts a lot shorter and yeah, is not on an extremely expensive caster who can fight on foot with really good stats. Slanesh side, though, we have Stykar, which this is the second time or third time I've seen him. He's pretty cool. Kind of expensive, though. I really want to take him, but he's just really expensive. However, he does have some cool stuff. He has Sign of Depravity, which gives allies speed up to 75% and 8 leadership, and as well as speed and melee defense debuff for enemies. Though it's another one of those shady, crappy requirement items where it requires enemies to be wavering or routing, and I don't like that. It's too many dependencies. Too many Slanesh units depend on that. Sonic Boom as well, which is okay. It does do Disoriented, which gives 22 seconds minus 30% speed, which is insane, as well as some melee attack debuffs. So you just throw him into like a bunched up unit of Orc Boys. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but it is 100% HP, and it disorients them. So you can slow them down and then catch onto them with like some Hellstriders. So pretty good combo there. I like him. He's interesting. We also have the Pleasure Guard, which you guys already know about. Really good. Can we talk about how these guys are large size and they are literally smaller than the Chaos Warriors? Make this make sense to me. CA, talk to me. What is happening here? How are these guys large? How are these considered large? Explain. My brain does not comprehend this. Slicing Shards will be the Chaos Sorcerer of Slaaneash's spell of choice, including Phantasmagoria, because it's just so much better than Pivane at the moment. It's just really freaking good. You can place it on a target, and it hits you with a leadership debuff and nets you in place rather than just rampaging you into a target. Sometimes Rampage can be kind of crap because it'll send them in the opposite direction that you want them to go. Rod of Torment. And it's kind of funny. They nerf one of their spells, which was making Slaanesh competitive, which was making Slaanesh viable in quite a few matchups, and then they buff a spell, another net spell, or like a forced engagement spell, and now they rely on this instead of the Pavane, which makes them viable in matchups again. It's silly. It is so freaking silly. Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh, 2 of those bad boys, including the ROR variant, the Riders of the Mighty Serpent, which I've talked about many a times. One of the best RORs, one of the best units from the DLC. Not like incredible, but good. They obviously got a lot of good units, so. Yeah, they're going to be on that little thingy there, I always forget what it's called, the War Shrine. So they'll be giving like some buffs here, including the Giver of Torture's Glory, the Mortis Engine, plus the Favor of Ruinous Powers. It's fine. It's not incredible. I don't know why you would bring it against the greenskins, but I mean, I can see why you would, but it just feels strange. I don't see it very often. But yeah, just gonna be going for a full-on blob here, and forcing the greenskins to deal with it. Their skirmishing don't do enough damage to really punish the blobbing, I guess. They also didn't bring the ROR Wolf Archers, so they don't have any AP at the moment. But they are trading pretty well with the Slaanesh skirmishing because they have better range than them at 100 compared to 80. And you cannot let that happen. You need to probably keep... I wonder if you want to keep pushing them. I don't know what you would do in this case. Either you want to just use your ammo as soon as possible on your on the exact targets you want to use. What the hell is this use of Phantasmagoria? No. You cannot snipe out the shaman with these javelins. It is not going to happen. They are on foot. That is such a waste of spells and ammunition. No. No, no, no. No, you can't do this. Why are you doing this to me? It's going fine. I am okay. The Riders of Mighty Serpent get caught, and now they just give them free value to the greenskins. I am incredibly sad for the Slaaneshian side. What? Oh, how do you even cast the rest of this game? The Skirmishing is going to have free range to shoot now at the rest of the Slaanesh blob. Wow, that is a very good Vindictive Glare. It didn't do like insane amount of damage, but like it just like it ran through these Chaos Warriors, hit the Skytar, and then also hit the Pleasure Guard as well. At least they have the missile resistance from the, what is it called? The Chanson of Changing? Is that from Skytar? I think that is. No, it is from, I guess, the War Shrine. Or is it from her? What is that from again? I don't remember, honestly. There's too many abilities in this freaking game. Yeah, it is. Missile resistance and speed. As well as minus speed for the enemy and minus vigor. So it plays into a degenerate blob like this, I guess. But obviously it's not going great. The Chaos Warriors Hell Scourges are down to 24 models, and as soon as they route, there's an opening into the little box formation. The little triangle formation here. The Onigiri formation. This is literally just an Onigiri. It's not even a blob. Another nasty Vindictive Glare. Oh my god. Look at that, the bodies of the Chaos Warriors. Oh, Curio has to be happy about that, right? That's exactly who that's for. The only person I ever see use the Vindictive Glare as much as they do, it's always Curio. But yeah, this isn't... Skytar is going to try to fight the Orc Shaman and immediately changes his mind and goes right back to the formation. This is the best fight I've seen so far. I mean, honestly, this is such a good fight. Would you guys agree? Like, This is very cool. Skirmish units are out of ammunition. Another massive freaking... Oh my god, look at that row of Chaos Warriors. Now they're just gonna get run over by the Orc Borbo boys. Orc Borbo boys, what the hell? This is Orc Bobo. They get run over. Watts of Lethargy is turned on for the mask. And now she's just gonna be fighting a little bit here and there. I guess you could slashing shards your own Chaos Warriors if you wanted to. There's one that could go down here as well. The AoE explosion goes off from Skytar, but it's here. The disoriented is nice, but not when he's completely surrounded, and it also doesn't push many units back, especially if they're cav. It's not like the one from that Croc car has. Slicing shards come in here. Will we get a slicing shards? Come on, baby, give us slicing shards. Hey, come on, do it. It's so slow. Come on, do it. Nice! We got it, but it's on some orc boys. It also did some friendly fire to Skytar. At least we got that out of that. That's very cool. You never see slicing shards. Hey, you know, Mask is, you know, she's holding on. It's cool. Grom is punching his own warriors with his massive axe. He's gonna smack potentially Mask in the face. She has relatively high melee defense at 87 right now because thanks to the War Shrine and her own abilities, especially with Slippery. So yeah, this is a fight for sure. This is the fight of all time, honestly. I think this is personally the peak of Warhammer 3 multiplayer. The Slaughter Guard are trying their best. They're good, but not that good. Or the Pleasure Guard, excuse me. The Slaughter Guard wish they were as good as the Pleasure Guard. But yeah, the Pleasure Guard are just fighting through chaff, blending them apart. But they're also fighting like 100 different units. They're also large, so Orc Boys will do a lot of damage to them. Nice Vindictive Glare around the side there. Dude, how much value has this freaking Orc Shaman got off of the Vindictive Glares? 2,447! What the f is this? Gork and Mork. Can you believe this? Gork and Morka. Let's get another one. When is it coming? Here we go. Oh, baby. Here we go. Just tear apart those freaking Hell Scourges. Oh my god, man. And he's on foot like a freaking peasant. Yep. Bro, imagine your Chaos Warriors trained for who knows how many freaking years. Blessed by Slanesh themselves, being destroyed by a little Orc Shaman on foot, no shoes. This man got no shoes, this dusty ass, rusty chopper, and nasty ass mangled coat and cape, shooting them to death with a Vindictive Glare, a cheap, low-cost spell that, oh, it's Gaze of Mork, actually, excuse me. I got it wrong. It's Gaze of Mork. But nonetheless, there's also the Night Goblin Shaman as well, Vindictive Glare. This is worse. Your Chaos Hell Scourges, trained to be some of the best of the best, blessed by Slanesh, are being torn apart by a little goblin and his little staff and magical spells. A little Vindictive Glare, little beams that shoot out of their staff. And a orc with no shoes and a dirty bone staff shooting them with magical spells. Like, bruh. Nothing can feel worse than that. Pleasure Guard are down to 3 models and 290 health, and they're unbreakable, so they'll keep fighting. I don't know what's going through the Slanesh player's mind, that they think they can still win this, or they think they should continue sitting there and do nothing while the Orc Shaman and Goblin Shaman continue shooting Vindictive Glares. Look at that. There we go again. Another beautiful glare hitting the Pleasure Guard, the Hell Scourges, and this is peak gaming. This is peak conquest, if I'm being... What the hell, man? What is this? This is what I'd expect from, like, Ipa or something. Or, like, Raced. What is this disgusting game that I'm seeing? Dance of Dreaming, got the Mortis Engine, we got the Phantasmagoria Overcasted. Gonna be keeping them netted in place for quite a long time. And providing a leadership penalty. So, but it doesn't really matter because you're not going to be leadership bombing them. The Orc Borbo Biggins are routing at the very least. Skytar is doing his best. What can he do so far even? That was exactly the engagement you wanted, but you don't have the Hell Scourges anymore. So Grom is just gonna pick everything apart. Skytar is here doing absolutely nothing on his Titty Snake. The Titty Snake is going after Grom. Can he do any damage to Grom before he dies? Because Skytar clearly is not gonna last very long. He doesn't have the best melee attack. He only has 45. He's mostly a melee defense heavy. Yeah, I think we can just call it there. Yep, thank you very much. That game is over, and Little Pudding gets smashed to pieces. Pudding just kind of spilled goo all over the floor. Yeah. Buff Slanesh, please. Buff Pleasure Seekers, buff Mask, and give greenskins. Make the Vindictive Glare cost less. Make it cost 2 wins in Magic, I think. Make Wyvern better. Give Wyvern regen. Give it missile resistance and give it charge attack animations. But yeah, I mean, that was the game of all time. I think if there is an end of the year award I can give to cast replays for games, I think this would be in like the top 5 at the very least, you know. So Wisdom Tree Root wins that. Oh, hold on. We have to go over values. Let's go over values real quick. Those are very important. How much am I guessing for the shamans here? I'm guessing probably for the Goblin Great Shaman somewhere in the realms of 2100. For the Orc Shaman, probably around the same. For the Gaze of Morks, probably 2500. Okay, the Vindictive Glare didn't do that great. It was the Gaze of Mork, which got 3,000 value. Maybe greenskins don't need buffs. Maybe greenskins are OP. Jesus Christ. 1537 here on Grom. I expected the Vindictive Glare to be more, but I guess I'll see mostly the Gaze of Mork. Does the Gaze of Mork have more AP than the Vindictive Glare? Or does it just have better tracking or something? I don't know. All that matters is that an Orc Shaman who probably cost like 600 on foot or 700 on foot with the Gaze of Mork got 3,000 value. Everything else didn't need to do anything because Gaze of Mork just won. The mask got 1,338 value. It's the first time you will ever see them with less than 2,000 or 3,000 value. 1894 on the Sorcerer. At least there's that. They did get that nice little slicing shards. We got that, guys. How often do you get a slicing shards? Skytar did nothing because he is useless, but he's cool on his little titty snake. Just like all single entities on their mounts, on their cav mounts, generally they don't do much if they're built for like being a melee fighter. Unless they're like built for like a disruption piece. It makes sense. Skytar did nothing. And I think he costs quite a bit too. I've tried to fit him into my builds before, but he's just too expensive. But yeah. Wonderful game. I think it's illegal to double mortis. Oh yeah. True. So not only did Pudding cheat, but they also boxed or triangled onigiri formation, and they lost. Not to be mean, but how are you going to cheat with double mortis engine and still lose? Okay, this is the second cheat I've seen this game, this tournament. It's fine. Might be a new player. I don't know. But disgusting. Double mortis engine box. Yeah, because Mask has one, right? And then on top of it, the War Shrine has one. Seagulls, did you give your replays to what's their name? I can't think of their name right now. Queek, because I do not see it in the zip file that they gave me. Let me check though. Let me double check. I could have missed it. Let me double check. I probably just missed it because my eyes work. Oh wait, did I cast yours already? I can't recall. I that game wiped my memory. Let me see if I can find it in the ones that I've cast. Yeah, sure. You've been here the entire time. Did you see me cast yours? I don't think so, right? I casted Green, I casted Sexy Boy, I casted Bird. I don't recall me casting yours. Yeah, okay, that's what I figured. I know something was off here. Yeah, just send it to me over if possible. Queek also forgot to give me pigments, and as well as berserks. Let me message them. Thank you, Sigos. Thank you. Let's see, quick. They are in China, so I doubt they'll be able to respond quickly. All right. Thank you. I was also looking for them in the replay channel, but I didn't see them. So, for not yours, but I'm talking about for the Pigman and Berserk. But all right. Thank you. Appreciate it. One of the first ones I saw when I was scrolling through the replay channel was Bird against Queek is Femboy. What a name. Let's see here. I know I'm missing probably somebody else as well. Isn't Sipa in this one or no? I don't think so. Because I see him posting in this channel. Okay, I don't think he is. Okay, good. Good. Okay. Because all of these... Yeah. I don't know. Either way, we'll cast Seagulls. Is the honorary Mexican Seagulls in his replays. Okay, best of 3 here against from Segos against Noya from XLS, the Chinese clan that Queek leads. I'm all out of water, bruh. We got Dark Elves against Coast. I imagine the Dark Elves have the upper hand, but I don't know. Either way, you got, that's just off the top of my head. Seagos has brought a Supreme Sorceress with fire and cascading Burning Head and Fire Cloak. No surprise there, Burning Head fantastic against Coast. We also have Dread Spears, Bleak Swords for the front line, and some Crows of Cain, Harpies ROR up in the sky. We also have, is that Triple Shade? That is Triple Shades. They will do fantastic against Crabs and absolutely obliterate animated Hulks. And if your opponent is silly enough to bring, like, oh, I don't know, a Necrofax or some bats, Shades are going to be fantastic. I mean, and they can even dodge, like, mortars and stuff. Nobody brings mortars because mortars are freaking terrible and miss half the time. But also, like, they have a spursed out animation. I mean, formation. So, Dark Riders, Vanguarded in the very back, can jump on any artillery crew if needed. Like deck gunners as well. We also have some Code 1 Riders, 2 of those Code 1 Knights, in the back. We are not playing on Lizardman. Witch Elves in the center, and 2 more Dark Riders. So very good competitive build there from Segos. Segos does not mess around. He's just a cheater. That's all he is. Wraith Storm, Drown Dead, and Moon Dial, as well as Milkcost and Invocation. Went for the full kit here for Noctilus. I do not see this much at all since Warhammer 2. I remember double Necrofex, and that was beautiful, and I missed that, but we do not have that anymore. Instead, we have this. Deckhand Mob, not exactly a lore choice I think I would bring, rather, on the Necrofex against Dark Elves. Handgunners in the middle, with some more handgunners in the back. As for flank defense, with some more goals. Night Terror ROR, a massive burning head going down there, which is going to be ripping through one of those handgunners. Oh my god, that basically eviscerates them, and they're dead. That's a handgunner dead. We also have some deck dropper bombers, which you don't ever see because they're kind of bad, and they always go into this weird conga line formation. Same with this side as well. I wish they were good, but they're not. They're very bad, and that one just got completely annihilated by the shades. Oh my god. The Dark Riders do get that rear charge on the mortars, and what did I say? Nobody brings mortars, and this person brought mortars, 2 of them, and they get absolutely annihilated. One of the Dark Riders get hit with Wraith Storm and get eviscerated, especially with the help of the Morghols, plus being shot in the flanks, but the mortars have been shut down completely. This one's disintegrating, so even if the Dark Riders lose, it does not matter because their lives are worthless and are only meant for that. The bombers are back, and they're still doing the conga line. Why do they do this? CA. The Crows of Cain are going to chase them down anyways, and they're going to kill them. Very good. The Cold One Knights are going to get a side charge on the animated hooks and absolutely tear them apart. Segos is playing this extremely well. No surprise here. He probably did a little bit of drugs before he played this match and turned on his cheats. Dread Spears are going to intercept these deckhand mobs. These bombers are going to try to bomb the shades, but they can just easily turn around and absolutely eviscerate them. As you can see, their health being nuked by that one volley. Murderous Prowess is procced, which is not great for the Vampire Coast. The Morghols are going to be run down by the Cold One Knights, which is exactly what they don't freaking want. They tried chasing after the Dark Riders, who have already broken. Now the other Dark Riders are going to turn around and run them down, helping the Cold One Knights, and I think that is it for the Morghols build. They will last a little bit. They do have a bit of health and durability. Another burning head ripping through that deckhand mob and going to be running through the handgunners. Is that another handgunner that's going to die on the spot? Yep, there goes the leadership bomb. There goes that massive amount of HP damage. Okay, they might survive. They are crumbling, however, and we all know how undead crumbling is pretty much nothing compared to demonic instability, so they might come back and start shooting again, especially with the invocation if Noctilus so chose. But yes, his cannons are doing okay, and down to 939 already, or up to 939 value already. But now he is surrounded by Cold One Knights, and that's exactly what he doesn't want. Hopefully he has this summons that he can bring out real quick. He still has his Moon Dial, I believe. Yep. Use that Moon Dial on top of those Cold One Knights to prevent them attacking Noctilus, or give them more units to be forced to attack from their animations. The animated hooks can run over to try to help the Morghols, but it's too late. The Morghols are freaking dead, slaughtered. Their eviscerated corpses on the ground, unfortunately for them. Animated hooks are now fully surrounded by Cav, handgunners as well, and that is going to spell the end for those animated hooks. I think things are not looking great here for the Vampire Coast, and they do bow out because Noctilus is not that man on the thingy. Yes, if he was on foot and had more crabs, I don't know, or more shotgunners, maybe, but he's not on foot. He is on his cannon piece, and it's not great once you get him into melee because they are horrendous in melee. But yeah, let's go to value. Segos did fantastic. Imagine great value here. No, why am I imagining great value? They're cheap deckhand mobs. They're not going to get much value out of them. Even handgunners don't cost much. But yeah, it's still decent. 771, pretty much annihilated one of the handgunners with the Warren burning head. That was the perfect burning head. Very nice. Shades did fine. Absolutely destroyed the bombers. 321 here, 405. And they would have been the end of Noctilus had that game continued anyway. So Dark Riders did fine. Cold One Knights did good. 1092 value, 934. The Morghols, yeah, 50 value. That's around that. They overchased and then then the Cold One Knights rear charged them. That was the end for them. There was no way they were going to get out of that. Nerf Dark Elves. Nerf Dark Elves. Broken faction. 1104 on Noctilus here. They did fine. Fine. 50 value on the Mongols. Already went over that. Yeah. I would never bring mortars because they're trash, garbage, and that's all you can say about them. They're bombers. I wish they were good. I remember the day when deck droppers were good. I swear on it. I swear at one time they had even a slim chance of getting any value in a matchup. But that hasn't been since Warhammer 2. They are garbage, especially against a faction like the Dark Elves who have a lot of good ranged options, especially dangerous shades which are hidden and will ambush them and kill them. But I liked to see it. I liked the innovation. I liked the attempt to bring them. They're very cool. Same with the Night Terrors Mongols. I can imagine them being decent as well, but probably not in this matchup unless you want to specifically hope that you somehow catch a Shade unit or Dark Shards, but you need other units to back them up because as soon as they get hit by a Cold One Knight, they're dead. But that is the first game out of this best of 3. Well played, the Segos and XLS Diplomat. You confuse me with your titles here. Game 2, round 1. Game 1, round 1. I know it's a round, but oh man, it just confused me. Okay. American ability to read. Reading comprehension is what they call it. All right. We got Segos on his stank BS, playing the Empire up against Wood Elves, who have brought the Tree Man himself in an attempt to carry the Wood Elves in this matchup. But boy, oh boy, does the Steam Tank have something to say about that. Yeah, is that so? Segos, you probably look like the Master Engineer, if I'm being honest. You probably have that exact hat. He has nothing on him. I remember when that little like pigeon bomb thing was good. It's not great anymore, but it's still okay. But you never see it used because just the base Steam Tank Master Engineer is such good value for what it is. You don't need it. Spearmen with shields be the front line. Staunch line of spears. We got some huntsmen in the back line. Not only are they hidden, so the Wood Elves won't see them, but so that means they can potentially cost effectively trade into the Glade Guard, who do not see them. We have Knights of the Black Rose, which are pretty good against running down many from Dryads to like any of the Wood Elf infantry pretty much, but they're always going to bring Dryads, and the Knights of the Black Rose will decimate them. They have no fighting chance against them. We have a Jade Wizard with presumably just regrowth. Yep. And then we have some Vampire Knights. Always super cost-effective cav against the Wood Elves because Wood Elves do not like fighting heavily armored cav, even with their ROR Glade Riders, because it's only one of them, and they don't like being charged back as well. We have Mr. Durthu, the man, the myth, the legend, the one I so wish I was. We have Sword of Daith and Flock of Doom. They should let his brother into the game, please. Thank you. Because just those, we have Flock of Doom casting plus Wild Heart, just exactly what you'd expect. We have a bunch of Dryad to potentially chew through the Spearmen if the Empire Knights will let them. We have 3 Glade Guard as well, or rather more Glade Guard. We have 5 Glade Guard. Got to max out on Glade Guard, no surprise. We also have Zotes. The Zotes. Oh boy, some Zotes, yeah. We throw in the game, are we? All right. Branch Wraith with Earthblood. When you just spam Flock of Doom, you have plenty of WOM for Earthbloods, so makes sense. We also have some Glade Riders with spears. 2 of those bad boys. Is there just 2 of them? I think so. Or can I? Yep, I can count. There's 2 of them. And that is it. Going for a full-on rush, hopefully. Zotes will do something, all right. They will attempt to do something. Let's see if they can. I bet they will do nothing. I don't know what I can bet on them. I bet that I will be a main for Nurgle for the next month. That they will do no more than 1,000 damage. That they will do not even close to 1,000 damage in value. In gold value. I bet they could do damage, but they will not do gold value damage. Alright, Flock of Doom going down on the Empire Knights as they run down these Dryads, and they're going to go after the other Dryads and actually get into the squeaky little freaking path there, run over the Glade Guard. Beautiful. Extremely beautiful played. Knights of the Rose are going to run over these Dryads, probably dip out, or nope, they're going to stay there, and the other Empire Knights are going to take the advantage there and run over the Glade Guard. Extremely well played there with that cav, really nicely microed. The Glade Guards and Spears are chasing away the Knights of the Black Rose, but we do have some Spearmen to screen them out, as well as some Huntsmen to help out in that fight. And plus, the Knights of the Black Rose are pretty good at holding the defensive line. Even if they don't get that charge, they don't rely on the charge as much as the other Empire calves. Empire Knights are finished running through the Glade Guard. Actually, they're going to keep fighting them. The other Glade Guard are going to turn around and start shooting at them. We do have Mr. Dirtu himself here who will help out and potentially try to terror route them. A Sword of Daith, presumably, yep, hitting the Knights of the Black Rose and the Empire Knights. Very good cast of the use of the Sword of Daith. I imagine would have been good to pair that up with the Flock of Doom. Steam Tank, just doing Steam Tank's things, is going to take a big old cannon shot, presumably sometime soon at something. We'll see. You know what, Steam Tank, you take too long to reload. I'm not going to waste my time. But it's doing Steam Tank things. It's good routing things. It's doing massive, heavily armored 3,000 pound tank things. Dirtu is taking quite a bit of damage from the Huntsman as they have that bonus versus large, and oh my god, they are actually doing really good damage against Dirtu. This is the perfect Dirtu counter. Dirtu is trying his best here. He does get an Earth Blood. Glade Guard are turning around and starting to shoot at the Empire Knights, but their backline is an absolute mess. I don't know if the Wood Elves can get themselves out of this. Once their Glade Guards are compromised, once they cannot bring them back up to start shooting again, that turns into the real problem. But the thing is, Glade Guard have pretty good base leadership, so they can turn back around and start shooting once again. But I don't think Glade Guard were really honestly the choice here, because they don't have that great of AP, and Empire Knights and Knights of the Black Rose always have shields. They have bronze shields and heavy armor, so they're gonna run through your last samurai attempt of your frail little bows and arrows and not care, because Empire Knights are boss like that. Branch Wraith is here doing her thing, surrounded. Not able to Earthblood Dirtu now because he's so far away. Actually, what is the range on Earthblood? Is it like 100 meters? It's 200 meters. Okay, they still have range, I think. The fact that CA hasn't given us a roller is crazy. A big old steam cannon shot into the back of the Wood Elves. Beautiful. And those grenade shots just obliterating Wood Elves. You love to freaking see it. Doing the Empire's dirty work. Slaughtering filthy, dirty Wood Elves. Empire Knights are going to come in and get that nice little charge in on the Glade Guards. Man, I love Empire Knights. Oh, get owned. I'm not talking about the player. I'm talking about the Wood Elves. Another grenade shot into the back of those Infernal Guard, and then another rear charge from the Empire, the Knights of the Black Rose. Yeah, we love to freaking see it. How many kills they got? 88. Very nice. Where are the Zotes at? Are they doing literally anything? They got 18 kills so far. They could surround the Steam Tank and try to do something. The Steam Tank is the perfect target for them, I think. They don't have great melee attack, however, at only 23 right now because they're tired. 23 melee attack! Oh, the Zotes are funny. Such a funny unit. Glade Guard continue to shoot in at the backs of the Knights of the Black Rose, but not really doing too much damage. The Stank is just going to run over them. Dirtu is going to try to catch up to them. You could sort of Daith him all you want, but in reality, The Zoats do block him up a little bit. Maybe it'll give him a chance, but no. Look at the... he's just pushing them aside. The freaking tank does not care, man. It's like 4,000 pounds of freaking metal. Brittle sheet metal. And it's pushing back past these like 10 foot, 12 foot tall dragon ogre like swamp creatures. It's hilarious, man. Yeah, that's game blouses. What else are going to toss in the game? They're throwing the towel. And let's see if I had to be a Nurgle main for the next month. Seos has the exact mustache. I think I've seen it. I can hear it whenever he talks in voice chat. Like the sounds of his mustache hairs twizzling as he talks. It's like this really long Kossar-like mustache that reaches all, like past the chin. It's like a chin strap, but it like continues on further and curls. I can hear it. But for the Steam Tank, 1330 value there, an absolute menace to all Wood Elf society. I don't know why you would sit in trees when Steam Tanks exist and will burn down your trees, your forest. The Huntsmen did fantastic. I did not know Huntsmen were so good against the Wood Elves. Seagulls has taught me today. Pretty good value there on them. 579 here and 780. Yeah, Empire Knights just had fun, honestly. They didn't get a lot of value, but they were just literally pinballing all of the Wood Elf ranged units, which is exactly what they're brought here for, just to disrupt and be an absolute menace. Not to get not a lot of killing power. 107 kills and 180 on this Knights of the Black Rails. Beautiful work, especially in the hands of Seagos, a player who not only has good micro but cheats. So he has cheating software which helps his micro, but also he has really good micro on top of it. So 1446 on Durthu, pretty good, but not what Durthu would want. He was pelted by shitty little Empire Huntsman arrows, probably made out of the finest Empire wood, which costs 10 cents for a log. Imagine getting pelted by wood as a tree man and dying to that, or like taking a lot of damage from it. That's kind of hilarious if you think about it. Yeah, everything else did about as you expect. The Glade Guard did absolutely nothing. I'm guessing you want to go for Swift Shiver shards here. I could be wrong. I don't play Wood Elves very much. And do you want to bring Wild Riders? Presumably a lot of them. And Glade Riders. Look at that. I don't have to be a Nurgle main. Fuck. I knew it. Zoats. We're not going to get any value here. They had a chance to potentially surround the Steam Tank and get some value, but the Steam Tank does not care about your swamp creature 2,000 pound or 180 pound freaking... I don't know. I can't think of how much Zoat weighs, apparently. Probably 1,000 pounds each. But apparently the Steam Tank does not care. It is just a big aluminum machine that just made by the finest Empire sheet metal. Just running through them, pushing past them like they don't care. And plus the Zoats have terrible melee attack stats. I don't know what they're for when they made them. I also don't like the fact that they're freaking Dragon Ogre reskins. But we can talk about that another day. I bitch about that enough. Yeah, I'm not a Nurgle main, thankfully. We can leave that up to Kukinko. Unfortunately for Kukinko. Light Cav is fine? Yeah, I figured. But like, you need more than that. You don't need Zoats. You don't need two non-shielded Glade Riders with a Zoat. You need more Glade Riders. And some with so much shields and some with... And especially the ROR variant, feels like. Why was I saying that? Wood Elves never stood a chance, says Curio. Definitely Wild Riders instead of Zoats, I think. And the Glade Guards and Starfire Shafts. Starfire Shafts, there we go. Yep. That's what I figured you needed to get past that heavy metal armor of the Empire Knights. And, I mean, you're not really going to shoot at the Steam Tank because it has 360 missile block, but, you know, essentially. Play the Shield 16 Light Cav is fine. It helps blocking Empire Cav and Spears, and it gives archers from time. Yeah, exactly. You need the light archers, or rather, you need the Light Cav, a bunch of Light Cav to protect against Empire Knights, because Empire Knights do not clear out Cav. They're good at running over infantry and just disrupting. That's all they're good at. Same with Knights of the Black Rose. They clear out infantry, but it takes them a while. But they will do it, and they're very good at holding. And they will not clear out light cav of the Wood Elves very much. But yeah, that best of 3 goes to Segos. Well played, the Segos. As always. Let's go to that really quick here. All right. Alrighty, all right. Yeah. Let me draw. Segos wins that. The world wins theirs. We got a few more left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me make sure I have enough. I have two. Here's the issue. First, I forgot to put the blocker up. It doesn't matter. I have 3 matches worth, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left. Did I forget to mark one? Let me check. Let me check very quickly. Let me check. I wish. This is Wisdom Tree Root. So that one I've done. Okay. Which one was that one again? That was this top one. Okay. I can't remember who won in that one. Let's see. This one is Little Pudding. Okay, Wisdom Tree Root won that one. All right, let me circle that. All right, and then for the other one, let me check here. We got Veal Meatballs, which I think I still have the replay for. Yes, I do. Wonderful. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, there's still a little bit more than I have. Let me check another. Leo? Who's Leo? Do I have that one? Leo versus Lost? I have Morse. I do not have Lost. Spicy little snack is what it translates to. Let's see. Maybe I accidentally deleted it. I don't know. Okay, go to file location. Is it these two? I think it's these two. Let me check real quick. Pardon the wait. So this is very interesting. Okay. Let me check the symbols. I think these are the same symbols. When you have to cast. Oh my god. Okay. This is the symbol. Okay. I don't know if I've casted these already. I'm guessing I didn't because they're still on the list. But I could have just not crossed them out. Alright. Let me see the names. Lost. Let's say spicy snack. Is what that translates to. Which is hilarious. Little symbols. Wait, this is... Oh, it translates to Mozzie Zoo versus Tongue Tree? What? So confused. Okay. Leo versus the Lost. Man, this is interesting. Let me do this again. There we go. Okay, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. It's fine. It's fine. Let's get to the rest of the replays. Let's do Mozzie Zoo versus Tung Tree. I'm so sorry to the Chinese players for butchering your names. Another XLS player, and then we have Mozzie Zoo on Chaos Dwarfs with what's this dumb fool bastard ugly fella's name again with a net. Zatan. It's literally right in front of me. I had my eyes closed because I was trying to ponder. But yes, let's just get to it. We have Jotan the Black. He's on foot, which is, you know, imagine looking at these stats and thinking, yeah, I should make this Lord and give him to the Total Warhammer 3 fan base, the Chaos Dwarf fan base, and think he is perfectly fun to do anything with. Okay, so he has Boundless Cruelty, which another ability I hate that Zatan has. It is absolute garbage. Effect intensity increases with each enemy entity in range. So you have to have up to 8 enemies surrounding him to get this effect. If I'm correct. It says entity, so it could mean model number, but either way, it is terrible. Chaos Rune Shield as well. Immune to contact effects, which is not really worth the price whenever, especially you're going to bring him on foot. But he does have the best net in the game, so this takes snare. Cannot move, minus 24 melee defense, and it is for 33 seconds. Extremely low range, but extremely good. Blazing Beards of Berserk. And Chaos Dwarf Warriors in the center with some Infernal Guard. We also have double freaking train, y'all. We should bring this back, honestly. We should bring this freaking back in Vermin League. Hell yeah. Demon's Tongue and the Iron Demon. We also have Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders and Spears. Both with Spears, rather. And then we have the Sorcerer of Fire with Flaming Sword of Ruin and Cascading Fire Cloak, as well as Reforged for the trains. And then we have a single unit of Great Weapon Bull Centaur Renderers. For Khorne, I already imagine Khorne is going to have an absolute field day against this army comp, but normally I would put it in favor of Chaos Dwarves, just a slight tad bit, depending on who you're up against and what their army comps are. But we do have Scarbrand the Exiled will be leading the forces. We got Rage Embodied, his breath attack, his dreaded breath attack, which is Wrathful Reaper for the Rampage. We also have Bloodbird Behemoth, very cool, can deal with the steam, can deal with a Iron Demon. And then we have Marauders, a whole bunch of Marauders, some with some with dual weapons, some without. And then we have Skyla and Grimfam. Oh my god, you never see them anymore. They're just so bad for their price. But they have heavy AP at the very least, so they can punch into a train if they wanted to, if they can. Also has all their abilities. Kill for Khorne for the Rampage, and then Crimson Juggernaut, which gives them speed and Glorious Charge, which is funny. Brass Collar of Khorne, another battle where you have to get 100 kills. It's not as offensive, but yeah. Serpentine Tail as well. I also missed the Godai Destroyer somehow. Literally a gigantic piece of machinery on the screen. I missed it. So funny build here. Godai Destroyer and double train, but the Godai Destroyer is gonna get his butt whooped against the Bloodbird Behemoth if the Bloodbird Behemoth actually goes after him instead of fighting Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Please tell me you are not going to be sitting here cutting up Chaos Warriors when there's an Iron Demon right here. I could die Destroyer right there. It is getting a Cascading Fire Cloak and a Flaming Sword of Ruin, actually giving it decent stats up to 64, 63, 927 weapon strength, down to 802. But still, it is beating the crap out of Scarbrand because he got netted and has minus melee defense. Bloodbird, please do your job. You have one job. Kill the large targets. Skyla, do literally anything. You're fighting blood Bull Centaur Renderers. Okay, I guess. Another cast of the Flaming Sword of Ruin. No! Garbrand! What are you doing, man? I know I said it's Chaos Dwarf flavor, but this bad? What are you doing? You just fumbled. You just threw Scarbrand away like he was trash, man. Are you corn? You just burned his wings and left him in the dirt. Dude, you can't do that. I mean, I'm all glad to see the Godai Destroyer kill Scarbrand as much as I love the Godai Destroyer. This useless piece of junk metal. But at least I wanted a fair fight, and that was not a fair fight. Scarbrand got his freaking butt whooped. Anyways, Bloodroot Behemoth continued to waste away his his super offensive strength against Chaos Dwarf Warriors. And what has he made to show for it? 47 kills and 243 value. Can he finally actually attack the large unit he's supposed to? Oh wait, but now he has no longer assistance. He has regen, so he's going to be taking more damage from flammable attacks from the Godai Destroyer. And there's Bull Centaur Renderers here. Balance of Power, I think, seals the day. It has everything left to say. We shall just watch this fight go on for a small moment while the Bloodroot Behemoth gets its butt handed to it, because that is how things will be. And he leaves the game. He says, no, thank you. I will not take a loss against the intrepid machinery of the Chaos Dwarves. Khorne cares not from whence the blood flows, and constructs have no blood, so clearly CD winning is actually a win for Khorne. The Chaos Dwarves have blood. The Bloodroot Behemoth should not care about that, though. Scarbrand didn't make sense. But he wasn't attacking anything with blood, man. Maybe he was attacking the construct specifically to deny Khorne his blood. Did he get himself killed just to make Khorne mad? That was almost as shameful as Scarbrand's ending in the end times. Like, that was that levels of shame for Scarbrand. But hey, I am happy to see the Destroyer do literally anything in any matchup. He did his best. I'm so happy for him. Good job. You got your glow up. That is the most value you're ever going to see from a Godai Destroyer, man. Oh man, 29.55 from beating Scarbrand's butt. I don't think I saw a single cast from the Demon Sorcerer that game, but oh no, yeah, it was just buffs, right? Complete buffs. I forgot that it wasn't like Burning Head or anything. Insane buffs. But yeah, 1977 as well on the Bull Centaur Renderer, as they just chopped at Scarbrand's legs. Big meaty legs. The trains also kind of got to do whatever the hell they wanted. Furies, no surprise, got annihilated because they're terrible in this matchup. Skyla did nothing. 735, 768, and 466 for the Bloodroot Behemoth. That's some big value there for the Bloodroot Behemoth. Buff Khorne. OP Chaos Dwarves. And now we'll move on to the... Sure, the Bloodroot regen has fire? I don't think it does, actually. I don't think it does. But it does... What, doesn't any healing get reduced by fire? Or is that just only specifically... Yeah, I'm pretty sure any fire, right? Yeah, it doesn't get weakness to fire resistance. What I meant to say was that the healing was getting cut in half. That's what I meant to say. But I spill out words from my mouth without thinking about what I'm going to say. Words just kind of like spill out of my mouth. But at least they're not as offensive as some of the things Pigman says. Pigman taking another stray shot. I'm sorry, Pigman. We move on to the second game. We have Dark Elves this time in Grand Cathay. This is the third time we've seen Grand Cathay, or fourth? And more Dark Elves. Dark Elves are just insanely popular right now, unfortunately. We do have Morathi, Mommy Morathi, on her with Soul Stealer and one of Caradon with Milkoff's Mystifying Miasma. And Life Leeching plus her Heart Render and Dark Sword. She is on her little Pegasus. with the Siren and Red Ruin. Hey, look at that. I never see them anymore. But they are the Aura variant. They do have their little Scram Wall of Malice, which does some Mortis damage for 7 seconds. Very pitiful compared to the, the Mortis engine of, what's her name? The Mask. But it's fine. It's fine. It's very similar to the Deluge, but for the Great Unclean One ROR, but, what just happened? Huh? What did I miss? I just saw a lot of messages pop up. Sure, DE, not OP, not at all. Not OP, nope. Big man having a rough day. First banned from tournament by Butcherbird and then roasted by Saurian. Wait, wow. Really? Yes, he got banned? My god. What day? Yeah, wasn't his tournament today? Wasn't Butcherbird's tournament today? Or was it yesterday? I think it's today, and did he get banned by Pigman? I'm not surprised at all. Is it because Pigman did something particularly offensive, or just because Bird doesn't like Pigman? I wouldn't be surprised either way. We got Cold One Knights on both flanks, presumably, yes. And some Witch Elves, some beautiful, beautiful Witch Elves, very incredible Witch Elves. We have a bunch of Harpies. More action that the Harpies have seen in a lifetime. We also have Yuan Bo, pretty much the only Grand Cathay Lord to use nowadays. Talons of the Night, which you never see ever, though I miss it so very much. Ned Amnentalk, Dragon's Fang, pretty much everything, honestly. Armor of the Dragon's Gaze, which is pretty decent, giving himself ward save and +4 leadership and ITP to nearby allies. Very good item, I like it. It's very similar to Zhao Ming's, but Zhao Ming isn't really used anymore. The Iron Dragon, he's been forgotten about. You got Jade Warriors, some crossbows. Are they the shielded variant or just generic crossbows? They are just generic crossbows. We also have Pleasant Long Spears, a whole bunch of crossbows, no shotgunners, surprisingly, and some Jade Lancers. I would have sacrificed maybe one crossbow just to get another Jade Lancer, because this is not enough in my opinion against the Dark Elves, but we'll see how it goes. Harpies taking a fight there with the Jade Lancers, probably just stopping them from interrupting any of their stuff. These Harpies are taking quite a bit of damage from the crossbows, just getting lit the F up, man. They are gone. This one is gone, but the Curse of Cain will come back. They generally do. They do have regen as well, but only in melee, I believe. Harpies running away, typical Harpies. No action for them. The Witch Elves absolutely obliterate the Jade Warriors. Remember when the Jade Warriors used to be good? Because they're not anymore. Especially considering the Witch Elves are so fantastically good nowadays. But yeah, Jade Warriors be gone. Your armor does not matter here. They're gone. They can now push into the back line instead of finishing off the Jade. They literally just killed the entirety of the Jade Warriors. They did not care. Oh my gosh. The Jade Lancers are trying to avoid a fight with the Cold One Dread Knights, I presume. The Cold One Knights, I presume. Marathi's taking a fight with Yuan Bo, which she doesn't want to take, despite her being a decent fighter. Yuan Bo is a much better fighter. If you want to get out of there, Harpies have no charge attack animations. Look at this. Isn't this so beautiful? I love it so much. Look at that. They're doing absolutely nothing, while a good portion of the flying models are doing absolutely zitch nada. And these guys are just hovering above their heads. Some of them are attacking a little bit, but that's about it. I love flying models and multi-model entities. They are so cool and great. Jade Warrior crossbows are getting some fantastic crossfire into the sides of the Witch Elves, but they do have physical resistance, however, so they are mitigating quite a bit of that damage, and they're the only ones shooting into them, I think. Yeah, I would force fire these guys to shoot into the Witch Elves. They also get Talent of the Night, but Talent of the Night is not what it used to be, but it'll still do some okay damage at the very least. But way too high a win cost for what it does. Harpies jumping down there, getting on top of the Jade Lancers. Gold One Knights have a surround on them as well, and those Jade Lancers will say bye-bye very soon. Harpies jumping in on the Jade Warriors with crossbow. Finally going to be attacking, potentially. Yes, they do attack, but the Jade Warrior crossbows do have 80 armor at the least to mitigate some of their damage. But they're routing because they do not care. Their leadership hates it. They're attacked in the rear, damage sustained, and damaged by artillery. What the hell artillery are they being hit by? Oh, it's Medusa. Medusa is doing some good work, I imagine. Medusa, what you doing, babe? What you doing, my beautiful red sirened wife? Just gonna smack these Jade Lancers in the butt with your massive spear? Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Look at that, just cutting a few of them in half. Wonderful. Can't believe we didn't get gore in this game. Imagine just like good gore that actually looked decent and happened consistently. That's not what this game needs, but it would be nice. Either way, Marathi overcasts and miscasts on herself, taking quite a bit of damage. Jade Lancers get hit by the Milkhouse, though they're not going to come back anyways, so strange. I would have thrown it on the crossbows, I guess. But, you know, there's a lot of choices to make, I guess. Jade Warriors fighting off some Dread Spears, but are surrounded by Harpies. And the Siren of the Red Ruin is now here. She's going to do her little Mortis Engine thing ability for a few seconds. Surprised it doesn't. Does it bomb leadership as well? It should if it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You'd think the Well of Malice would do a leadership bomb, but whatever, it's fine. The Mortis Engine, I guess, does something. The Jade Warrior crossbows are being chased off by Marathi. We do have some Witch Elves sitting idly by and some Dread Spears, but I think this is a wash for Grand Cathay. Yanbo is not good enough to... He's good. I would think Zhao Meng would be better at clutching something like this, but it's fine. Zhao Meng is not here right now. He's settling some deals with the ogres, probably trading some good wares for some ogre brew. I don't know what Zhao Ming likes to do. Maybe he likes ogre women. But either way, Zhao Ming is just getting punted by those Medusa shots. As he does, nothing happens. There's my wife over there. That's her. That's my wife. My 16-foot tall wife, and Zhao Ming is gonna go try to decapitate her with this stupid little Cathayan sword. Nope, he he tried to attack her, and she just animated away from him. Her animation just flung her away from him. So Zhao Ming does nothing. But yeah, that is it. Zhao Ming is gonna get bullied until he cries home, and Croesus is probably gonna give him a pat on the back. Oh wait, no, Zhao Ming doesn't care about ogres. I mean, yeah, Yanbo. But that is it. Yanbo is going to sit here and chop at witch elves, excuse me, and Dread Spears, and do absolutely nothing with his life. I'm sorry to diss on you, Zhao Ming, but I mean, god damn, I keep getting your name wrong. I'm even calling you you're the wrong brother. The better brother is off somewhere doing something else. Yangbo, you're just a loser. Bye. Be gone. Shoo. How is Snake Lady's weeb? Explain right now. But yes, Snake Ladies are... Yes. Snake Ladies, best. 1400... Snoo. 1024 on the Witch Elves, 1091 on these, and 305 on the other one. Not as impressive, but look at those kills, man. 254, 238, 140. My freaking god. They literally just like murdered those freaking Jade Warriors in like not even 30 seconds, man. They routed off and didn't have a chance to run away. They got knifed in the back as they were running away and dragged to the ground and just slaughtered down to this last man. Insane. They can't even overchase because they kill stuff too fast. But yeah, the Kodo Knights did fantastic. The Siren of the Red Ruin, great as well, 1328. But yeah, I think we need some shotguns for Grand Cathay. We always need shotguns. 2618 on Yanbo. He did good. He did good. For as much crap I talked about him. Jade Warriors got massacred. I can just imagine the Jade Warriors sitting in bed, lying in bed with a picture of their previous Jade Warrior stats when the game initially released, crying to themselves, knowing that they will never, ever trade well with the Dark Elf, Witch Elf, ever again. Crossbowmen did nothing, pretty much. All they were known for is doing a bunch of damage to the Harpies, and that's it. They could have generally, I guess, probably all-focused fired on some Witch Elves, but Dark Elves are too good at collapsing in on your formation, a formation like Grand Cathay's, to the point where it's not really going to matter. Crossbowmen just don't do enough damage fast enough. Yeah, more Jade Lancers, but also at the same time, your Jade Lancers are going to get their butt beat by Code One Knights any day of the week. Code One Knights could probably fight 2J Lancers 2v1 and still win. So I'm sorry, Green FA players, you lost this one. But yeah, GG's. All that to say, GG's. Good match. Yeah, us normal people only just have conventionally beautiful units like Warzag and Mazda and like Bloody Corpse. You guys are pretty vanilla, man. Like, seriously, Mazda? You go for the sexiest lord in the game and you call me a weeb? Okay, buddy. Can't even go for the unconventionally attractive, can ya? Who was that just now? That was... That was names. Those were names. They were... I think I just translated them recently. I think it was Morse. Yes, it was the Morse match. Was it the Morse match? Lazy Bones Chicken versus Morse. Was that one it? No, that's a different one. This one is... Leo versus the Lost Little Spark. I think that one might be it. Oh, no. That was Mosey Zoo versus Tongue Tree. Gotcha. Yeah. I figured out now. Which translates to who knows what? I think it's this one. Yes. Okay, that was the 5th matchup. And Mosey Zoo won that one out. 2-0 to Tongue. For the other ones, let's see here. Wait, what? I'm getting confused here. Yes, that was it. Okay, let me mark that. Okay, we have Morses versus Little Chicken is what I got from this. Hey, Bird. Yeah, I'm still streaming. I got a lot of replays to go through for the Chinese tournament. I already went through yours and all the other ODM players, so all I got left are the rest of the Chinese games. I know some of you play Chinese players, but a lot of these are just Chinese players against Chinese players. So, going through the rest of those, I got a few left. For... Which one is this one? This one is Little Chicken. They are on the High Elves, I think. Hard to keep track when Total War doesn't even, like, save the names, even though I input their names. It's fine. It's fine. This is Little Chicken Foot, something like that. I will correct it in un momento. Something against Morse. I don't know which replay. Yeah, Idle Chicken versus Morse. I believe High Elves are the chicken player. But yeah, we got Emmerich. Somehow Black Knight has made their way even to the Chinese community as bringing Emmerich. But this is... He inspired them to bring Emmerich, but they brought the wrong build because this isn't 3 Dragon Princes, this is 3 Ocean Heads instead. Alright, we got Emmerich on his dragon with Lord of Dragons and his Starlands. We also have an very expensive Caradran, so we have a very expensive hero combo here. Caradran and Emmerich. That's a lot of healing you're going to have to do. With his Phoenix Blade, Colossal Strike, and his Mark of a Saurian. Is this... I haven't played much with High Elves since the DLC. Does this just come for free? I presume so, with his Phoenix. Either way, or his... the fact that he's an Assyrian. Either way, he also has that little Frostfire thing. I've never seen that icon before. What the... Why did they make new icons, man? That's exactly what this game needs, is more icons. But yeah, he is here. Solid anti-large fighter, very scary, and everybody uses him. We have a bunch of spearmen, very cheap, staunch line of spears. 3 oceanids, very classic that we've seen lately, and more spears. And then we have, presumably, just a regrowth caster. No, 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 you cannot bring flesh to stone and regrowth in a case where you're bringing 2 massive beaters like this. I mean, I guess you can, but your regrowth is going to take up a lot of wins. Either way, we have for Morse. Morse, it's got Dreaded Duelist on one of the coolest swords in the Dark Elf side, Lokir Fellheart. He has got just that ability. He's on his dragon, as you can see, and Helm on the Kraken for that heal. Let's see if Mr. Kraken Lord himself can fight back Caradhran or Imric. I imagine not, but we'll see. Probably put up a good fight. Whole bunch of Dread Spears and Bleak Swords, as well as some Dark Riders on both flanks, and some Cold One Knights in the very back. 3 Cold One Dread Knights, or Cold One Knights, excuse me, and Dark Shards. A whole bunch of Dark Shards, plus a Sorceress of Dark with just Doombolt is what I'd expect to see. Let's see how this goes. So the Oceanids, I can't imagine being very good here. Dark Shards, despite them having good missile resistance at 20%, I believe, plus the physical resistance, so basically so it's 20%, and then they're all physical bows, so basically 50% resist from their Dark Shards, but you also have 4 Dark Shards and pretty decent fire rate, so, and I just don't imagine why you would bring them in general, because Cold One Knights are going to eviscerate them, and you don't need them against the infantry, obviously. So, yeah. A very bad breath attack from Lokir Fellheart, so already off to a great start. Not to be cheeky, but I mean, stop breath attacking with flying units, please. Flying single entities, excuse me. If you do it against a multi-entity, that's fine, because you can potentially tag models, but if they're flying from far away, no. Little snacky little bite there, little chomp there from Lokir's dragon. Just a tiny little taste of Bluebird. Not too bad there. Something being casted here. A Doombolt, presumably overcasted Doombolt. Misses. Classic. That's also another thing I would like to stop seeing. Please stop Doombolting flying units, flying single entity units. There's a potential that the Doombolt will just miss. And it was an overcasted one as well, so that was not cheap. It's cheap in the sense that you got good value from it, but not cheap in the sense that that Winds of Magic was just free, and you just went away. Dark Shards take a nasty breath attack from Imric. Pretty solid breath attack. Not amazing, but solid enough. Imric goes in for, Lokir goes in for a little bite there, a little chomp on Imric, and maybe extending to a little too far away from your Dark Shards. Lokir Fellheart, that is not a fight you want to take. You're just taking unnecessary damage. Oceanid's going to take that little fight there with the Dark Riders, and to be fair, that's a fair fight. That's a very easily fair fight. But now come the Cold One Knights, going to surround the Oceanids, and they won't like eviscerate. I know I said eviscerate, but like they'll kill them quickly enough. Like I've had plenty of times where the Oceanids just they do some decent damage in the Cold One Knights, but the Cold One Knights obviously win that any day of the week. Lokir Fellheart has found himself in a very precarious situation. Dreaded Duelist is popped, but he is fighting in 2 anti-large... one of them is an anti-large fighter, but one is very specifically built to be a duelist on his dragon, and he's taking on both of them by himself. Cold One Knights were a bit late to the fight there. I had to see Dark Riders weren't going to do much either, and now these two are probably going to be able to get up without any problem. Caradhran might have a little bit of difficulty because he's on a stupid little blue pigeon, so he has no mass, but, we'll see. Look at all these Cold One Knights doing absolutely nothing. Please surround him properly, man. Do like a little... Oh, no! Ouch! That's exactly what I was expecting. That hurt. But yes, do like a full surround, move up, and don't send your spearmen in too, please. Yep, these Oceanids are gone. They're disintegrating, as I imagined. But some Oceanids did have some better luck. They did get on top of the Dark Shards. Look at that. And another one is disrupted over here by the other Oceanids. But they're in a very poor condition at almost half HP, or pretty much half HP. Mage of Life is running around on a horse, which you don't want to see. You want them on foot, so if Lokir attacks them, they will just fall over. But now they're just taking massive hits from Lokir. Unfortunately, a regrowth is going to go off on Imric, and Imric is going to chase down Lokir. So at least he can protect her. So at least there's that. Oceanids have had their last chance today to do any more damage potentially, as they're going to continue to be shot away by the Dark Shards. Imric is going to have something to say about that, going to jump in on top of the Dark Shards, but can the other one be disrupted before they take shots at Imric? I guess Caradrian can do something about it, but the Cold War Knights are sitting idly by, and so are the Dread Spears to land on him if he does do that. Mage of Life giving herself some flesh to stone to keep herself in the fight a little bit longer, but she definitely doesn't want to stay in the fight either way. Caradrian is going to jump in on the Dark Shards and do a little bit of damage. They're not exactly built for clearing out infantry, but they're disrupting them enough so that they're not able to shoot. These Dark Shards are going to turn around and get some pretty good crossbow fire into Imric, doing a little bit of damage. Let's see if they can get a volley off before they get disrupted. And they do. Let's see what that damage is looking like. Nothing really to write home about. I think Imric has some missile resistance. Yeah, 25%. It's pretty good missile resistance. It's going to mitigating quite a bit of that damage. But you definitely need to get this all done shooting. And they are now finally start shooting. If Imric sits here long enough, those two volleys will start to rack up really quickly, and they're not really doing any damage to these Dark Shards. Oh my god, how are they staying in the fight for so long? I know what's her name was there for a bit, and some of the Cold War Knights, but like these Dark Shards are holding on for so long. Again, as I said, they're not infantry clears, so not exactly when you would expect, where you would expect them to be, but yeah, these Dark Shards are getting quite a bit of value off of them. High Elf player doesn't have anything left though to disrupt them, so as much as the High Elf player did their best, another missed Doombolt. Yeah, as much as the High Elf player invested into this bully hero squad, it's not going to really pan out here. These Cold War Knights have free range to surround them and beat them down, as they have no other mobility to do anything about it, and there's a bunch of Dark Shards, so that's going to pretty much spell the end of the day there. Caradrian can try his best, but he's going to get his butt whooped by the Cold War Knights, and there we go. Now Imric is left all alone, no Dragon Princes to support him, just Oceanids, which are dead and disintegrated and turned into wet sand, and that'll be it for that replay. Just around, yeah, just 32. That's all Queek gave me. I'll do the 16 to 8, and then potentially the 8 to the finals. Whenever those finish, did you guys finish the top 8 yet? I know some people were being waited on, particularly Sipa, I think, and Pigman or something. I don't know. But I would like to be able to cast the 16 to 8 and 8 to finals soon, because I would like to finish the tournament. That'd be nice. 1698 here for Imric. Not incredible. Black Knight would be disappointed for sure. 1984 on Caradrian. He's extremely expensive, I think, right? So like that doesn't make up for how much he is, but it's close. I think he's like 2300 or something, right? It's not cheap. Spearmen did nothing. Oceanids got wrecked like I assumed they would. I honestly think even double Sea Elemental would have been better there, because at least Sea Elementals die, they shoot out Oceanids, and there's no caps. Actually, do they... Let me check the document. Do they play with unit caps on? I mean, actually, I have people here who have played in it, so I imagine you guys know. Unit caps are on, yeah, so they can only take you one Sea Elemental. Right? But yeah, that first game goes to Morse on the Dark Elf side. We'll switch on over to this little blocker thingy. Cold War Knights take quite long to kill Ocean Pigs. Yeah, they do take a while, but they eventually will kill them. And Ocean Pigs, the thing is though, it's not like they're gonna, okay, so in a vacuum, which doesn't happen often, ocean pigs will die quickly to Cold War Knights, in my experience. But if they have infantry support, which they generally do, Cold War Knights will take a while. But eventually they will beat them without a problem. They will take a bit of damage from maybe infantry support and a slight bit from Sea Elementals. But at the end of the day, Sea Elementals, I kind of just like Hulks. A little bit better than Hulks. A lot better than Hulks. Or Crabs, maybe a lot better than Crabs. But they have no armor and they rely a lot on physical resistance and missile resistance. And they're not being shot at when it comes to Dread Knights, or Cold War Knights. And they don't have great melee attacks. Melee attack stats. So eventually the Cold War Knights will kill them. And considering they have Disintegrate instead of Undead Crumbling, they will disintegrate extremely quickly. Which is pretty funny. Yeah, let's check some chat here. How much are you gonna stream? It'll be a million games. 5 hours already. We can go. Has it been 5 hours? Oh my god. Yeah, 24-hour stream. Let's do it. Vermin League Q. Vermin League Q. I'm definitely not on my last legs. No wonder. 32. Just the way it looks crazy. Got it. Only 32 to 48 games. Yeah, it was a lot of games that I think about it. Cold War Knights take quite long to kill ocean pigs. Nerfed Dark Shards. I think it's just finals. Do you take Dark Shards against High Elves? I presume so. I don't play this matchup much or see this matchup often. Apparently Seagulls lost 05, which is precedent for best of 7. Unicaps here, nothing here else, yeah. Wait, Seagulls, did you really lose best of 5, or is that 05, or is that just bird shit postage? Sometimes I can't take what Bird says seriously. Actually, in a vacuum, complete vacuum, they trade evenly. I just tested it. Really? Okay, maybe I've been blinded by... Okay. I have played Loopy's mod recently. Maybe that's kind of giving me... Maybe that's mixed up the results in my head. Thought Cold War Knights in a vacuum killed Ocean Pigs fast. But Loopy's mod did nerf Ocean Pigs. And so that maybe mixed into my results there. Because Loopy hates High Elf players. He hates High Elves. He hates Ocean Pigs. He hates fun. I really overestimated Ocean Heads in one of my High Elf games this event. He got rolled by COK. See? Yeah, Curio. Both of you are giving... hello. Can you guys stop spreading misinformation and give me something correct for once? Stop trolling me. Which is a bit misleading since without infantry fights, COKs miss out on the DE army ability. No. Okay. Thanks. Appreciate it. I love being gaslighted. Cool. Awesome. Should not spoil any actual semi results since I know every match table. Okay. I gotcha. Yeah, don't spoil them. Obviously, I see the replays, but I'm not like reading them or like looking into them very much. So I don't know. I technically know how they go, even though I wish I could play the replays without knowing. But nonetheless. I lost, but I cheat in score input. So I'm in finals waiting for random news. Oh. I'm an Ocean Pig denier. Screw Ocean Pigs. Their models suck and they're on the High Elf roster. So I personally think Beastmen should get like Ocean Pigs, but actual pigs. The Razordons, they're the Razor the Razor pig should get like be turned into monstrous big infantry. But no. Let's move on to the next match. That was that one. Let's see. That was the first game between Chicken and Morsh, right? Yes. So first one, right? Oh, I'm getting confused here. I'm confusing myself. Yes. Yes. Okay. Morse won the first one. So it is now 1-0 against Chicken. We'll move on to the second game here. All right. We got Kislev. This is the first Kislev match of the frickin' tournament. Up against the Greenskins from Morse. Already off the bat, I'm not liking the look of Kislev's chances. We got a bunch of I'm not gonna say shitty cav, they're actually pretty good like cav. And we have the hero who is bad and doesn't do anything like most melee heroes. And we have only one golden lancer, one little lancer here, winged lancer, and we got 4 of classified dervishes and a whole bunch of skirmishing. Not exactly what I would expect to be the Greenskins army beater, but we do have 2 double Frostswarm at the very least. So I switch to Tempest with Frostswarm, with Blizzard and Snowflake Pendant and Guardian Call. Just gonna be relying a lot on Blizzard, which doesn't have... Right, okay, it does. I'm mixing it up with the Hawk one, which doesn't have AP, but it also doesn't do friendly fire, so... That was pretty good, Hawks and Mishka. But yeah, this one's also good as well. I like it a lot, but it's also extremely expensive at 18 WOM, so... against Greenskins, which have a lot of units, not too sure about that one, Chief. Solix Lullaby and Daz's Song of Winter Sunlight will be the going on for the Patriarch. Mostly just trying to be healing up your Froststorms, I suppose. We also have Balakai of the Alarai, which gives some melee stat increases, which is nice for the Frostworms. Makes them even better fighters at 5340. And yeah, just another generic Frostworm. We also have the Golden Knight Neresia, who does have her Urson's Claw, which gives Frozen for 6 seconds, which is okay if you can get a Greenskin Lord or Hero, but the odd chance that you will is minimal. If a Greenskin player lets you hit like their Warzag or something, or Night Shaman with this, their Foot Shaman with this, then I don't know what they're doing, but they will eventually surround the Golden Hero with Boar Boys and kill her quickly. Either way, we got Grom. Grom the Punch is here. And he's got all his usual stuff. His Lucky Banner, presumably. His Axe of Grom and the Great Uns is it. And yeah, he's going to be doing some good stuff. We got Language of the Boys as well, granting ITP and leadership and melee defense buffs. So we'll be buffing up his Orc Boys. We got some Orc Boys, some Goblins with Spears. And we got some Ruglud's Armored Orcs, the most broken unit on the Greenskins roster. Freaking OP bastards. Not being serious, but I love them. They're extremely good. I know a lot of people hate them. Orc Warrior Biggins and Orc War Boys will be on the flanks. Will do incredible into any of the cav that Kislev really bring, honestly. Especially the Costly Dervishes. And we'll talk about what Kislev is doing right now later. We also have an Orc Shaman who has Gaze of Mork. Let's see if they'll get some... They can't really get as solid value as the other Gaze of Mork Orc Shaman did earlier against Slanesh, where they got 3,000 value. But I imagine they'll still get some pretty good value against the Frostworms. They have decent AP at 30%. And we also have a Curio's favorite little guy here with the squig thinking. He's on foot for some reason, though. He's not... Okay. He'll get there eventually to do something. But yeah, Kislev is doing this little thing here where they're using the forest to their advantage. Oh, I forgot. There's a catapult, right? Yes, we do have a Goblin Rock Lover. I thought it was the Goblin Diver, which is significantly better than this junk. This hunk of junk, which does nothing. Yeah. Kislevites are using the forest to their advantage. This is where fruit rules would help you, but we're not using fruit rules. We're using Queek's XLS rules, and they are doing absolutely everything that fruit rules is against, and just hiding in the forest a little bit, using it to their advantage, putting a massive amount of their army in there. But it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We'll see how the game goes. They're finally coming out of there. They're not going to stay in there, which is good. So it should be fine. It should be fine. The Patriarch is taking a bit of fire. The Frostworms are just going to run into some goblins and push past them, presumably, and get onto the Rugged's Armored Orcs. But you gotta be careful about those boy biggins. They will jump on you like panthers. Cosfight dervishes and the rest of the Kislev Cav are going around. Over here on this flank, winged lancers get a charge into the orc boy biggins, but obviously the winged lancers are gonna eventually lose that trade because of the bonus versus large of the orc boy biggins, and winged lancers also rely a lot on their charges. Kislevite dervishes are going to join in there, but they're not really going to do much charging into the backs there. A massive blizzard coming down here, doing an insane amount of damage to the regular armored orcs, but I don't think that was worth it. 18 WOM just to wipe out the regular armored orcs? I don't think so, buddy. I think it would have been better over here. Like, look how beautiful blizzard would be right freaking here, smack down here. You lose your winged lancer, sure, but they're already going to be lost anyways, and then they get the here we go buff on them. That's very nice. Squigs get summoned in from the Squig caster. That's all I'm going to call him. He's a little Squig herder. He's going to jump in there and even finish this fight even faster. But yeah, those Cosfight dervishes aren't going to do shit. Grom the Punch is being chased by Frostworms, and I feel bad for him because there is absolutely nothing he can do about it, because now he's surrounded and he's potentially going to get killed here by the Cosfight dervishes and horse archers as they surround him, keep him in place, and take a big old bite of that troll regenerating boy. But we do have a lot of infantry and firing left, or range units left from the orc side. The greenskins have gotten a complete surround here on the horse archers, which eventually will do, I think. Yes, we catch at least one. They are routing. By Our Blood is procced already. Irigo is popped, the Wa, and it's going to help out quite a bit with these fights, but not looking too great here in the center, as a lot of their infantry and range are left unsupported, as the main units are off fighting a different fight. But they definitely need to make their way over to support what is going on here. Otherwise, the Frostworms are just going to reign free upon this parade. Sullux Lullaby is going to be popped, giving them some healing. Very nice healing. Not as powerful as it used to be when the Great Elemental Bear blob used to be a thing, but no longer. Now it is still a decent effective heal, just not as good. The horse archers do get in on top of the orc arrow boys, and that's decent because they're not necessarily trying to kill them, just to stop them from shooting. Horse archers continue firing away, just kiting the greenskin forces. Now greenskins don't have much mobility left. They have some beat up orc boar boys here and 50 over here. Another massive blizzard going down here, destroying the goblin rocket lobbers, killing the orc boys. Things are going pretty great here for the Kislevite side. Even though I didn't like the build, it is obviously turning out to be pretty great. Specifically because Grom the Punch got killed incredibly quickly thanks to a very lucky surround there and the use of the Golden Hero, who potentially kept him in place with that frozen status. But I don't think so. I think I saw him getting away. But either way, the Frostworms have been an absolute menace for the Greenskin side, and unfortunately, I think they will be spelling their doom. But they still have quite a bit left. They still have some goblin spears, you know, some goblins, a few orc boar boys. They got a little bit of fire left in them. You don't have any more squig summons, right? Yeah, it's only one, I think. We do have one boar biggin. It's not even the ROR, unfortunately. But I'm pretty sure Kislevites are going to be able to dictate this game, choose whatever fight they want, whenever they want, because they have the mobility and skirmishing to do so. They're going to be running over those goblins who are just kind of rout immediately from the terror. And can you blame them? Frostworms are going to be wreaking havoc amongst this line. Is this another blizzard? If this blizzard goes off, then it's pretty much game over for the greenskins. And it is. It's going to be a very disgusting blizzard here. Let's see that value rack up. Oh my god, it is disgusting. And the greenskin player doesn't even stick through it. They give up. Yikes. Some nasty blizzards. Some truly nasty blizzards. I did not think they would be able to punish the greenskins players that hard. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I didn't even see the balance of power. What was it thinking? He should be on foot? Okay. Okay. I just figured it was weird because he was so far away on foot that he would never actually catch up to any of the fights to summon the squigs, but I guess the squigs can catch up anyways. 218 kills here on the Ice Witch, with 3,000 value. Beautiful. 1,200 value here in the other Frostworm. Patriarch, not much value. As you can imagine, the Golden Knight didn't do much. At least what we saw. The Horse Archers did okay. And the Winged Lancers got shut down rather quickly. Crom the Punch, buddy, you had a terrible showing, my man. You got, to be fair, Crom the Punch is not super fast on his chariot. And that's why you need your Orc Boar riders to assist him and screen him out from any of the Frostworms. But unfortunately, that didn't happen too effectively, and the Blizzards made short work of the Cav, generally. Yeah, some pretty okay values across the board. Ruggles Artworks got absolutely destroyed. 1,300 value on one of these Boar riders. Boar Spear Riders, excuse me. Nothing else, really. Solid game. Nerf Kislev, buff greenskins. That's my final statement. Actually, the other way around. Give Frostworms regen and immune to flanking. Give me Ursun as a hero, as a lord. Okay, so I got confused a little bit. Hold on. The way these things are titled is confusing me. Because I thought the replays were... Either way, Morse won that 2-0. Pretty sure. Yeah, Morse won that 2-0. Think. If these are titled correctly. So we'll mark that off for Morse. We have one game left because I'm missing some replays from Chicken, but we'll get that eventually. I mean, from Chicken, what the heck? From Queek. And good thing that's the case, because it is so freaking hot in my room, man. And I have not eaten, so, in a while. Last thing I had was oatmeal. So, let's get this done. Let's get this done, ladies and gentlemen. My friends, my non-binary friends and Curio. Let us get going. I probably should look at the name here. Look at the names here. It is seeming to be an inner clan war here with the two XLS players. We have Mantu. Man. These translated names are different than the ones I get from. I hope this is this one. Let me see. Nope, that's Veal. Hold on. Let's go back here. Let's go back here. Let's reload. Okay, it is Veal. Yeah. Okay. Their in-game Steam name's different from what I labeled them on there. So it's Veal Meatballs versus Norska. Or Little Steam Bund. I see what's happening. So I have the Chinese letters in the replay file next to their English translations, and what the game is doing is it's trying to translate the Chinese symbols or language, and it's failing at it badly. So sometimes it does that thing where it just like completely gets rid of the text altogether. So yes, that's where we're at. We got a great shaman sorcerer, which is what we're going to be seeing a lot nowadays. Nice little staff you got there, buddy. Fight or Die. Final Transmutation. Oh my god, we're going to see another Final Transmutation game. So many Final Transmutation games today where we've gotten some insane value with them. Let's see if this one is another one. We got Power Familiar, plus 20% Spell Mastery, which is cool. Only a one-time use, but it's on a Final Transmutation. I can imagine it being very, very good. We have Marauder Hunters, which I don't see very often. Very interesting. Against Corn? Yeah, why not? Let's try it out. I see them doing some decent value. We got some Marauder Bearmen with great weapons. I haven't seen them do great, but we'll see how they do. Skin Wolves, some of those bad boys, including some Norskin Ice Wolves and the Riders of the Mighty Serpent. Let's get into it. We also have a Chimera up in the sky. 2 Chimeras, double Chimera. Never mind. I forgot I hate this game. It's fine. At least one of them aren't ROR. But for the Corn side, we have Skull Taker on his bike again. I hate seeing you again, you bastard. You have Bloody Onslaught. And do you have your Cloak? Cloak of Skulls. Yep, immune to flanking once he gets more than 40 kills. Yes, he is going to be a hard bastard to get rid of. Plus, the Bloodwake Berserkers. I haven't seen them today. I am happy to see them because they're going to make short work of a lot of stuff. But maybe those Hunters will get some good value off of them. They don't have miss resistance. They're just hard to kill. But I can imagine the Marauder Hunters actually getting some pretty good value off of them. We'll see. Even the Javelins, but especially the Marauder Hunters. Let's see. We have some double Corn Tours. As we know, as we all know, Corn Tours are fantastic. Best Corn Tours. And then we have a Spawn of Corn, interestingly enough. Can always rely on the Chinese players and their interesting meta. We also have the Slaughter Guard, or build variety, excuse me. And yeah, 2 Flesh Hounds on both flanks. See how things go. Let's see if the double Chimera can deal with this insane build. Will the Breath Attack do decent value against the Bloodwake Berserkers? I imagine not, because they're not very packed up. But it is a very good Breath Attack, so who knows. The Hunters do take a charge from the Flesh Hounds, which is not that great of an engagement. You are maybe getting a little too antsy on them. But we'll see. The other Flesh Hounds over here on this side have taken a fight with Ice Wolves in our 2v1, but some Marauders are here to help. But the Flesh Hounds are going to probably start disintegrating soon, so maybe jump the gun a little bit too early. And now the Corn Tours are going to get kited if the Norskin player is paying attention. It doesn't seem like they're paying attention. And if they lose those Riders of the Mighty Serpent, man, Riders of the Mighty Serpent, they will have blundered very badly. Chaos Spawn are making their way in, get on top of the Marauder Bearmen and great weapons, as well as the Marauder Hunters. Marauder Hunters not doing too great so far. Dude, stop moving up. Stop moving up, please. Why are you moving up? Shoot now! Now! Do something! Okay, they're finally throwing their axes and doing decent damage against the Spawn of Corn, but not exactly what you want to be shooting at. Throw them at the Bloodwake Berserkers. Back up, please. You're gonna get... Okay, and Skull Taker has you by the nuts. The Javelins need to be turned around and start shooting at Skull Taker. Chimera up in the air still. Have they done anything? They've done something apparently, because they got some damage. If the UI will help me out here, 9 damage. Or 9 kills, rather. This other Chimera is going to jump down and start munching on Marauder Hunters. And actually, excuse me. It's going to start trying to munch on Skull Taker. Hopefully they can double team Skull Taker. But there's also the Slaughter Guard here. No way. No way they'll survive the Slaughter Guard, right? Right? A big old final transmutation. Did he pop the Power Mastery thingy? Yes, he did. So give him 20% extra. Let's see what that value looks like. That's pretty decent. That's a pretty decent freaking final transmutation there. Is it overcasted? It is. Nice. Let's see what kind of value you got there. 934. Not as good as I thought, but at least Skull Taker has taken an absolute beating and punishment from that. Same with the Slaughter Guard, though they are still relatively healthy. They still have 65 models. Where are the Bloodwake Berserkers? I can also imagine that Bloodwake Berserkers didn't take much damage from that as well because of their low model count. But they do have a surround on the Chimera. It's still immune to flanking, obviously, but it is being hit. Oh my god, it is just... Is it pushing through the Corn Tours? No way. Okay. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Hey, look at that. A Chimera finally dying to a full flank. Or at least getting... yeah, it's just pushing through. But yeah, it finally gets punished for a full flank. Chaos Spawn finally gets shut down. Very nice. Skin Wolves jump in there and are helping out with the fight against the Chaos Spawn. Doing pretty good here. Balance of power looks to be in favor of the Norskins a little bit. The Chimera is back up in the air. Can it do a breath attack? It was going to do a breath attack. Does pretty good there. Mostly tagging the Chaos Spawn and the Corn Tours, not the Slaughter Guard. But the Riders of the Mighty Serpent definitely need to start throwing those shots into either the Bloodwake Berserkers or the Slaughter Guard, because this is a real problem here. That these are still as healthy as they are late into the game. Marauder Hunters need to probably stay up as well. We need those shots. These guys should Okay, but these guys are choosing a pretty target. The javelins need to take shots at the minotaurs, not the miners. Do not shoot miners. Unless they're dwarven miners. Riders of the Mighty Serpent are running away from the marauders. They need to get around and not let the marauders screen them out. They still have plenty of ammunition left. They need to be shooting at the freaking Corntors. These chimeras are doing nothing. Send them over, please. These marauders are running away. Marauder Bearmen are chasing down Skulltaker. Not going to do much but feed him value. Javelins could turn around. They're not completely routed yet. Could throw those javelins into Skulltaker and get some value left, potentially, if the player notices. Come on, throw it in. Throw it in. Breath attack. Going to do okay damage here, potentially. It won't. I think it did more to the Bearmen, in fact, because they're going to rout now because of that. The hunters can't throw. Give the hunters 360 shooting. Please, thank you. The Corntors are gone. Some skin wolves have come back, can finish off the Corntors, but it doesn't really matter because they only have 7 models left and 101 HP. But definitely need to support somewhere over here and do something, because this is an issue. This is an issue. This guy right here is an issue. Balance power looking to be more in favor of Khorne now, pushing back. The Bloodred Berserkers still have 31 models left and nothing really to challenge them. They could probably skin these skin wolves in no time. The skin wolves are going to see that and run away from this because they do not want any of that. Unfortunately, we haven't got any. Okay, nice breath attack. Really nice. I was just about to say we haven't got a really good breath attack yet, but that was pretty decent. They do have. Oh, they don't have fire resistance. Okay, nice. We just expect them to, but they don't. The Riders of the Mighty Serpent still have 3 volleys left. They can shoot into these Bloodred Berserkers, but they're shooting it from so far away from their max range, so it's not going to really do a whole lot. It will do some, but not much. And I think I'd rather save that for the Skulltaker personally, because he's a bigger target. He does have missile resistance though of 20%. So I understand. It does bypass his physical resistance though, because they are magical. But Berserkers are going to just get on top of these javelins, and we'll see how fast they don't even get to fight. They just run away as soon as they see them. Understandably so. Norskins are dead. I don't know what this balance of power is smoking, but this Chimera, he doesn't have the R mark. They don't have the R mark Chimera, so they can't heal. They're fairly low HP at 1200 and 1100. 1700 rather. So I don't see what Norskins do here. A big final transmutation maybe, but other than that, I guess they could try. I don't know what they do here. Skulltaker is going to be hard enough to kill on their own. Marauder hunters have come back and started throwing their axes. Can finally get some damage done. Hey, look at that! Finally, they get like a volley or 2 off. Look at that! 10 kills, 857 value. Nice. I was hoping for more. When I saw how many Marauder hunters were brought, I was hoping for a little more, but it didn't happen. They are going to stick it to the point, it seems, after the Norskin side is done. But Khorne can play that same game as well. They don't have. You guys don't have any ammunition left, so. Oh, final transmutation. There we go. I was wondering when that was going to happen. Oh, Skulltaker! There we go! Okay, I didn't think about the Winds of Magic situation for Norska. They could take out Skulltaker here. And Skulltaker's dead! I mean... Hey, is that it? Is that it? Is this enough to kill the Bloodred Berserkers? They are not exactly going to rout anytime soon, despite their lord dying. Skulltaker just got his ass handed to him. Nice! I was wondering about that earlier. I was like, have I seen a second final transmutation yet? I haven't. I've only seen the one, so how much Winds of Magic does he have left? Okay, they're going to surround the Bloodred Berserkers. They do have immune to flanking, right? Yes, they don't care, just as much as the Chimera does. Oh, another final transmutation. Okay, I think that's game. That's game blasts. Wow, they actually had a third final transmutation in the bag. I did not know that. If I knew that, I definitely would have expected Norska to win. Wow, nicely played by the Norskin side. Rangers Awful though versus Kislev here. That's what I figured. Yeah, because they only brought, what, 2 horse archers, and then they brought a catapult? That was such an awful choice. Why would you ever bring the shitty freaking catapult? Definitely would have brought more range in that situation as greenskins. Curio is enemy of the state. Yeah, Curio is enemy of the state. I don't trust Curio. I think he's a spy. I think he purposely feeds misinformation. By Bloodwakes and Oozle, yeah, I had this in-game versus Scarbrand versus RR1. How did it go? Don't you harm me. You know what you did. So, for the Norskin side, who played this incredibly well, good job. I did not expect you to win. I'm sorry for doubting you. Praise Norska. Boo Korn. To be fair, I didn't like Korn's build, so in all fairness, they should have lost. But the only really saving grace here are the freaking Chimeras for the Norskin side, so you know. 1574, if the Chimeras weren't as busted as they are, Korn probably would have won that. Either way, 1574 there on a final. I'm surprised it's not higher, but pretty good value either way. 1027 at the 1307 on the Chimeras. Not bad, not bad. 666 and 1091 from the Riders of the Mighty Serpent. Love those boys. Pretty good. Skulltaker got 1400 value. Honestly, with how much I've seen Skulltaker lately, I'm kind of glad to see him die. I'm fine with it. 1669 there on the Bloodwake Berserkers. Hell yeah. Slaughterguard did 1261. Somebody send this replay to Scarbrand. Clearly, he's going to be very happy to see these two do well. Probably not, though. It's not meme enough for Scarbrand. 909 and 837. Wouldn't the ROR Skull Cannon pretty good here as well? The Hellforge Bellowers? Aren't they pretty much always generally good here? I guess the Chimera can chase it, right? But the Chimera, will it kill it fast enough for... I think Korn has some... I think Korn can screen them out. Right? I don't know. Chimeras is such bullshit, man. They can get out of pretty much anything, it feels like. They have mass. They are small. I don't know. Let's move on to the second game. We have a Northern Norskin game. So we are 1-up for Vil Meatballs up against Norska. Definitely bedtime for me. See ya, guys. See ya, Curio. You know, definitely watch your back, you little spy, traitor, scum. I won. That's why I know Uzo's side can win. I see. I see. That's what I would expect to win, is the Uzo side. All right. This time we have them playing the Beastmen, two of Bird's favorites here, Beastmen and Norska. We got Brass Body and Blood. No, the other one was playing Korn. That was the Korn. That was the replay lead. Never mind. Excuse me. Blood, Brass Body. This is the second Taurus. This is the second Brass Bull I've seen today. Nice. Hopefully he does well, just as he did before. That other one though had like a field day just killing wood elves. So Slangors, 4 of those bad boys plus a single gore herd. We also have Sentis with great weapons on both flanks, as well as the Grog Hooves of Wolf's Run, Centaurs, Throwing Axes, ROR. We also have a Chimera in the sky, which we're going to be seeing all the time. And the piggies, the Razor Piggies, I love them. See how they do. Whoa, that's not something I see often. We have Chaos Sorcerer Lord on a Manticore. I kind of love that. That's fun. He's got Searing Doom and Final Transmutation. Plus Arcane Conduit. That's fun. The only ever Lord I see on a Manticore ever is Crone Hellebron. So this is interesting. Knights of Immolation, Doom Knight ROR. I imagine they should do well to Sentis. Even the great weapons, Marauder Bearmen. We have some Chaos Warriors at Halberds, some more Bearmen, and more Halberds. We also have double Chaos Knight Lances. That's pretty awesome. I'm not sure how they'll do in this matchup, but I hope pretty good. And we have the Celibate Slaughtercade. Hey, Chariot play. Let's see what they do here against the Slangors. I imagine they can get good value against Slangors, but we'll see here. Decent value right there, but now they're already taking damage because chariots are awful and Slangors are good. Massive cav engagement here. The House Riders, no surprise, got beat by the Sentis, but now the wow, there's a lot of things going on. The Great Weapons are taking a bad fight against the Chaos Knights with Lances. A burst attack coming in there from the Chimera doing some pretty good damage against the Chaos Warriors and Halberds. The Sentis with Great Weapons are routed off. House Riders and Chaos Warriors are pushing in to get a rear charge on the Razor Gores and support the Slangor engagement, but I think it's not really necessary. They can continue moving around. You can send the House Riders after the Sentis because right now the Great Weapon, rather the Lances, are not really useful here. A big old mosh pit fight here with the Chimera, the Torx Brass Bull, Bray Shaman of Wild, who is going to catch, I didn't actually go over his spells, Traderkin, a massive Trader hit can go in here, hitting the Chaos Knights with Lances, and be overcasted as well, going to be hitting Chaos Knights with the Lances and the Halberds, as well as some Chaos Warriors, or rather Marauder Bearmen. Very nice. A final transmutation goes down on the Beastmen, and the Beastmen do notice it in time, start pulling their units out. The Chimera's out of it, so it mostly just hit the Torx Brass Bull and a slightly the Bray Shaman of Wild. The Chaos Knight could probably choose a better fight around here somewhere. Instead of into the Brass Bull, the Syllabus Slaughtercade is back with one freaking model. Over here on the other flank, gone a lot better for the Beastman's side. The Marauders are routing off. Sentis are in a perfect condition. Same with the Slangors. Overall, the infantry engagement, no surprise, went fantastic for the Beastmen. As the Halberds and Marauder Bearmen can't really stand up to Slangors. Obviously, the armor of the Halberds can, but aside of that, not much else. The Chaos Sorcerer Lord is here fighting in the pit, and it is another big freaking pit fight. Just imagine another nice final transmutation or delve. We do have something coming in here. I guess Syrian Doom. Yes, a nice Syrian Doom coming in here, hitting the Beastmen. Gore Hurt was doing a little bit of damage against the Slangors as well. The Knights of Immolation are going to take this fight. They were originally chasing after the Bray Shaman, which is an okay choice, but it'd be better to finalize this fight with the Great Weapons and shut them down completely, because you're pretty much never going to catch the Bray Shaman unless he really messes up. The Grog Hooves of Wolf's Realms are getting some nice side shots into the Chaos Knights with those very nice AP axes plus poison slowing them down. I would have to get those Knights of Immolation out of there and probably on top of the Grog Hooves of Wolf's run. They do have the speed for it at the very least. Or they can go after the Chimera, but not really worth it because Chimera is just immune to flanking anyways. But that's exactly what they're doing, and it's going to be very hard for any of their models to make contact with the Chimera is the problem there. The Chaos Sorcerer Lord is going to get out of there. Another big freaking mosh pit fight. This is all this game is, apparently. Balance of power looking to be in favor of the Beastmen, and I am inclined to agree. The Knights of Immolation are not in great health. The Chaos Knights, the Chaos Warriors and Marauder Bearmen are barely holding on at all. The Lances are in poor condition as well, with only 21 models left. They need to turn around and get a nice little charge into the Slangors if possible. Maybe run down these Slangors as well. Just pick and choose. That's exactly what the Lances are for. Just quick little charge here, quick little charge there. Celibate Slaughtercade somehow is still in the game with one model left, running down some Gore Herd, trying to keep them from coming back. Knights of Immolation are helping as well. I can't believe it's routing and there's no enemy really here that can fight back against it. Another final transmutation. Is this overcasting? No, it's just a single final transmutation, and it's getting some pretty good value here on the Slangors and all of these Beastmen units. That's insane. That's a really good final transmutation. They're probably not the best value because it's mostly just infantry, but hey, look at that. 1730, up to 1730 so far with final transmutations. Nice, plus Searing Dooms as opposed as well. Knights of Immolation is going to try to find a small little target here. Can they drop their bombs yet? Have they used them yet? They have not used them yet. Need to find a good... There we go. It does a little bit of damage. Nice. You have 4 more left of those. You can still continue using. They're going to get a charge in there on the Bray Shaman, but again, when they attack ground targets, they don't really have models that hit anything, but they do rout it off at the very least. Probably a little bit too late, but at least it's sometime soon. At least it happened eventually. And they hit him in the rear, and he doesn't have that great of leadership, so it's worth it, is what I meant to say eventually. Slangors are routed off. The Torox the Brass Bull, can he clutch out the rest of this fight? He doesn't really need to, I don't think. Pretty much the Chimera and everything else has this. I think the Warriors of Chaos losses and Army losses should be kicking in. And there we go. Well played to both players. Let's check out those values. Good games today's. Good games today's words. And thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate those of you who chatted. Hope everyone has a good rest of their day or night. For those European folks, I know Seagulls, you are probably already asleep if you haven't already. But let's go over the values here real quick. Some truly fun games. Nice to see the builds of some of the Chinese community. 923 here on Mr. Brass Bull here. Pretty solid. 1707. He was very durable. Just ran around freaking somersaulting as he apparently loves to do instead of use his actual axes. Pretty good devolve is there with 1707. Very nice. I didn't see many overcast devolves today aside from this match. So finally, good payoff with the devolve. Slangors did good. No surprise. Slangors are great. Oh, by the way, Bird. The Slangors and Loopy's mod. I freaking love them, man. I wish they were... we already talked about it, but I wish they could have done javelin animations, but obviously that's too much work. But just with the bows, they're so freaking good. Even with the bows, they're just fantastic. I use them against Kiriko on Nurgle, and man, they can pack a freaking wall up. I wish we had bows in this, in the vanilla. But CA hate, I mean, not CA, Games Workshop hate fun. Freaking bastards. 1689 here. Nice. For the Chimera, no surprise there. Fantastic unit. The Piggies did okay. 870 here on this one. They got a chevron. Good job. I liked the Chaos Sorcerer Lord on Manticore. It was fun. Not overly competitive pick or meta pick, but cool. I liked it. I wish we could see the Chaos Sorcerer Lord like we did in Warhammer 1 and 2, but it's not really a thing anymore. Unfortunately, that's a big that's a olden times meta. Halberds didn't really do much. Hellstriders had some bad engagements. One got 1100 value still though. Silicon Slaughtercade, I was hoping so bad for them to get any good value, but every time, and I've heard people say, I don't know if it's the Silicon Slaughtercade or if it's the other ROR Warriors of Chaos Chariot that apparently is good. But I've never seen the Silicon Slaughtercade do anything of value because, as all Slanesh chariots are, they're bugged and crappy and they do nothing. And it happened here mostly as well. 383 value is pretty pathetic. 905 here on the Knights of Immolation as well. I imagine it's good in this matchup. I could be wrong, but it seems like a good choice against Centaurs, but your opponent also has like 6 Centaurs against your 1 Knights of Immolation. I don't know. I don't know how Warriors of Chaos take the fight here with Cav mobility. Considering Beastmen generally have the advantage. But the Knights Lances did fine. 996 and 862. I thought it was fun as well. I thought that was pretty cool. I respect the other player here. The very mini steamed buns. Oh, freaking awesomely played. Awesome build. If anybody I can give the win here is them on for fashion points. This is fun. This is awesome. But let's see all the chance to put them more. These are the marathon casts. Both Slangors are so cool. I mean, CA should have done both Slangors, or they should have, and they wanted to originally, clearly, but Games Workshop denied it. They are also going to do Shield Gores, which have been no sense considering they already have Sand Gores. Maybe they. It's so sad Games Workshop have the final say because Bogers would have been so much better. Same with Javelins, and I'm glad we didn't get Shield Gores, but it's kind of hilarious that we still got Shield Gore icons. And the devotee is a Slanesh. Like, come on, man. Either way, it was a fun cast. Loopy's mod, enjoy it. Some I don't enjoy, like what he did at the Dread Mall. It makes me very angry. But it's fine. I'm glad Loopy's still updating the game at the very least. He's a freaking trooper. Very few mod up and balance mod creators still update their mod or even try, knowing how little people play it. He gets good turnout rates for some of his tournaments, but generally, like, he's been doing this for years, and it has never been a mainstay, unfortunately, because people don't like mods, unfortunately, unless it's a tavern map pack or something. But anyways, that's a conversation for a different day. I've ranted many times about mods. Loopy's a cool guy. Bad opinions. Fun cast today. Thank you, everybody hanging out. Thanks, Butcherbird. Hope you have a good one. Congrats on your wins in this match. I hope to cast the rest of yours in the next 16-8 and 8 finals games. Hope you have a good one. See you, Seagos. I don't know how you're not already asleep, considering your time zone, but yeah, see you guys. Thanks for hanging out. Bye-bye.